StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Red Planet. Moria is a giant red planet with a diameter of more than 44 million feet, 13,500 kilometers, and a gravity 1.16 times that of standard Earth. Moria has long been the planet with the largest mineral and gas resources of all the human planets in Korhal, with vast redlands covered with wastelands and vast seas of dust. Magnificent mining facilities, factories, and gas refineries are spread across the plains and mountains of its main continental plate. Large areas of desolate land where all the mineral veins have been stripped away are like scars on Moria's rough red skin, telling of the Kel-morian Combine's willingness to pay any price and exhaust all means for profit. The huge underground cities of the Morians are located between the mines left by deep excavation, and between the howling ridges and rock shelves are the Kel-morians' extensive mining mines, towers and large cities built on them. The extremely developed industry and sparse green vegetation coverage have turned Moria into a monotonous industrial world. Brown and black metal cities and factories that work day and night have reshaped the surface of Moria, eroding and changing this ancient planet that nurtured the original Moria people together with strong winds and floods. The Apod 33 transport plane that Augustus was riding on was flying over the vast red plains of the Moria-Jacob region. 16 Kel-morian hellhound fighters with blood-red hellhound patterns painted on their hulls were flying on both sides of the transport ship. Any civilian ship on the route of this mixed flight formation would receive a stern warning from the pilots of the hellhound fighters. Through the observation window, Augustus could see canyons thousands of miles long, and abandoned mining areas with the surface completely stripped away, and thousands of semi-abandoned mining settlements standing between the wind and sand. I never dreamed that I would have the opportunity to come to Moria, the nest of the Kel-morian bastards, a stinking ditch in a stinking ditch, a garbage dump in a garbage dump. Titus sat on the seat to the right of Augustus, holding a Kel-morian pornographic magazine in his hand. This modified Apod transport plane has 48 comfortable and spacious seats, and is now full of men and women in dark grey military uniforms. Augustus, his generals and guards are enjoying the vast and magnificent scenery of Moria. Just wait and see. I will scold those Kel-morian guys so badly that they can't take care of themselves. Titus is a veteran of the Federal Marine Corps with more than 10 years of military service. He has experienced the 4-year war of the Kel-morians completely, and his hatred for the Kel-morians is deeply rooted. Even Augustus, Raynor and others are still upset about the deaths of Omo and Benjamin a year ago. They only smile at those Kel-morians who can win their respect, such as Rory Swan. You will only turn this into a diplomatic incident. Augustus frowned with his thick eyebrows. If you hadn't begged me to take you with me, I would have taken a pig instead of you. Don't cause me trouble, or I would have kicked you into the utility cabin of the Hyperion to wash dishes. You know? I'm just talking. Titus immediately wilted. Augustus usually never loses his temper with others, but he becomes very stubborn on certain principled issues. If someone around him irritates Augustus, at most Augustus will punish him to wash the dishes and bowls in the entire crew cabin, and he can only wash them by hand, not using the sonic automatic dishwasher. Haha, I've rarely seen the famous Titus Finley give in. Warfield, who was sitting next to him, laughed heartily. I heard that our enemies call Finley Augustus's vicious dog, a lion in a cage, and he only becomes a lion dog when he meets Augustus. Titus is just a cat. He always gets angry. You have to stroke his fur according to his temper, but we never spoil this guy. Harnack said while chewing peanuts. Hank, I know you can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth. Titus didn't dare to get angry at Augustus, and he was also afraid of Warfield, so he could only get angry at Harnack. Among the senior officers of the Revolutionary Army, Augustus and Warfield were undoubtedly the most majestic figures. The former was a marshal who had the final say, and his prestige had reached its peak in all the battles. The latter had a long history and rich experience in leading troops in combat. He was regarded as half of the marshal's elder and was respected. It was also said that he had a lot of Augustus's black history when he was young. As for Titus and Harnack, Both of them are not very popular, and their relationship does not seem to be very good. In the past, Josephine and Harnack often quarreled, but now Titus has become that person. Except for Raynor, Lundstein and Duke, most of the senior generals in the Revolutionary Army are present today. Augustus still cannot bring everyone to Moria. After all, someone is needed to take charge of the fleet. Duke, who has just joined the Revolutionary Army, and the tens of thousands of resocialized soldiers under him also need a general who can take charge. Duke's rule in Alpha Squadron has long been hollowed out by Augustus. He still needs a long time to prove his loyalty, otherwise Augustus's two ghost hands carrying two long swords will always follow him like a shadow. While Titus was still arguing with Harnack, the Apod transport ship finally arrived at their destination, the main city of Jacob, the largest industrial city in Moria, the center of the Kel-morian Federation's commercial empire, a bronze unparalleled giant city. Jacob is located in a wide flood-eroded canyon, which is said to have been the landing site of the colonial mothership Jacob. The main building of Jacob's lower level occupies most of the canyon, and the upper structure exposed to the sun has countless towering spires and spacecraft launch ports, and thousands of feet long transport barges travel between giant trading stations in synchronous orbit. Among the planets Augustus has visited, this huge red planet with its highly developed industrial city and deep underground supermines left a deep impression on him. There are many planets in the Terran Federation that are comparable to Moria in terms of desolation, but those planets are far less prosperous than it. Umagen is well known to the Kaprulu people for its cutting-edge technology and intelligent machinery, while Moria, the home planet of the Kel-morian Federation, is far ahead of its two brothers in the Kaprulu sector with its highly prosperous mining, processing, and manufacturing industries. Everyone who comes to this red planet marvels at the giant cities built by the Morians, the super foundries with volcanoes as furnaces, and the spectacular industrial plains. But Augustus' first reaction when he came here was how many troops should be stationed here, and how many fortresses should be built. Moria is a fertile land for industry. I really don't know how many warships, chariots, and tanks the foundries and heavy factories here could have produced in their heyday. Even so, they still lost the war. Chapter 202 Jacob's City. The main city of Jacob is like a city built on a bronze metal mountain. The original city was just a series of houses and buildings built by the Jacob colonists using the colonial mothership's plates on slag and scrap metal. As the colonists on the Jacob colonial mothership discovered a large number of heavy metal mines and Adian crystal mines near the landing site of the Jacob, people learned how to identify and smelt metals through the database of the colonial mothership's computer. After that, day after day, over the years, the slag and scrap metal dumped in the canyon gradually formed high hills. After the first ruling class that emerged chose to build their own luxurious palaces on the high slag mines, more and more people built their own huts on high ground. As the Jacob crash site became more and more prosperous, the slag and scrap metal of the entire colony began to be dumped in the canyon where the colonial mothership crashed. Later, the skyrocketing population made the initial residential settlements overcrowded, and several large Moria construction groups began to plan to build a large city that could accommodate a large population. So they recast the foundations to blend into the canyon. Today, thousands of skyscrapers and pilot towers are built on a mountain of scrap metal and slag, with the highest building more than 30,000 feet, about 6 miles, from the lowest, and the difference in height between buildings and roads is as big as a termite nest. Jacob City's central airport is built on the highest peak of the metal mountain, located between the smoky clouds. The wind blows hard on the docking platform, and all aircraft are firmly attached to the platform by magnetic devices. The Kel-morians are fully capable of installing glass on the outside of this open-air airport, but they still follow the old proverb and stubbornly believe that the giant eagle cannot take off without a hurricane. Compared with the Terran Federation and Umagen, the Kel-morians have implemented their traditions and customs in every aspect of life. Their ocean-going merchants are smooth and cunning, but if their families are insulted, these merchants who always smile will immediately become a burning powder keg. When Augustus walked down from his transport ship, his guards in dark grey uniforms were already standing in 2 rows at the door of the cabin, carrying slender C-13 Gauss rifles in their hands and standing neatly. The diplomat who rushed to the airport to greet the foreign guests was a diplomat in a suit and leather shoes. He wore glasses with frames similar to goggles and had a shiny slicked back hair. Opposite Augustus's guards were 2 rows of Kel-morians in grey-white military uniforms. They carried KMC Gauss rifles, wore blue berets, and hung a brief with a sword and shield pattern with amber outlines on their waists. This is the symbol of the Moria Guild Guards, an elite force that rarely appears on the front battlefield, but has a reputation far and wide. Augustus only recently learned that Guild Guards was not the name of an elite unit. In fact, all Kel-morian soldiers, from the Rippers to the Labor Auxiliary Corps, would proudly call themselves Guild Guards. The misunderstanding between the Terrans and the Kel-morians is reflected in all aspects. The Kel-morians still believe that the Terran Federation's re-social soldiers are container cultivated clones. Augustus did not comment on the diplomat's hairstyle that closely followed the fashion circle of the main city of Tarsus, but only focused on the busy workers on the docking platform. Compared with the diplomats in suits and leather shoes, the ground crew and loading and unloading workers on the docking platform are all wearing thick windproof work clothes and goggles to protect against Moria's strong ultraviolet rays and direct sunlight. They are generally short and stout with strong muscles on their arms. These workers have dark and rough skin, no different from the Kel-morians of Meinhof. In comparison, the upper middle class of Moria sitting in luxurious offices is like another race. Hello, I'm Augustus Mengsk. As the Kel-morian diplomat walked towards Augustus, he took off his combat gloves and shook hands with him in a friendly manner. The famous leader of the rebels, the Wolf of House Mengsk, the Eagle of Korhal IV, the savior of all Terrans. The diplomat adjusted his glasses and said a series of titles. Your victory in Marcera has spread throughout Moria and other satellite planets and asteroid settlements. Everyone in the Caprulu sector knows your name. Everyone knows it. That's great. I thought the Terran Federation would keep silent about this failure. Augustus expressed his surprise. In the past 2 weeks, the revolutionary fleet has been in the hyperspace channel, and he really couldn't read the latest news. Alpha Squadron is a star of the Federation Navy yesterday. Few people will be indifferent to this huge failure. Mr. Liberty, the host of the Unmorning News, was hosting the show when the backstage staff accidentally cut to a video. The diplomat's tone was full of sarcasm. Colonel Edmund Duke's speech about joining the Korhal Revolutionary Army really pissed off his uncle, and now everyone knows that Alpha Squadron suffered the worst defeat since its founding at Marcera. And the Federation spokesperson claimed that only one of Alpha Squadron's battle cruisers had crashed at Marcera, and Edmund Duke was just a rebel in disguise. But they couldn't find the real Colonel Duke. To explain a week later, the Federation claimed that Duke and his Alpha Squadron had been bewitched by the rebels and injected with dangerous psychotropic drugs, and their words were not true. The diplomat said, "What a funny joke. The idiots in the Federation don't even understand the trick of robbing Peter to pay Paul." Augustus commented with a smile. "It's a relief. Yes, it's a relief. You are regarded as a hero by many Kel-morians." The diplomat shook Augustus' hand again. "I swear I'm proud of it." Augustus smiled softly. Alpha Squadron had dealt a heavy blow to the Kel-morian fleet in the Battle of Kalian. After learning that Alpha Squadron was defeated by the Revolutionary Army, thousands of Kel-morians were talking about the young heir of the Mengsk family and were very curious about what kind of person he was. Was he a devil as described by the Federation propaganda, or a freedom fighter who advocated justice? After the defeat in the Battle of Kalian, the Kel-morian civilians, who were deeply affected by the unequal treaty, hated the Terran Federation even more. For many Kel-morians, whoever hit the Terran Federation hard was their friend. "Please follow me. The directors of the board are waiting for you. Their time is more valuable than gold." After the diplomat finished speaking, he led Augustus to a floating luxury car not far away, and the entourage was led to several other cars. "This is my guard." Augustus pointed to Sarah Carrigan, who was following behind him. The other party was wearing a close-fitting dark grey military uniform, with a black belt tied around her waist to outline her S-shaped figure, and her red hair fluttered. "She is such a beauty." The diplomat smiled and praised her habitually. "Thank you." Carrigan looked up at him, smiled slightly, shook her bright red hair, and went to check whether the car that Augustus was going to take was safe. "Thanks for voting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Kel-morian Federation Board of Directors. As Augustus walked towards the high-end suspension car prepared for him by the Kel-morians, he could more clearly feel that Moria's gravity was much stronger than other planets. He felt a sense of resistance when he walked and swung his arms. This was also the reason why Morians were generally shorter than the Terrans and Yumajan, whose home planets only had 0.96 times the standard gravity. Augustus stepped into the backseat of the luxury car, with Kerrigan and Corporal Faraday sitting on his left and right, Renault, Warfield and others, and Augustus's guards boarded other cars. When the motorcade started and walked down a downward circular road, the bronze spires and countless circular roads of varying heights suddenly caught their eyes. The Kel-morian imitates the style of the Federation Terra hovercar. The engine and intelligent navigation system are imported from Umoyan. The driver used to drive for the chairman of the Kellanus Transportation Guild. Everyone here, including the guards, has received professional agent training. After sitting down, Kerrigan leaned towards Augustus and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The board of directors of the Federation attaches great importance to you this time. They are willing to provide some help to you, the biggest threat to the Terran Federation, but at the same time they are also wary of the rise of the Mengsk family. Let us listen carefully to the director's request. Augustus sat down and arranged the hem of his military coat in an orderly manner. Augustus did not have more contact with the actual independent government of the Kel-morian Federation during this trip. In fact, everyone knew who was the real power holder in the Federation. The unified government and the union that fought for the rights of workers were just puppets supported by the capital holders who controlled the actual ruling power of the Federation and tricks to confuse the people. Capital holders control wealth, technology and knowledge. Looking back at the history of their ancestors struggling on the human home planet Earth, they know that the form of a trade union will appear sooner or later, so they personally created the only trade union in Moria. The board of directors of the Federation is the actual ruler of the entire Kel-morian Federation, which is equivalent to the federal parliament and the Umoyan elected parliament in the Terran Federation. The members of the board come from the CEOs of dozens of the largest family-owned guild companies and the United Guilds. Among these board members, the representatives of the two giants of Moria's mining and transportation industries, the Moria Mining Union and the Kellanus Transportation Guild, have absolute say. The Kel-morian Federation is not a republican political entity with workers as the core leadership as they advertised, but is essentially a super enterprise group composed of many guild companies. The Kel-morian Federation is a political and economic entity with the Moria people as the main body, which is decorated with trade unions and independent governments. The hovercar that Augustus was riding in slowly opened its wings after passing through a undulating ring road. When the roar of the engine ignition sounded, the car rose into the air in the spreading shockwave and merged into the torrent of flying cars and spaceships in the sky. The ring road that was getting farther and farther away from them was located thousands of feet in the air, built between tall buildings. There was a lack of green plants here, and even a few green spots could be seen. Even the wedge-shaped windows on the bronze buildings were brown. In Moria, people's tastes, philosophies, and aesthetics remained 2 centuries ago. Their simple architectural appearance was simple, with almost no extra gorgeous decorations. For a long time, Moria's buildings have been striving to break free from the constraints of gravity and develop upwards, getting rid of the limitations of gravity. The arched and geometric early colonial architectural styles were gradually abandoned. The buildings in Jacob City with 4 arcs formed by the spire are getting taller and taller, and continue to develop towards higher and more majestic. In the eyes of outsiders like Augustus, the spires of these Moria skyscrapers are like swords, or overlapping arched sails. The exhaust and dust produced by the giant industry make the whole city shrouded in white smoke, and residents of the upper floors generally have to wear assisted respirators to avoid inhaling dust into their lungs. Welcome to Moria, Marshal Mengsk. I believe you will soon like it here. The Kel-morian diplomat sitting in the front passenger seat of the car said, "Jacob City is not as prosperous as Tarsus, but it has its own praiseworthy places. This is the center of the entire Federation's industry. The blood of metal and refined gas flows underground, and those tall buildings and factories are the heart and blood vessels." Finally, the car with a soft engine like a beeper hovered over the top of a black main tower that was more magnificent than the Tagore Sky Tower in the main city of Tarsus, and drove into the docking platform through the energy shield like an open light curtain. As soon as the car stopped, guards wearing berets and the guild managers of the directors came to greet Augustus. Hundreds of people surrounded Augustus, but there were no news media reporters among them. Just as Augustus expected, although he did not mind making a public appearance in Moria and turning this meeting into a formal diplomatic event and a meeting between the leaders of the two regimes, it was obvious that the rulers of the Federation did not intend to rashly provoke the Terran Federation, which was already in a state of panic due to the rebellions that had just ended a year after the Kalian War. Although rational political analysis experts believed that the Terran Federation would not launch a second Kalian War, no one dared to guarantee that the Federation Parliament, which dared to destroy Korhal IV directly regardless of public pressure, would tolerate the Kel-morian Federation and the Revolutionary Army mixing together. Even the United States, which had been strongly supporting the Ka rebel forces, did not dare to do so. Funny enough, the petite Serac arrogant stood in front of Augustus with her chest puffed out, while Corporal Faraday, wearing a wide-brimmed military cap, was busy standing beside the revolutionary marshal, with one hand on the pistol holster at his waist. When Augustus's men were led into the top-floor conference room by the well-dressed manager and the armed guards, they were asked to hand over their weapons to them for safekeeping, but the generals were allowed to carry their sidearms. Augustus and many guides entered the interior of the giant spire called the Summit of the Union through the lifting platform on the docking platform, and walked into the hall with a relief dome, and immediately attracted the attention of the magnificent decoration and gorgeous carvings inside. Gold and silver utensils and luxury goods from Umayan decorated this extremely luxurious hall. The whole hall was magnificent and magnificent. The polished marble walls and square stone columns hundreds of feet high were inlaid with rose and blue gems mined from the ground of Moria. 12 huge statues of the ancestors of the Kel-morians stood motionless. These huge statues were wearing armor and tasseled helmets, holding huge cross swords in their hands, and there were pure white wings behind them. On the dome of the hall was a huge scroll depicting mythological scenes from the Bible, with both white angels and black demons. These should be the works of a master artist, but no one knew his name. This magnificent scene almost made Augustus think he was in a church, but he had never heard that the Kel-morians had a firm Christian faith. It is said that after the end of the 4-year war, the economic collapse of the Kel-morian Commonwealth is imminent. The lower classes are starving. Moria's food supply has long relied on imports from several nearby colonized worlds, and more workers have starved to death than the sand and stone in Jacob's Great Valley. Kerrigan whispered as they walked through the hall, but here, Moria doesn't produce bread. There is only endless sand and inexhaustible ore. The reason for the food shortage is entirely because the Terran Federation has occupied our few agricultural worlds. The Kel-morian diplomat who had been following Augustus said, "We will empty Moria's mines within a few centuries, but these cannot be exchanged for food. Those who starve to death because of this, their deaths will be attributed to the Terran Federation. It was the Terrans who stole the food," he explained. "Then why don't you use the reserve food to help those who are about to starve to death?" Since joining the Revolutionary Army, influenced by revolutionary ideas, Kerrigan has begun to examine the Kel-morian system from a position that is almost great. After the war, the government was unable to repay the national debt issued to start the war, and the reckless printing of money led to terrible inflation, and prices soared. While people lined up to buy limited supply bread, food factories were destroying meat and milk on a large scale. Those are all rumors. The diplomat pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and reminded, "People in the guild don't want you to discuss these non-existent things in Moria. The economy of the Federation will never collapse, even if the Terran Federation is destroyed." As the diplomat said, Augustus led the people who surrounded him through the hall and walked into the corridor connecting the conference hall. It turned out that many people surrounded Augustus and led the way in front of him. They were so numerous that they seemed to sweep the dust on Augustus's road. But gradually, Augustus had walked ahead of everyone, and the others followed him unconsciously. The door of the conference room was tall and heavy. More than a dozen different identity verification and early warning facilities showed how heavily guarded this place was. Before entering, the accompanying personnel repeatedly used fingerprint and gene testing to confirm whether Augustus was the real person. When the heavy door opened, the luxurious layout inside did not surprise Augustus. Sitting at the long oval conference table were more than a dozen CEOs of various guilds in Moria in black and blue suits. These executives might be just puppets or one of the few elites who ruled over 4 billion Moria people. Jacob City and the cities of Moria seemed to be cities made of bronze. There was no water source, and no greenery here. However, on the wall of this conference room, there was a huge glass water tank filled with strange aquatic plants, corals and ornamental fish that could not exist in Moria. The scales of these strange ornamental fish had rainbow colors, and they sparkled beautifully under the yellowish light of the conference room. On the conference table were placed exquisite handicrafts and rare treasures from alien worlds, and exquisite snacks and tea were placed within the reach of the participants. Regardless of the giant water tank that looked like an aquarium, these luxury goods alone were worth millions of Kel-morian banknotes. Augustus believed that the elites in Kel-morian guild enterprises were not much worse than the nobles of the Terran Federation. Some of these CEOs in custom suits were reading the documents in front of them, while others were looking at their watches impatiently. But no matter what, when Augustus appeared, these people all showed a formal smile. Augustus Mengsk, the people of the Terran Federation call you a dirty, fur-tangled drowned dog. The chief CEO of the Kel-morian Transportation Guild stood up and shook hands with Augustus. But if you ask me, the wolf of House Mengsk is indeed a majestic wolf lord. You have accomplished a feat that our guild guards could not. In Moria, I don't know how many people grit their teeth when they hear the name of the Terran Federation Alpha Squadron. If you know the character of their commander Edmund Duke, you will know that he is a complete butcher, a ruthless genocide, and countless Kel-morians have died at Duke's hands. What a nightmare. Augustus stared into the brown eyes of the Kel-morian, thinking of the Kel-morians who died at his hands in the Battle of the Kel-morian Alliance. I have always believed that humans in the Korhal sector should not continue to waste their energy endlessly. We should conclude a peace treaty and achieve mutual benefit through trade. Augustus' hands were tightly clasped with the other party. When it comes to trade, it's much more complicated. If you're not careful, it can turn into a terrible disaster. The CEO of the Kel-morian Transport Guild showed a meaningful smile. None of us wants this to happen, but the Terran Federation is going too far. At least we are on the same side in hating the Terran Federation and wanting to destroy it. Augustus said, I deeply regret the destruction of Korhal IV. The CEO of the Kel-morian Transport Guild said, I went there when I was young, and I was an international student at Korhal University. Who would have thought that the beautiful world with green grass would become a dead radioactive wasteland? The Federation Navy also dropped nuclear bombs on our planet, but they were all small and medium-sized tactical nuclear bombs. The CEO's voice was full of regret and sorrow, and Augustus only hoped that half of it was true, because they know that if they use nuclear weapons to destroy a populous core world, we will retaliate at all costs. More often than not, you must have a terrifying sword in your hand, even if you don't wield it. Please sit down, Mr. Mengsk. I believe you are as great as Augustus Mengsk, and both are pioneers of the revolution. The CEO said when he asked Augustus to sit down. I can't be called great, not even 1,000th of my noble father. Augustus said, to be more precise, I'm much more realistic. I heard that you need help. The CEO of the Kel-morian Transportation Guild asked when he sat down with Augustus. He knew the purpose of Augustus's coming to Moria, and it was obvious that he was asking knowingly, wanting to take the initiative at the negotiation table. If you can sell your upper power armor and heavy tanks at market prices, then this can indeed be considered help. Augustus knew what these shrewd businessmen were thinking. The revolutionary army is seeking cooperation, and what we want to achieve is a cooperation that can satisfy both parties. Thank you brothers for your awards. Thank you for voting. The event ended successfully. Chapter 204 The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Augustus's generals sat down one by one on the velvet padded seats in the conference hall. Even Titus Finley, who came to join the meeting, was assigned a seat at the end. Less than 1/3 of the CEOs of the major guilds in Moria were present on the board of directors of the Kel-morian Federation. Representatives of the Moria Mining Federation, another giant in the Kel-morian Federation super enterprise, did not attend the meeting. But this does not mean that the board of directors of the Federation does not attach importance to Augustus's arrival. In fact, these elites of the Kel-morian Federation only get together rarely. More often, they use holographic projection images for remote real-time conversations. We will sell most of the goods on your list at an absolutely fair price. Engineering vehicles, power armor, heavy tanks, armored assault vehicles, tanks, heavy artillery, rocket launchers and even fighter planes, interceptor carriers and battleships. The CEO of the Kelinus Transport Guild continued Augustus' words. The CEO of the Kelinus Transport Guild was not an old man. Like other executives, he was in his prime, with silver streaks in his short grey-brown hair and a pair of dark black eyes that were dark and bright. These were originally on the banned list. Even the weak and skinny stalks of the Umoyan and the primitive apes with underdeveloped brains of the Terran Federation could not buy the weapons and precious strategic materials you wanted. He described the Terrans and the Umoyans in a somewhat rude way, revealing his deep disgust for the latter too, but he would not swear. When they talked about business with the Umoyans and the Terrans, they would say that the Terrans were cultured and aristocratic, and that the Umoyans were praised for their gentlemanly demeanor. For this, I want to express my gratitude to the board of directors. Augustus and the CEO of the Kelinus Transport Guild sat face to face on both sides of the conference table. But we all know that my revolutionary army and I came here from Marsera, dozens of light years away, not to bargain with you for these few small orders. Augustus put away his charming smile and said sternly, a small business, accumulated little by little, is worth tens of billions. Long-term and stable orders are not only a huge income, but also can revitalize the Moria manufacturing industry, which was almost collapsed after the war. The terrible unemployment wave and the chaos caused by tens of millions of unemployed people from the weapons manufacturing industry can also be easily solved, injecting new vitality into the stagnant financial market. In short, I not only want to buy weapons, but also a complete production line. There was no chattering or arguing at the conference table. Basically, Augustus and the CEO of the Kelinus Transport Guild were talking from the beginning, and the second in command of both sides would occasionally interject a few words. These well-spoken and smart board members are undoubtedly the elites in their industries. To climb to their positions, family background and ability are indispensable. In the long run, the existence of a revolutionary army that is strong enough to split the Terran Federation, but will not pose a threat to itself will definitely be more beneficial than harmful. In ancient Earth, if a monarch wanted to rule a region with a completely different culture from his own country, he had to support two or more families or forces with equal strength but hostile to each other in the local area. Augustus continued. The biggest beneficiary of weakening, or even destroying the Terran Federation is neither Umoyan nor us, but the Kel-morian Federation, which has just been defeated, and lost a large area of territory. In the past, what connected Moria and other affiliated colonies was the strong self-identity and national consciousness of the Kel-morians, but now, these have been completely shattered with the defeat of the Federation in the war. And I believe that the entire Federation is undercurrent surging and full of unstable factors, and just dealing with the internal separatist forces is enough for you to have a headache. At this time, you need a strong ally, even if it is just to invest in its future potential. Your request is reasonable. The CEO of the Kelinus Transport Guild looked at Augustus seriously and gave an answer not long after. As long as you have money, we can even sell you the manufacturing process of the Hephaestus battleship fusion core. Of course, it's not cheap. He showed his sincerity in a few words. We can also tell you the technology to produce the Ripper power armor and heavy Kel-morian tanks. The problem is where you should build the factory. The Umajans will definitely not agree to you building a factory on their planet. They are notoriously petty and haggling, and the Korhal. What the Korhal people lack the most is the ability to solve problems flexibly. There are so many planets outside the Kaprulu sector. Sooner or later, we will find a new home. Augustus said. Look at what we have to sell to you. The powerful Kel-morian CEO handed Augustus a thick stack of documents, which included the unit price of a complete production line of Reaper power armor. The members of the board of directors already knew what Augustus wanted, and they didn't say it, because they were used to playing dumb. Including the particle railguns and major mines produced by the Moria Hephaestus Forge. The former has strong firepower, enough to penetrate the shipboard of the Terran Federation Navy's Behemoth-class battlecruiser in the space environment. He spared no effort in promoting the products under his own company's name. After the defeat in the war with the Terran Federation, all industries in the Kel-morian Federation were in recession, and the mining and military manufacturing industries suffered a heavy blow. The position of the CEO of the guild enterprise pushed to the front by the capital controller behind the scenes is not unbreakable. In fact, after the defeat, most of the executives of various guilds were replaced to quell internal dissatisfaction and contradictions. You should have heard of these major minds. They are also adapted to the environment on the planet and in space. They made the minesweepers of the Federation Marines suffer a lot during the 4-year war. Deploy major mines at the location where the enemy fleet jumps to, and they can bloom in the core center of the fleet. The Kel-morians never called the Kalian War a guild war in the Terran population. This is exactly what I want. Augustus nodded, feeling satisfied. This is why he chose to negotiate directly with the leaders of the Kel-morian Federation. The weapons that can really determine the fate of a war cannot be decided by 1 or 2 guilds. Augustus's revolutionary army is not just a big customer worthy of attention to Kel-morian. They are willing to help the revolutionary army, partly because they want to make things difficult for the Terran Federation. Meeting with Augustus is to show the attitude of the Federation, and encourage the other party to continue the war, for fear that Augustus will suddenly take the revolutionary army back to Umoyan to farm, and never come out again. Maybe you can find many capable mercenary forces in the mercenary market in Moria. The CEO continued. They are all retired soldiers in the Kalian War. They have long been accustomed to holding electromagnetic guns and shuttling in the world of gunfire. They cannot adapt to a peaceful life. After retiring, they have no way to find suitable jobs in the Union, which is in the midst of a flood of unemployment, so they can only find work in the mercenary guild. After the war, our people blamed the failure of the war on the guild guards who once fought for the guild. All the soldiers are holding back their energy. The CEO of the Kalanus Transport Guild did not tell the truth. The actual situation is that, in order to divert contradictions and maintain their ruling position, the ruling class of the Union deliberately guided the trend of public opinion through the news media, allowing the people to vent their anger and dissatisfaction with the defeat behind the retired soldiers, even though these people once shed their blood for the Union. Today, these retired soldiers are still a force that cannot be ignored and a potential threat to the ruling position of the board of directors. The rulers on the board of directors are happy to find a suitable outlet for these people's energy that has nowhere to vent. If you are looking for someone to fight, then these people are the best choice, and the price is guaranteed to satisfy you. As long as there is a suitable fee in the money for cremation of the body, they will go through life and death for you. He finally said. Including letting them fight against aliens? Augustus smiled. Marshal Augustus is really a humorous person. There is a reason why all the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army love you. The CEO thought Augustus was joking. If it were me, I would not like someone who sent himself to the battlefield. Augustus took the list handed over by the other party, scanned the treaty on it, and calculated the cost he could afford. It must be said that Augustus is indeed not short of money now. Augustus first dug crystal mines in the mineral-rich Marcera for half a year. Mines of all sizes are scattered throughout the wilderness. In the previous Marcera battle, half of the planet's reserve military supplies and minerals in government warehouses were emptied. At the same time, the multiple mining bases operated by Augustus's brother Arcturus are also providing a steady stream of resources for Augustus's revolutionary army. The wealth accumulated in half a year is equivalent to the total output value of Korhal IV in 2 years. Augustus came to Moria after the Battle of Marcera. In addition to building good relations with the top leaders of the Kel-morian Federation, his main purpose was to buy, and convert all resources into combat power in a short period of time. After a little thought, Augustus marked the things he wanted, and then filled in a series of astronomical figures, which were the currency circulating within the Kel-morian Federation, which was equivalent to tens of trillions of Umajan citizen coins. When he took back the list he handed over, even the CEO of the well-informed Kellinas Transport Guild took a few more glances. He obviously didn't expect Augustus to buy so many things. From the most basic Gauss rifles, Augustus bought 1 million, including 200,000 sets of Ripper power armor, 1,500 Kel-morian heavy main battle tanks, 3,175mm Kel-morian Hellfire howitzers, more than 5,000 Kel-morian Type I heavy tanks, and the production lines supporting these weapons. Perhaps out of fear of insufficient firepower, Augustus also purchased 300 Draken railguns and tens of thousands of major mines. In addition, Augustus also ordered 8 Kel-morian Hephaestus-class battleships. In short, I want them all. Augustus had already sent a group of August National Security Council commissioners to the weapons manufacturing factory in Moria to test these weapons, and the power of these war weapons, that had once been so powerful in the Battle of Kalian, was also obvious to all. We can only deliver 30% of them first, and the rest needs to be handed over to the foundry and manufacturing workshop, and this requires a deposit. The CEO wanted to ask Augustus if he really had so much money. In his impression, although Augustus's revolutionary army had severely damaged the legendary Alpha Squadron, this kind of rebel army that was limited to guerrilla warfare could not have much money. Considering that Augustus was not a civilian, he had the Mengsk family and all the Korhal people on the planet behind him. It is more likely that Augustus used the foreign exchange reserves and accumulated wealth of the entire Korhal autonomous region to purchase weapons from the Kel-morian Combine, which should have been left to the tens of millions of Korhal people who fled to Umajan to rebuild their homes. Thinking of this, the CEO of the Kellinas Transport Guild could not help but sympathize with the militaristic Korhal people. Of course, business still needs to be done, and not a penny less can be paid. Squeezing the Korhal people dry will only make the CEO's conscience condemned, but a bulging wallet will make him feel happy. No conflict. My people are drafting a new contract. The CEO said to Augustus, please wait a moment. Before that, we can go to dinner together. He said, yeah, I like that guy. Although Harnack thought his voice was already very low, many people present still heard his voice. Holy fucking shit, you finally said something I can understand. You shameless guy, I can't believe Mengsk would bring you, a red-crowned rooster from Shiloh, here. Titus, who was beside Harnack, jumped up immediately. How did you say that sentence? Not worthy of being in a high-class place. Is that one of your generals? The CEO of the Kellinas Transportation Guild looked at Harnack, showing the calmness of a medieval noble looking at a country peasant. Red Devil Harnack, the leader of the revolutionary army who is in the top 20 on the Terran Federation's wanted list. I'm proud of him. Augustus didn't say anything about Harnack being a country bumpkin who didn't know the rules, and asked the other party not to mind. Why is your name so famous? And I'm Augustus Mengsk's dog. Titus was jealous to the point of distorting his expression. It seems you don't understand. Harnack was complacent, not caring at all that others were looking at him. Of course you should call yourself a name like that first, otherwise they would just call you a nobody. Marshal Augustus. At this time, the executive of the Kellinas Transport Guild stood up and clapped his hands. Just behind him, the wall with the crystal water tank hanging on it suddenly rose up, and a brilliant blue light immediately shone into the conference room. In front of everyone was a huge aqua blue swimming pool, and further away was an elegant restaurant with glass windows. Dozens of beautiful and charming Kel-morian women in bikinis swam in the swimming pool like fish. Their movements were so graceful and free that it seemed as if their legs had turned into fishtails. These beautiful Kel-morian women had fair skin, curvy bodies, and were very eye-catching. I knew this trip would not be in vain. Titus pushed away the dazed Raynor and rebuked him for his ridiculous appearance of not having seen the world. Fortunately, I brought my swimming trunks with me. You are getting married soon, so you'd better keep yourself clean. I originally thought that women in Kel-morian were all hairy mountain dwarves. Curse that Loriswan who left me with a stereotype. Harnack's mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head. Let's go to the restaurant for a drink. Warfield patted Raynor. "Don't worry about those two embarrassing guys. You can't get close to them." When Augustus's generals were in all their ugly behavior, Kerrigan walked from the corner of the conference hall to Augustus with a sharp look. "It may take some time before I can find out whether they are assassins. Vote." Chapter 205 The Kaczynski Family. Augustus could not refuse the hospitality of the board of directors of the United Federation, but he did not go into the water to swim with the charming Kel-morian women in the pool. Instead, he put on his wide-brimmed military hat and followed the CEO of the Kel-morian Transportation Guild to the restaurant opposite the aquamarine pool. The two generals of the Revolutionary Army, Raynor and Warfield, followed him calmly, and Corporal Faraday was busy communicating with the CEO's guards. In addition, more than a dozen CEOs of various Moria guilds also turned a blind eye to these beauties. They had long heard that Augustus Mengsk rejected all the girls' arms when he was a student, when he should have discovered the differences between men and women and developed an interest in the opposite sex. He indulged in the life of a biker gang and often raced on the dangerous roads between the city and the mountains of Stilling, so that people doubted whether he liked men. Moreover, the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army should be a very decent person. No matter what, Augustus should at least behave like that. The CEOs only heard from their spies and corporate spies that Augustus's old subordinates in the Federal Marines, Titus Finley and Harnack Hank, were addicted to women, and they often tried to please them. Inflation and the Great Depression that followed destroyed many middle and lower class families in Kel-morian. The wives and daughters of the dead in the war were left unattended, and countless companies went bankrupt. The pornography industry expanded by about 150 times within a year, and even the spoiled daughters of Moria's big entrepreneurs had to wear gauze. The top elites of the Federation just liked to keep these women from rich families in captivity, to satisfy their special fetishes. As for Titus and Harnack, they completely acted like the leaders of the peasant uprising who had little culture and lacked self-control, and were blinded by the prosperous scenes of the big city. They changed into swimsuits in less than 2 minutes, and took to the water like fish. Just as Sarah Kerrigan said, she really looked at those sexy Kel-morian women by the pool for a while, and used her telepathic ability far beyond ordinary people, to read many of them's thoughts and deeper memories at that moment. It was not until Titus jumped into the pool in his swimming trunks that Kerrigan withdrew his gaze, as if his eyes were pierced by a needle, and walked towards the restaurant. The Ripper power armor from the 4 years war period can do some additional upgrades and cosmetic modifications, and repaint it. As soon as Kerrigan stepped into the magnificent palace-like restaurant, he could see Augustus clinking glasses with the CEO of the Kel-morian Transportation Guild. When dealing with such luxurious and high-end places, Augustus seemed to be very familiar with it. He showed the elegance and ease that a Korhal IV noble should have. A Kel-morian waiter with a blue rose on his chest was handing over a napkin, and Corporal Faraday stood straight behind Augustus, like a sword standing on the ground. Raynor and his companions sat at several other round tables with a dozen other board members of the Federation. There were groups of waiters beside them, and Kerrigan knew clearly that these people were all elite security personnel and family guards trained by guild enterprises. Compared with the Terran Federation and the Umajan United States, the ghost agent program of the Kel-morian Federation was still in its infancy, so Kerrigan did not find even one high-level Kel-morian seeker among the guild leaders, surrounded by these guards. Wait a moment. Augustus saw Kerrigan approaching him, and immediately apologized to the CEO opposite. The latter did not care, but turned around and asked his waiters to serve the food as soon as possible. Whether it was the high-end restaurants of the elite nobles of the Terran Federation or the Kel-morian Federation, they all paid attention to the ritual of dining. Before the meal, there would be many waiters and even poetry reciters to create an atmosphere where everyone was serving a very small number of VIPs. "What have you found out?" he said in a very low voice. "Are they spies, agents or assassins? I'm still investigating. It will take a little time. You know, in such a short time, I can only read the surface thoughts." Kerrigan leaned down and whispered in Augustus' ear. Kerrigan's face was so close that in the eyes of the people around her, it seemed as if she was biting Augustus' ear. "How long is a little time? A minute or a day?" Augustus was silent for about half a second. Then Augustus did not wait for Kerrigan's answer, but used his hand to move her rosy cheeks away, and continued to talk to the CEO of the Kel-morian Transport Guild, who was sitting opposite. Executive, let's get back to the point. Performance is important. We don't need a castrated version of the power armor. You know, the Ripper armor is benchmarked against the Terran Federation's CMC 200. If it is castrated again, won't it regress to CMC 100? Of course, we will sell these retired Ripper power armors to you as junk. Even 200 pounds of scrap metal will cost 5 groats. The CEO did not have too many facial expressions. He had a good alcohol tolerance and drank one glass of red wine after another. We will not sell the latest power armor. These weapons that have shown a generation gap will not be circulated in any arms market for at least 5 years. Well, even a nearly repaired power armor is much better than those exoskeleton armors and military uniforms made of cloth and dye. Of course, the price is still as agreed. You can't expect me to buy second-hand goods at the factory price. Power armor will not appreciate in value. In a few minutes, Augustus negotiated another deal. Minus 80,000 sets of Ripper power armor that have experienced 4 years of Kalian War are enough to arm Augustus's remaining 2 Revolutionary Army legions. The CEO of the Kel-morian Transport Guild said that their factory could only deliver 20,000 sets of the latest Ripper power armor and 100,000 Kel-morian 8mm electromagnetic rifles within 2 weeks. As for the chariots and fighter planes, it would take weeks or even months to deliver them to the Revolutionary Army. Augustus could not stay in Moria forever. Therefore, Augustus was ready to purchase a large number of power armors that the Kel-morian Federation had eliminated after the Kalian War. Although many guild guards and Ripperers valued the hard-earned power armors, they were all the property of the Federation and guild enterprises. If Augustus bought these second-hand power armors, not only would the supply be sufficient, but the price would be even lower. Most importantly, Augustus urgently needed to arm his more than 100,000 revolutionary soldiers. Regardless of whether these armors were reliable, it was much better than letting his soldiers wear cotton uniforms and wield rifles and engineer shovels to step onto the battlefield. In addition, I need at least 2,000 Kel-morian Goliath armed robots and 5,000 heavy tanks to arm my armored forces. After that, Augustus said, similarly, we can give priority to purchasing old Goliath robots and tanks from the 4-year war. We will modify them ourselves. As long as the contract is signed, these power armors, electromagnetic rifles and Goliath robots can be shipped to the Revolutionary Fleet today. As he was speaking, a waiter handed a large stack of arms sales contracts to the CEO of the Kel-morian Transportation Guild. Augustus just glanced at it and handed the contract to Corporal Faraday behind him, who then handed it to the entourage behind him, and professionals would check the legality of the contract terms and possible traps. For such a huge arms deal, no matter how legal the contract is, both parties may tear it up at any time, not to mention that the Kel-morians may not even be able to contact the Revolutionary Fleet that is swimming in the Kaprulu sector. I will pay a part of the deposit first, Augustus said to the CEO opposite him. Of course, I will go through the channel of the United National Bank. Neither the Federal Bank nor the Federation Bank is safe. I will most likely purchase a batch of new weapons during this period, such as deflection field generators. My engineers are very interested in these new technologies of Kel-morian. Finally, I think the foundry in Moria can start work tonight and recruit enough workers as soon as possible to start the machines. No problem, the board of directors will provide you and your generals with the best hotels and the most stringent guards during this period. The CEO of the Kel-morian Transport Guild smiled. You can even stay in Moria for a few more months. Even if the Federal Navy fleet comes to the door, they dare not enter the territory of the Federation. We can't stay that long. Augustus certainly didn't believe that the Kel-morian Federation really dared to confront the Federal Fleet. We will leave after getting the first batch of weapons delivered. After that, I will arrange for a special list to receive the next few batches of equipment delivered. That's a pity, the CEO said. I still think we haven't fulfilled our duty as hosts. I was going to take a few hours out of my schedule to go hunting with you on the grasslands of Moria. I heard that the Mengsk family loves to hunt wolves. That was decades ago. Now there are only a few hundred steel wolves left in the zoo of the United States. Augustus talked with the CEO for a long time before the dishes were served. They talked about everything from astronomy and geography to economics and politics. Augustus almost didn't eat the food on the table. He just chewed a cauliflower and ignored the snow-like texture of Yumagendary beef, French baked snails and thinly sliced Yumagen beetle meat. He kept drinking for the rest of the time. Both sides were very satisfied with the talks. The Kel-morian side got the money, and Augustus got the equipment he wanted. If I have the chance, I still hope to go back to Korhal to take a look. When Augustus talked about how he tamed a caged stealer wolf when he was 16, the CEO sitting opposite him looked at his expensive mechanical watch and said, "I'm sorry, I have to rush back to Herm City to attend a meeting. If you want to visit our foundry or experience the local customs and practices in the main city of Jacob, I will arrange a special person and car to pick you up." He pointed to a male waiter behind him who was wearing a black suit and a blue tie. "He is my director general, and he will be responsible for all your affairs in Moria." After saying that, the CEO, who seemed to be busy all day long, left in a hurry, and the other guild directors also left one after another, leaving Augustus and his subordinates. "You can tell us your travel plans in Moria, and we will arrange an entourage, or you can tell me if you have other plans." After the CEO left, his director general immediately walked up to Augustus. "Don't worry about it. My warriors will protect me." Augustus stood up and walked towards the swimming pool outside the restaurant, while the director followed him closely. Raynor, who had eaten and drunk a lot, and Warfield, who had only drunk a little wine, also went outside the restaurant to gather their guards. While sweeping across the sparkling swimming pool, Augustus calmly watched Titus, who showed his majestic figure, and Harnack, who was also muscular, flexibly chasing those Kel-morian women who were suddenly exposed in the swimming pool, having a lot of fun. Have they always been so ridiculous? Kerrigan frowned and looked at Titus. "Well, not always." Augustus clapped his hands and shouted loudly, after pondering for a moment, "Gentlemen, the game of hide and seek with the girls in the swimming pool is over. You'd better climb out before I get angry, otherwise I will put you in solitary confinement and punish you to recite a whole book of Angus's quotations before you can come out." Augustus' words quickly took effect. Harnack immediately climbed ashore and ran to change clothes, while Titus was half a minute late and came up holding many women's swimsuits. Harnack is a bad boy with a good heart, and Titus is a combination of evil. At this time, Warfield, who walked behind Augustus, gave a timely evaluation. He had begun to grow a beard, but he always kept it only a few inches. "Where are we going next?" Raynor didn't care about these questions. He was still young and energetic. He was always busy, as if he had endless energy. "I'm going to visit the most famous university in Moria, the University of Sake, which is one of the best universities of science and technology in the world." Augustus said, "Let's go there and take a look. We need top talents, and young people are most receptive to new things and revolutionary ideas. Remember Jordan Kaczynski, whom we recruited when we excavated the alien artifact in Marcera? I heard him say that many of his nephews are studying in college there, and they will graduate this year." Augustus learned from a conversation with Jordan Kaczynski that he has two nephews named Milo and Victor. Jordan Kaczynski's nephew Milo Kaczynski is a talented starship engineer of the future Raynor Ranger Hyperion, and his other brother Victor Kaczynski is the inventor of the future famous Widow Ray. Thanks for voting. Chapter 206, Mine Expert Victor Kaczynski. Chapter 206, Mine Expert Victor Kaczynski. Sake University is a well-deserved top research university, with elites and masters gathered. For more than 200 years, this university has provided super elites for the entire Kel-morian Federation. So far, the most famous scientific masters, world-renowned art masters and most influential politicians of the Federation have all come from this palace of knowledge located in the main city of Jacob. Jacob City was built on the landing site of the colonial mothership Jacob. It is located at the origin of all Kel-morians, and is the political, economic, and cultural center of the entire Federation. Sake University stands at the top of the city's building complex. It is known as the most magnificent and artistic building in Jacob City, along with the headquarters of the Kellinas Transport Guild, the headquarters of the Moria Mining Union, the Independent Government Mansion, the Trade Union Building, and the headquarters building of Last Technology Company. From the perspective of Augustus standing inside the University of Sake is undoubtedly a magnificent post-Gothic building complex made of white limestone, bronze steel and colored glass curtain walls. Between the pointed towers are gardens surrounded by greenery, which are planted with pink and purple flowers and deciduous trees from distant worlds. In the barren planet of Moria, water resources mostly rely on seawater desalination technology and groundwater hidden deep underground. Ordinary people always have to pay extra expenses for daily water use. However, the Central Park of Sake University and the nursery covering the entire campus have fountains that never stop, and sprinklers for removing dust and dirt. This university, which has a history almost as long as the Moria settlement, has been renovated twice, and the main art style still remains 2 centuries ago. At that time, the aesthetics of the Moria people were exactly the same as the Earth era, so the finely carved lines and solemn Gothic gates and arches were so common. Outside the low walls of Sake University covered with green vines, there is a completely different scene. In the university town with hundreds of thousands of people, there are a large number of residential communities with high-end buildings, leisure facilities and scientific research centers. Outside the university town are densely populated buildings, and there are thousands of flying cars on the roads and in space. The center of Jacob City is similar to the center of the main city of Tarsus. The periphery is a huge industrial building complex. The combustion furnace, the soaring smoke exhaust chimney and the operating mechanical factory constitute this industrial world composed of furnaces and bronze pipes. When Augustus, wearing a light blue sportswear, walked on the path paved with yellow and white stones, young men and women holding books were passing by him and his entourage. They all noticed Augustus, who was walking slowly with his hands behind his back, and the stern-faced revolutionary soldiers and expressionless Kel-morian agents behind him. It was mid-March 2490, and there were only 2 months left before the graduation season of the new year at Sake University. The graduating students were racking their brains for their projects in the laboratory, busy dealing with the seemingly endless research tasks given by their mentors one after another. Augustus walked and studied the terrain of Sake University, hoping to find inspiration for rebuilding Korhal University from here. It had been a week since he arrived in Moria. Augustus spent a lot of time using hard currency such as Adine crystals to smooth relations between officials in the Moria government, and obtained a letter of introduction to the president of Sake University from the director of the Kellanus Transportation Guild. 2 days ago, Augustus met with the president of Sake University. The mentally strong elder turned out to be a staunch supporter of the Korhal revolutionary cause. He believed that the resistance of the Korhal people deserved the respect of all Kel-morians, while his defeated compatriots only knew how to immerse themselves in the pain of failure. So, Augustus immediately got the opportunity to give a speech at Sake University. Anyway, he had nothing to do while waiting for the first batch of arms to be replenished in the Federation military factory in Moria. He couldn't go out with Titus and Hanak. At present, Augustus has received about 120,000 sets of crimson painted Kel-morian Ripper power armor and 200,000 Kel-morian Gauss rifles. Only 1,500 heavy tanks have been delivered, but the Federation's Goliath armed robots are obviously in stock. In a week, 5,000 Goliath armed robots were delivered to the revolutionary fleet. Augustus also spent all his budget as he wished, thinking about which Federation colony to go to for mining or robbery next. At the same time, if the fleet must sail in the universe for a long time in the future, Augustus must also consider the mental problems of the crew. I can sense that there are some sickers in this university. They should all be students. Sarah Kerrigan, who was following Augustus, whispered as he walked through the gravel path in the garden towards a bronze building with a spire. At this time, only Kerrigan, Corporal Faraday and Vice Admiral Warfield, who was preparing to visit, followed Augustus, while Titus and others had long been sent back to the fleet by Augustus. Their families must be either rich or noble. Corporal Faraday guessed. Among the 3 human regimes, only the Umajan United States, which has always advocated freedom and democracy, has a better situation for Seekers, but the Shadow Guards are also called non-existent warriors and rarely appear in the public eye. The Seekers in the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Combine are in a similar situation. They must undergo inhumane experiments and training to become cold killers. Only the children of nobles and guild elites can be spared. The Kel-morian Combine's ghost project was later than that of the Terran Federation in the United States, but it invested much more resources. The elite of the Federation attaches great importance to their own lives and property. They have a special liking for powerful security forces, and a Kel-morian ghost agent can be used to spy on the business intelligence of competing companies or steal the core secrets and scientific research results of the other party's industry. However, in fact, gifted psychics can easily achieve outstanding achievements in the fields they are good at. Psychics can expand their cerebral cortex and make their thinking more active. And mind reading can easily make psychics develop almost adult mentality at a very young age. Of course, if a psychic has a hidden extreme personality, their extreme degree will be far beyond that of ordinary people. Only the children of guild elites and corporate management can escape the capture of the Kel-morian Federation's psychic laboratory. In addition to Moria, they also collect psychics from all over the Federation and even from the Terran Federation and the United States. Their laboratories may be more vicious and inhumane than those of the Federation. If I have the ability, I hope those psychics can be used by me. I will give them citizenship and build a city for all the psychics in Korhal. Augustus chatted with his entourage and spent more than 10 minutes walking through the beautiful garden of Sake University and walked into a building with undulating curves and huge windows. This is a single-family building with exquisite interior art depiction and decoration. The first floor is a lecture hall with a wide arch. Natural sunlight pouring down from the height pours down from the magnificent huge arched windows. The bottom of the wall is decorated with exquisitely decorated lighting. The interweaving of light and shadow is the art that the designer of the lecture hall intends to emphasize and display. When Augustus, accompanied by his escort, walked into the lecture hall, the stage was higher than the audience seats. There were already thousands of students holding books and pens sitting in the audience. At the same time, many students were entering the hall one after another. Everyone had to make sure that they were not carrying any weapons before entering. When Augustus stood on the podium, Carrigan stood behind the scenes, and Corporal Faraday led about a platoon of marshal's guards to stand in a row in front of the podium, blocking the marshal and the students. These students from the University of Sake who came here were told that Augustus Mengsk, who had recently severely damaged the Alpha Squadron of the Federation Navy, was about to give a speech at their school. This was not common in Kel-morian, but it was a means used by politicians in the Terran Federation to win over young voters. On the eve of the Korhal uprising, Augustus Mengsk gave speeches at many famous universities. The Kel-morians' understanding of Augustus mostly came from the negative propaganda about the revolutionary army in the official media of the Terran Federation. They portrayed Augustus as the Satan of hell and called the revolutionary soldiers under his command demons. These words were heard by different groups, but the feelings were very different. The car completely turned the report upside down. If Augustus killed hundreds of thousands of innocent locals in Marcera, then he should have saved so many people without a doubt. For the Kel-morians, they would see Augustus more as a fighter for freedom. After the Kel-morian War, the Union government signed a humiliating treaty that included compensation, ceding land, transferring technology, and transferring mining companies. All Kel-morians, especially the young people, suppressed their humiliating anger in their hearts. They called for a new war to recover the lost land, and the Union government, which had been broken, had already undergone a major blood transfusion. Defeatism spread among the elite and the top leaders. The hawks who had started the war were driven out of the center of power. The Union board of directors and the capital holders behind them no longer believed that they had the capital to fight the Terran Federation. The Kel-morian Union once had a conceited business empire, but now it is only a sick body that was beaten by the Federation. This is the truth. Any person in power who is not blinded by fantasy and arrogance should realize the gap between the Union and the Terran Federation. In front of me is a great nation. Augustus looked at the dark heads and many pairs of shining eyes in the audience. He rarely gave speeches, but he was almost self-taught and never needed to bring a speech script. Augustus sometimes gave speeches in front of the mirror, imagining that he was facing thousands of people. His clear thinking and language expression ability made him quickly familiar with speeches. Now Augustus just lacked inflammatory speeches. For this, he only needed to learn from his predecessors in history. As you all know, I'm Augustus Mengsk, the son of Angus Mengsk and Catherine Mengsk, a revolutionary from Korhal, an ascetic who holds the torch of freedom. I'm the same age as many of you, have walked through Tarsinus and Marcera, and have seen stars burn and fleets destroyed. Someone told me that the history of the Kel-morian Commonwealth is as long as that of the Terran Federation, and that the Kel-morians are braver, more tenacious, more hardworking, and more prosperous than the Terran people. In Augustus's position, he could not call himself a Kel-morian, and more, he could only give his speech as a bystander. After 4 years of war, everything has changed. The people of the Terran Federation are tyrannical on the land of the Commonwealth and trample on the dignity of the Kel-morian Commonwealth. When Augustus's pair of impressive cold grey eyes swept across the audience, many students did not dare to look directly into his confident eyes, but just lowered their heads to avoid them, and the lowered heads formed a black wave in the audience. From Andron V to Angorim, from Siegelin to the large orbital habitation station of Meinhof, the star flag of the Terran Federation fluttered on the territory that originally belonged to the Federation. They drove away the native Moria people. It was like cutting grass from the ground and letting it die in the Sunday. Augustus' words resonated in the audience, and students waving the Kel-morian flags stood up with the flag draped over their shoulders. In the Kel-morian Federation, there are far more secret organizations and rebels that resist the Federation than the Federation government knows. To this day, there are still several legions that have declared their separation from the Federation and are still fighting with the Federation's army in various places in the Kaprulu sector, trying to reclaim their home world. Augustus spoke in the lecture hall for more than 10 minutes. He was already familiar with how to use specific gestures to mobilize the audience's emotions. He had already learned the gestures of his father Angus, and his tone was neither sonorous nor mixed with unnecessary pauses. Augustus was not reciting, but every word he said was clear and crisp, making sure that everyone could understand every word he said. As a Kel-morian, one day you should fight to liberate the planets that were seized by the Terran Federation. When Augustus said the last word, thunderous applause began to sound in the lecture room. Judging from the warm atmosphere, this should be a successful speech. Of course, this was just an impromptu performance by Augustus, and he was just consciously training his ability in this area. When Augustus walked to the podium, many students squeezed through the crowd to find him, and some passionate young people were so excited that they wanted to join the Revolutionary Army. Augustus shook hands with these people one by one, and even signed autographs. This made Augustus a little strange. When the crowd surrounding Augustus began to disperse, a young man who looked a little shy came to him. "I'm Viktor Kaczynski, Marshal Augustus, and I want to join you," he said. Viktor Kaczynski, the future famous leader of the Federal Resistance, is good at flanking operations, and is accustomed to using spider mines and widow mines. He is known as the ghostly Kaczynski. The Kaczynski family is the real owner of the Kellenis Transport Guild. Thanks for voting. Chapter 207, Colonial Fleet's Request for Help. The Kaczynski family has a lot of connections with me. I have met your Uncle Jordan in Marcera, and he is still leading my team to study the remains of alien civilizations. Augustus looked at the young man named Viktor Kaczynski and found that he looked a bit like Milo Kaczynski, who was hanging around the bridge, mechanical hangar and bar of the Hyperion in the game. After all, they were brothers from the same family. Viktor had a broad face, a pair of grey-brown eyes on a low and flat nose, and only 1-inch long short hair and a short beard under his chin. The young college student was wearing a loose light blue casual suit and a pair of blue and white striped flip-flops, looking like he had just gotten out of bed. Uncle Jordan is a very good person, but after we lost the war with the Terran Federation, he had to flee Moria to avoid being involved in the family's internal disputes. Viktor's voice was as low as that of many Moria people. The Kaczynski family is a large family with many members, and there are constant internal struggles for power. My other uncle Abraham was forced to leave because of the dictatorship within the family. If nothing unexpected happens, I will also leave Moria in the next few years and join a resistance against the Terran Federation. As far as I know, the Free Revolutionary Army, the Fist of Redemption, the Sons of Abram and the Korhal Revolutionary Army are the most famous military organizations in the Federation that are still resisting its brutal rule. There are still many resistance organizations in Kel-morian, such as the Sea Dragon, the Three-Headed Snake and the remnants of the Border Sentinels. They still have considerable military strength. Augustus asked Victor, why don't you join them? Most of them lack support. Their supplies and equipment come from donations from civilian organizations. In a few years, they will collapse from within, disband on the spot, or become uncontrolled pirates. Victor answered Augustus' question seriously. The board of directors of the Federation only provides assistance to the resistance organizations they support, and they keep a respectful distance from the rest. The Kel-morian rebels only fight to regain lost territory as their ultimate goal, and I will only fight for one purpose, that is to completely destroy the Terran Federation and overthrow their brutal rule in the Korhal sector. Very good. Augustus glanced at Victor and classified the latter as a kindred spirit. They smiled at each other and hit it off. But I need to know what you are good at so that I can arrange a suitable position for you. What major did you study at Zaka University? I have obtained a degree in mechanical engineering and graduated early. I'm 9 months away from turning 18, but according to Moria's tradition, I have reached adulthood at the age of 16. Victor smiled and said, when I was a child, I liked to be with explosives. When I was 3 years old, I used a detonator to blow up Uncle Abraham's favorite cherry tree. After I was 10 years old, I began to contact and study spider mines, booby traps and sea mines, he said confidently. Victor behaved neither humble nor arrogant in front of Augustus. As a member of the Kaczynski family, he had met elites from all walks of life in the Federation and big figures in the guild when he was very young. This huge family has influence throughout Moria and most of its affiliated colonies, controlling the transportation industry, shipbuilding industry, and high-end weapons research and development industry. It is a gathering of elites, and its influence is rooted in every spacecraft's crew and engine produced by the Federation. Just like every refined crystal, all produced by the Federation must be engraved with the label of the Moria Mining Federation. I'm an expert in this field, and I have obtained several upgraded patents for spider mines before. Approve your application for enlistment. Augustus agreed to Victor's request to join the Revolutionary Army after a little thought. For him, this is indeed a rare talent. Augustus heard about his nephew's life from Victor's uncle Jordan. Victor skipped grades and was admitted to the most famous Sake University in the Kel-morian Federation at the age of 13. After 1 year of enrollment, he dropped out of school to participate in the research and development of spider mines in the Federation. Victor Kaczynski's breakthrough in the field of spider mine manufacturing materials has made this mine cheaper, and his development of blade-like auxiliary feet has enabled spider mines to dive deeper into the ground. During the 4-year war, 1 out of every 4 federal soldiers killed by Kel-morian spider mines should be attributed to Victor's achievements. After the Kel-morian War, Victor returned to Sake University and completed all the studies he should have completed in 4 years in less than a year. I heard that you have a younger brother named Milo. Augustus asked Victor again. Augustus's avatar in the game is Milo Kaczynski. Oh, that kid. He just turned 10 this year. Victor looked at Augustus in confusion. I'm curious about what made Milo leave an impression in the heart of a revolutionary marshal. He is naughty and likes to play pranks, but we all like that kid. It's just that Jordan often mentioned his nephews and nieces to me, so I wrote down your names. Augustus shrugged. If you have really decided to join the Korhal Revolutionary Army, then you should probably be prepared to leave Moria with the Revolutionary Fleet in the near future. It may be a week, or it may be tomorrow. I told you that I have graduated early. I talked to my family a few months ago about my plan to leave my family and hometown after graduation, and my indifferent relatives are eager for me to pack up and leave now. Victor replied. What do you want me to do? I can start as a private soldier. I want you to stay in the Revolutionary Army's Engineering Corps for a while. After talking with Victor for a while, Augustus already had a plan for what position he should be assigned to. I will arrange for you to be the deputy of the fleet's chief engineer, Rory Swan, who is a Meinhof-born Kel-morian and should be friendly to the Moria people. After a while, I will arrange for you to participate in the development of new mines in the physical research laboratory, he said. I'm very satisfied. Victor smiled. Then when can I start the work? If possible, I still hope to be able to go to the frontline troops fighting on the front line. As of today, you are already a private soldier in the Revolutionary Army. Augustus thought that the people in the Hyperion engineering team were basically gathered, and now only the Captain Matt Horner was missing. There will be a chance to go to the battlefield, young man. After saying that, Augustus patted Victor on the shoulder and motioned him to follow him out of the conference hall. You better spend some time packing your luggage in the student apartment. We may leave this university this afternoon, and then you will never find us again. Don't bother, I don't need luggage, I can leave now. Victor and Augustus walked side by side to the spiral corridor with exquisite patterns of the conference room. Augustus immediately looked at Corporal Faraday beside him and said, "Do the registration, and ask the logistics person to give Mr. Victor a set of military uniforms and an M3 backpack, and 2 sets of bedding, and a military sonic razor." At this time, most of the students in the conference hall had dispersed, and only a few people were still standing here. A very small number of people were ready to follow the Revolutionary Army to leave Moria today, and the rest were just standing and watching. After today, the news of the Korhal Revolutionary Army Marshal's speech at Sakai University will spread to the news network of the Federation, and the media of the Terran Federation will also smell the clues that Augustus Mengsk appeared again after defeating Alpha Squadron. But when the Terran Federation's naval fleet arrived in the Federation starfield, Augustus had already left for who knows how long. The Federation government will immediately announce that he is just a clown pretending to be Augustus Mengsk to attract attention, and his purpose is just to gain fame and fortune. Your speech will go down in history in the future. If anyone mentions the great freedom fighter Augustus Mengsk, they will inevitably quote what you said today. Corporal Faraday said excitedly when Augustus walked out of the meeting. Don't praise me too much. The old people in my hometown always say that honest advice is hard to hear. As Augustus was speaking, the electromagnetic watch he was wearing suddenly trembled. This watch came from the intelligence department of Umoyan. It was mostly used to equip their agents lurking in various worlds. Under normal circumstances, this carefully designed watch can also serve as a communication device. Augustus had already walked down the stairs and signaled the entourage around him to stop. When Augustus opened his watch, a giant projection screen about 8 inches long appeared in front of him. "Listen, Augustus, we are in big trouble." The person who talked to Augustus was Jim Raynor from the bridge of the Hyperion. Augustus frowned and looked at Raynor with a serious face, realizing that this matter was unusual. "What happened? Is there anything worse than Hannick putting his stinky socks on Titus's ketchup?" "We received a distress signal from the 1st Colonial Fleet, sent 2 weeks ago. They were attacked by an unidentified enemy at the edge of the Kaprulu sector. The enemy seemed invisible, and they came from the jungle." Raynor's face was very ugly. After the Federation fleet destroyed Korhal, 6 colonial fleets carrying half of the population of Korhal had set sail for more than a year with the dream of finding a new home for the colonists. "Tell me more details." Augustus was talking, and Carrigan and Corporal Faraday beside him had ordered the soldiers of the guards platoon to form a horseshoe-shaped cordon around them. "I remember that the 1st Colonial Fleet was led by a kid. The fleet consisted of transport ships and a small number of frigates, with more than 3.5 million immigrants, almost all of whom were civilians." Victor Kaczynski, who had a good chat with Augustus, consciously stood a little further away, thinking that he should not know too much before becoming a general of the Revolutionary Army. About 2 weeks ago, the scientific research reconnaissance ship of the Colonial Fleet discovered a planet that was not marked on the official star map of the Terran Federation. This planet has a stable ammonia-nitrogen atmosphere and a jungle coverage rate of more than 70%. The geological movement and extreme climate are maintained within a stable range. The average temperature remains within 24 degrees Celsius. Only a small number of arthropods have been found, and there are no large predators. Raynor said, "A green world with a pleasant climate, and lowlands and dense jungles with pure water sources. This is an ideal colony." They almost thought it was another Korhal. After the colony was established, they were attacked. Augustus saw the crux of the problem. Are the attackers the Federal Army or pirates? Rig has 4 divisions with 80,000 people, and nearly 220,000 reserve and militia forces. Although they only have about 2000 CMC 200 power armors, they are enough to deal with any pirates. Look, they don't know what attacked them. The enemy appeared from the shadows and left quickly. No one has seen what the enemy looks like. These are the images and pictures they sent back. Who can figure out what they encountered? Raynor sent a series of data packets to Augustus. Augustus swiped his fingers on the holographic projection screen on the watch, and a series of pictures that seemed to be stained with blood appeared in front of him. One chest after another was torn open or directly cut in half by some deadly blade, and the wound was covered with black marks, as if burned by fire. The dead were all revolutionary soldiers in their prime, with no old people or children. Their bodies were piled in front of the houses built by the Korhal colonists using prefabricated panels, one row after another, one next to the other, with no end in sight. The tragic death of several of the dead made Augustus unable to bear to look directly. Their chests and abdomens were cut open, their bodies were completely dismembered, their flesh and bones were separated, and their skulls and other bones were missing. The attackers seemed to be using these people to practice dissection, until they became more proficient in dissecting humans. An indescribable sadness and anger flowed through Augustus' chest, and he realized that it might not be humans who killed these people. The only alien races Augustus knew were Protoss and Zerg, and those charred wounds were either from the Protoss' psychic blades, or from the Zerg's acid, but this method of attack was very different from what the Zerg used to do. If it was Protoss, among the many branches of their race, only the Tal'Darim Protoss would likely massacre humans. They were hunted, more than 10,000 people died, and they were all soldiers and officers of the Revolutionary Army. They seemed to like to attack our commanders in particular. Raynor continued, the hunters came from the jungle, and they killed everyone who went deep into the jungle. Cancel all vacations, and tell the sailors who are on vacation in Moria that we must set off immediately. Augustus said, we are the only ones who can help them. Before that, we can only pray that Rick's people can hold on. During this period, the first batch of weapons purchased by Augustus in Moria has been delivered to the Revolutionary Army and is gradually being equipped to the army. These are all weapons in stock, and the rest will take several months or even longer to work overtime. Wait. Augustus suddenly thought of something. Victor, I'm afraid I have to trouble you to follow us to Jacob City. In the mercenary market in Moria, we need some elite troops who can deal with emergencies. Thank you for your votes. The group discussed holding a small competition during the National Day holiday, with cooperative mode and PvP multiplayer group fights. The prize money is sponsored by the book's leader, I Just Miss You, and the first, second, and third place winners will get a total of 1000 UN plus movie tickets. It's an event to give back to fans. If you are interested, you can join the group and participate. It's more fun to play StarCraft with more people. Chapter 208 Hammer Security Company. The mercenary market in Jacob's main city is located in the lower level of the city's vertical building complex, far away from the bustling city center and commercial buildings, between dark buildings and industrial buildings composed of metal transportation pipelines and chimneys. The mercenary market is set up inside a huge commercial plaza. Most of the small and remote headquarters of mercenary companies are next to stores selling cheap industrial products. Even those large mercenary organizations will not spend extra money to rent an entire floor as a headquarters, but choose to spend more money on training bases. The mercenary market in Jacob City is much more deserted than Augustus imagined. Even those stores with neon signs can see many lower class residents shopping. Augustus is on the first floor of the commercial plaza. This huge building covers an area equivalent to 100 football fields. The bottom floor is the commercial area, and above it are offices and sports venues. The first floor of the commercial plaza has a towering dome and a grid of shops. Augustus shuttled between the shops, looking for mercenary organizations mixed in. Augustus noticed that in the commercial center of Moria, industrial synthetic food, desalinated seawater and plastic products are much cheaper than those in Tarsinus. The synthetic food produced by Moria's food factories is enough to feed the 4 billion people on the entire planet. A Morian only needs to work on the factory production line or the unloading dock of the starport for a day to feed a family of 5, but even so, there are still thousands of people starving to death. The decline of the Kel-morian mercenary market is not unrelated to the end of the Kel-morian War. The Federation lost control of most colonies and mining worlds. Its sphere of influence has shrunk significantly. Since the trade routes between Moria and the affiliated colony worlds no longer exist, there are temporarily fewer jobs for mercenaries. Many mercenaries have switched to interstellar pirates during this period, preparing to return to Moria when the market is good. But in the Union, which controls the majority of the population through guild enterprises and trade fleets, powerful people are very willing to hire well-trained mercenaries in addition to forming a private security force. The Union's Hammer Security Company is the largest mercenary organization here, and at the same time, Imogen's Hill and Harris Company also has a permanent office here. Kerrigan, who had already done an investigation, reported to Augustus as he shuttled through the deserted mercenary market. After the Battle of the Kalian, the original Kel-morian Corps also disintegrated and formed various mercenaries or pirate organizations. For example, several Hellhound fighter squadrons of the Federation formed the Cerberus Security Company to provide escort for interstellar trade fleets, while another branch of the Hellhound Squadron, the Hell Angels, became a pirate organization. They dismembered their own legions, and the guild guards who once fought for glory were abandoned by the Federation they once served. Within 20 years, the Kel-morian Federation will never have a chance to turn over again. Augustus said this coldly, and walked into the depths of the mercenary market with his hands behind his back. After coming to Moria, and coming into contact with all kinds of Federation high-level and elite classes, Augustus became more and more disappointed. The Kel-morian Federation once provoked a war with the Terran Federation. In the early stages of the war, they had the upper hand. The Federation fleet blocked the border of the Terran Federation, and advanced to 1/3 of the star systems in the Kaprulu sector. The guild guards of the Federation are known as the most indestructible warriors. The numerous invincible legions composed of various guilds and families destroyed one Federation world after another. Today, the powerful Federation has become a thing of the past, and their rulers can no longer muster the courage to fight the Federation head-on. Since the Federation's territory was compressed to Moria and the nearest few star systems, the Kel-morians have lost the qualifications to compete with the Federation, and even showed a trend of becoming its vassal. Apart from weapons and their fully loaded factories, the Kel-morian Federation is likely to no longer provide Augustus with any support. Iron Hammer Security Company is the best choice at present. Their employees are experienced in combat and have a reliable reputation. After the end of the Kalian War, this company has received many retired guild guards and veterans of the Kel-morian Auxiliary Army. Kerrigan said, "They are the only ones." Augustus also saw many small and medium-sized mercenary organizations along the way, but small mercenaries generally have only 1 or 2 combat teams of less than 10 people, and medium-sized organizations do not have many people with more than 100 people. Mercenaries are often elite, and their numbers are not large. Only those who have experienced hundreds of battles and are lucky enough can survive to this day. Compared with the mass-produced power armor of the regular army, they generally add more reliable parts and specialized weapons to their power armor to cope with the complex cosmic environment and the various enemies they encounter during their adventures. Hill's Mercenary Company is headquartered in Imogen, and distant water cannot quench near thirst. Augustus took Kerrigan and his mercenaries to shuttle through the mercenary market, shook his head frequently, and finally went straight to the headquarters of Hammer Security. "We must rush back to the fleet before 2300 hours today." The last batch of Kel-morian I-type armed heavy tanks, modified from bulldozers and rail guns, as well as the latest purchase of cutting-edge detection helmets and goggles must be in place, so that we can deal with those invisible enemies. Now Augustus is still worried about the colonial fleet that was attacked. If the attackers are the Tal'Darim Protoss, they will never have any mercy on humans. The Tal'Darim Protoss attacked humans because the other party happened to come to their homeland, or it may just be a hunting game for the fun of hunting. As one of the best mercenary organizations in the current Union, the headquarters of Hammer Security Company occupies half a floor in this huge commercial plaza. The headquarters of this company is basically staffed by internal staff and mercenaries returning to the headquarters after completing their missions. Augustus attracted the attention of the person in charge of Hammer Security Company as soon as he appeared. "Hello, my manager Otmar." A tall middle-aged man received Augustus, and he recognized the revolutionary marshal in front of him in just a few seconds. "If we are not mistaken, You should be Marshal Augustus Mengsk of the Revolutionary Army. He shook hands with Augustus and said, "During the 4 years of war, I also served in Tyrissus II as a member of the Guild Guard. When the heavenly demon fell from the sky from the 34th internment camp, where the Federation prisoners of war were held, my snakehead team and I happened to be on a mission nearby, but because you evacuated very quickly, my people did not have time to catch up," the former Guild Guard said with emotion. "But I often think that, if I happened to arrive, maybe my men and I would add to your record and die until assist second. Good and bad go hand in hand, Mr. Rotmer." Augustus shook his hand. "I need an elite hammer security force, about a few thousand people, tentative." Chapter 209, Jungle Planet Baisha. 2490, at 8 AM local time, the colonist settlement August. This is a lush and green planet. From the synchronous orbit, her surface radiating the light of the stars is so smooth and pure, and the circling rain clouds seem to be white spirals spinning little by little. When the planet was first seen, the cheers of the Korhal people resounded from the flagship of the colonial fleet, the Stilling transport ship. They thought it was a gift and mercy from the goddess of fate, but they did not expect that this was a death world that would bring infinite fear. Rick Kidd, wearing a crimson CMC 250E commander power armor, stood in the command center tower in the center of the August settlement complex, surrounded by his Revolutionary Army officers, including warrant officers. Originally, Rick had 3 colonels and more than 20 senior commanders and staff officers at the school level, but now many of their bodies are hanging on tree branches or exposed in the wilderness. Through the huge glass window in front of him, the planet's azure sky, floating clouds and warm sun appeared in front of Rick. In the distance was a vast green jungle. Tall deciduous trees and palm-like plants formed a green ocean. When the warm wind from the south blew through the jungle, it immediately set off lush ripples. Rick Kidd recalled the scene when he first set foot on this planet, and everything seemed to be yesterday. Rick Kidd, the leader of the first colonial fleet, was once a member of the Heavenly Devils under the Revolutionary Marshal Augustus Mengsk. He was an elite sniper with psychic potential, but his psychic talent was not enough to make him a ghost agent. On this green planet, named Baisha by the intelligent adjutant of the colonial ship, ferns, small-leaved shrubs, trees and a wide variety of herbs and vines covered the vast land of Baisha. There were dense rivers in the closed jungle, and magnificent waterfalls were hanging upside down between the emerald green mountains. The air on Baisha is breathable without any treatment, and there are abundant freshwater resources. There are fewer types of bacteria and viruses that are harmful to humans than the main colonized worlds in the Kaprulu sector. The light is stable and warm for most of the year. Baisha has not yet undergone any terraforming, and has a low-level and fragile ecosystem. Arthropods and primitive insects dominate this fascinating world, feeding on stems, leaves, or pollen of angiosperm flowers. The exploration ships and scouts sent by Rick to the surface of the planet discovered a gas resource similar to high-energy gas in some places on Baisha. This gas overflows from deep canyon fissures and cracked surfaces, showing a distinct purple color in the sun, but no matter how tenacious the plants are, they cannot survive in the areas where they appear, and they are all barren. This caused some uneasiness to Rick and the colonels of the Revolutionary Army, and the alien ruins found a few weeks later exacerbated this mood. According to the scientists among the colonists, this may be the remains of a local advanced intelligent civilization or a colony abandoned by a race capable of interstellar travel, but the reconnaissance team did not find any signs of the existence of advanced intelligent life, nor did it suffer any attack. Even though the resource reserves on the planet have not been explored, compared with those miasma-ridden or dead stone planets in the universe, Baisha is still the most suitable near-Earth planet among the candidate colony planets for the colonial fleet. If the colonists were to give up this colony just because of this, they would have to sail at least more to find a planet that can be colonized, and the habitability may be far less than that of Baisha. After repeated consideration, Rick decided to wake up the colonists in cryogenic dormancy in the colonial fleet and hold a referendum among the colonists. This is a world extremely far away from their home planet, Korhal, but for these colonists who woke up from hibernation, it seemed like just a moment of closing their eyes and opening them again. Most of them were still in grief over the destruction of Korhal and were unwilling to sail further. After a long wait, the colonists finally decided to settle down on Baisha. In the first 3 months, everything went smoothly. Colonial ships that were 1,000 feet, about 300 meters, long landed on the planet. The Ka colonists quickly dismantled their motherships and used the ship's hull plates, hydraulic pipes, airtight doors, and all the materials they could get to build the initial civic center, residential buildings, power stations, water plants, and sewage treatment plants. Soon, the first highway and the first signal base station on the planet Besha began construction. Lights appeared in the jungle like the flames of civilization, just like the first bonfire lit by humans on Earth. 7 large settlements that could accommodate 200,000 people each and more than 30 small and medium-sized settlements scattered around them appeared on Besha's vast jungle landscape. Land reclamation and school construction were all proceeding step by step. In order to commemorate Ka and their former homeland, the colonists of Ka named their new city after the old place name of Ka, and everything was developing in a thriving direction. It was not until a captain who was ordered to investigate the alien ruins and his company disappeared in the jungle, and a major of the Revolutionary Army died in his house in an extremely miserable way, that the colonists realized the danger hidden in the jungle. By this time, it was no longer realistic to evacuate Baisha. In the next month, the colonists were massacred from the shadows. More and more people died on the way to open up the land. One isolated colony after another disappeared overnight. Those disappeared colonists were either killed or captured. Rick had less than 2,000 Revolutionary Army soldiers with power armor, and the remaining soldiers were even wearing only thin uniforms and lacked anti-stealth equipment. If you don't know where the enemy is, you can't launch a counterattack. From the beginning, the colonists were in a passive defensive state, and their territory kept retreating to their initial landing point. As more and more people were slaughtered, Rick began to build high walls and watchtowers around the settlements, and arranged a large number of patrols to guard the settlements. The number of casualties gradually decreased. We can't count on rescue from Augustus. They are probably in a war that is more severe than the situation we are facing. Rick muttered to himself as he looked at the green jungle ocean. Green used to be a symbol of vitality, but now it has become a symbol of death. Rick's men all had heavy faces and were silent. "Sir, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Moser of the 10th Division of Stealing. My soldiers have killed an attacker." At this moment, a low voice came from the communication network of the command center. "It's a humanoid creature. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 210 Blood Hunter. March 17th, around 11 AM, Lieutenant Colonel Moser, who was in charge of guarding the western defense wall and outpost of the August settlement, ordered the bodies of the alien creatures they killed to be sent back to the command center, where a kid was. The Revolutionary Army had reported many kills, but so far only this body had been found. Along with the alien body, there was some simple food, including thick bread made of synthetic flour, a few pieces of raw cream, smoked beef, and a few cans of tea. Rick had the body with dark black blood on the armor, placed on a long table with a battle map. Dozens of Revolutionary Army officers gathered around the obsidian table brought from Korhal, talking quietly while stuffing food into their mouths. These Revolutionary Army officers were generally between 20 and 30 years old. They wore dark red power armor lined with a straight single-breasted dark gray coat made of artificial cotton and field army trousers. There was a wolf head badge and a V-shaped rank mark on their chests. The wide-brimmed military hat hanging on the coat rack of the command center was painted with the Revolutionary Army whip-ring badge. The young soldiers only needed to wear military uniforms and wear slim belts to attract people to sign up. Augustus believed that handsome uniforms were very necessary and received a lot of funding from the parliament. The uniforms of the Marines, fleets and army in the Revolutionary Army were different, and they were all equipped with 2 sets of dress uniforms. "Is this the monster that killed Suze, Novi Evan Cecil, the native creature?" While Rick was silent, a major of the Revolutionary Army carefully stroked the black armor that shone with a cold metallic luster. This was an alien creature with rough dark gray skin. It was about 9 to 10 feet tall, 2.7 to 3 meters, much larger than an adult human male. It had 4 fingers with sharp nails on its palms. Its strong hind feet were similar to even-toed ungulate mammals on Earth, and its calves were bent backwards from the knees to the bare ankles. Judging from the structure of its hips, it should be a creature that can walk upright. The staggered wrinkles on his skin made him look like dense scales of a reptile under the cold blue light of the headquarters, but if you look closely and reach out to touch it, you will find that his skin is actually quite smooth and delicate. The creature has a long, narrow, pointed chin and a protruding forehead. There are several inches of gray hair on the back of his head, which looks like some kind of dreadlocks. He wears a helmet made of black alien metal, a full body armor, and a dark red woven skirt that extends to the leg joints. Sharp thorns and blades can be seen everywhere on his armor, as if they exist to kill their enemies as much as possible. His chest was hit hard by several howitzers and thousands of nail bullets, but it only looks a little worn. The wound came from his inconspicuous neck, and the dark purple blood that was almost black had dried up at this moment. It can be seen that this creature is not invulnerable to swords and guns, but also has flesh and blood. Rick simply couldn't imagine what kind of enemy this creature has been fighting, otherwise such a brutal and bloody decoration would be used to deal with his own kind. It took him a long time to take off the helmet of this creature. At this moment, all the officers were horrified by its strange face. This creature only had a pair of dull eyes, no nostrils or lips, and it was impossible to imagine whether it needed to breathe or take in nutrients. Staring at the face of this creature, Rick shuddered with an indescribable throbbing. In this universe, humans have never been alone. He recalled what the Bennett family tutor said to him when he was a child. Among the starry sky, some of the light came from millions of years ago, and the stars that emitted these lights may have been destroyed long ago. There are billions of stars in the universe, and there are infinite possibilities for life. As early as when the Earthlings established colonies in the solar system, humans searched for possible intelligent creatures in the process of exploring this universe, but found nothing. In the Korhal sector, the creatures discovered by humans were nothing more than giant insects and primitive reptiles from Kel-morian. Without exception, their intelligence was not higher than that of a 2-year-old domestic pet dog. The Revolutionary Army once encountered a terrifying alien creature on Victor V. The researchers of the Federation named this creature the Zerg. Obviously, they had already encountered alien creatures. The Federation Army may have also encountered the creatures that the Korhal colonists encountered on Besha, and had already named them, but they had never made them public. He looks so disgusting. A lieutenant whose comrades all died at the hands of alien creatures said angrily. What local species did they evolve from? Crabs or lizards? They look very primitive. Another captain of the Revolutionary Army said. Such primitive people have individual stealth technology that can evade most of our detection methods. Subwarp force fields, cloaking force fields, energy shield generators, cluster plasma light blades that can cut CMC 200 power armor or even arc tanks with more than 100mm armor in two, and particle light cannons that can tear our soldiers into pieces with one shot. This may be the remnant of an ancient alien civilization, Rick concluded. This 20-year-old Major General of the Revolutionary Army was a young man of the Creation family who was desperate about life 2 years ago. He was tired of the luxurious, but spiritually empty days, and lived under the shadow of his excellent sister all day long. However, in a short period of time, he experienced a series of events such as the Kalian War, the Korhal Rebellion, and the Great Escape. These experiences are forging an ordinary noble son into a warrior like steel. However, when facing these alien enemies on Banisha, the steel is like hammering on a ball of cotton. If the leader of this colonial fleet is not a resolute leader, he would have been unable to stabilize the situation long ago. Any army that enters the jungle will eventually go without return, and the people will be killed. This place is outside the Korhal sector, far away from the core world of mankind, and isolated and helpless. However, Rick knew that he must not give up easily. He has an important task. Most importantly, he is one of the most trusted people of the Revolutionary Marshal, the deputy squad leader of the first squad of the Heavenly Demons, Augustus Mengsk. This is the only belief that supports Rick. Their civilization may have regressed to tens of thousands of years ago, but even so, the technology of these creatures still has an overwhelming advantage over us. The small number may be the reason why these creatures have not launched a full-scale attack on us. He said, they have been wandering beyond our sight, weakening our military strength through sneak attacks again and again, and when our army is exhausted, the general attack begins. I even suspect that they have a unique hobby. These creatures are still like some ancient tribes in the Earth era, hunting down the strongest warriors among us to prove their strength. If he is still alive, then it would be great. Finally, Rick said with some regret. Do you know how he died? This bastard and several of his companions were rampant in Moses' military camp. It took dozens of soldiers to kill him. A lieutenant slammed his fist on the table. What on earth is going on? Is this just a training ground for them to test warriors? We are just livestock raised by these creatures. They only attack our soldiers and have no interest in women and children who have no ability to resist. But that doesn't mean they have some kind of chivalry and compassion. Maybe these creatures don't have any emotions similar to humans. God knows where these monsters live. Are they in those alien ruins or underground? We have been passively beaten. I'm more worried that they may have a fleet. Rick was worried. As he said that, Rick took a metal wristband from the creature's arm and picked up a weapon about 7 feet long that looked like a cane with his other hand. Rick spun the heavy cane, knocked it on the table, and handed it to his adjutant. Give it to our engineer. Maybe it will help us research new weapons. Then, Rick waved his hand to stop his subordinates who wanted to stop him from trying, and put the metal wristband from the alien creature on his forearm. Compared with this wristband, his strong arm was so slender. Nothing unusual happened. Shaking his head, Rick handed the wristband to his adjutant in disappointment. Take it to the scientists for dissection. Only by knowing the body structure of these creatures can we figure out their possible weaknesses. What should we call this creature, so that we can unify the command? Alien monsters. Rick said, what else can we call them? Sebald. How many supplies do we have left? After several soldiers walked into the headquarters and took the alien corpse that was still flowing with purple-black blood, the sealed wheat flour, meat, canned fruit and other food should be able to support the 320,000 people in the August colony for 9 weeks. If the production line of the synthetic food factory is activated, we can at least support it for half a year. Food supply is not a problem. The important thing is that we lack high energy gas fuel and weapons. Sebald is a lieutenant officer under Rick. On his dark grey uniform, there is a V-shaped rank badge and a naval ribbon and the Rose Cross medal issued by the Revolutionary Army headquarters to commend his contribution in the Battle of Korhal. At the same time, he was the first officer of the colony mothership stealing, mainly responsible for the logistics and daily management of the colony ship. What about other cities? Rick asked again. The biggest dilemma of the colonists on Basha is that their large settlements are scattered on 2 main plains, and many settlements are separated by mountains or huge lakes. This has led to the garrison of the Revolutionary Army being relatively scattered. There are 3 settlements with a population of about 200,000 people, but only a small part of the army is stationed. He noticed that their enemies seemed to rarely use aircraft, so he tried to use transport planes to reinforce the weakly defended settlements, so that the people in these settlements would not be slaughtered, or the order would collapse due to lack of protection. The food supply in New Redenheim, New Forst, New Danzigsk, New Balak and New Lexington is similar to ours. The brigade level troops and militia stationed in these cities are in a dilemma of bullet shortages and declining morale. The militia is still using old-fashioned water-cooled machine guns and gunpowder weapons to resist invisible enemies, and there have been reports of soldiers committing suicide, said Sebald. The number and location of the enemy are unknown. They have figured out our daily routine and always launch attacks in the middle of the night, hoping to wear us down. We are already trapped on this damn green planet. The enemy is full of malice towards us and has never tried to communicate with us, he said. Rick nodded and hummed in a low voice. As he walked silently to a main control console, his golden hair spread over his forehead like the umbrella of a mushroom. We can only try to build a gas refining plant on the high energy gas springs that have been discovered. Can the purple high energy gas be refined and purified? Rick asked again, after walking around the command center for a few times. That is not a new discovery. The interstellar explorers of the Kel-morian and Terran Federations have discovered this gas on several desolate and dead planets. They call this gas terrazine, said First Officer Sebold. Terrazine is a special high-energy gas that cannot be used as refined fuel. In some backward colony worlds, local residents even use it as a drug. They believe that inhaling this gas can give them some kind of superpowers. Is this true? Rick looked at him. Well, everyone who has tried it has become mentally ill. The SCV driver who accidentally fell into the terrazine gas spring has shown some symptoms of schizophrenia. Sebold said. He began to believe that the planet Bashar is a supernatural being and worshipped it as a god. This poor man always heard inexplicable whispers in the dead of night and thought that Bashar itself was talking to him. It's really weird. Forbid everyone to contact this gas and seal all the terrazine gas springs. Rick gave an order. At this moment, with a ticking reminder, the signal of a Revolutionary Army outpost battle came from the main holographic projection screen of the command center. This is the E9 outpost. We received a distress signal from the 1st Vulture Company of the 9th Division. They went missing in the jungle a month and a half ago. A sergeant wearing a flat cap with a grass grey wolf head cap badge reported. Take it, Rick said. The main screen suddenly showed the common jungle landscape of Bashar. There were about 100 Revolutionary Army Vulture soldiers, motorized soldiers and mechanics lying in dense ferns. Although it was unknown how they survived in the jungle for so long, it seemed that these people were still alive. There was no alien creature on the screen, only human soldiers who groaned from time to time. This is an obvious trap, but they know that humans will never abandon their companions. Rick said coldly. The other party had obviously deciphered the human language. At this time, an English word suddenly appeared on the screen. Bug. Thanks to the helmsman of my star for the reward. Thanks to the king of the high, Teshulua Heng and Agent Ran Gran for the reward. Thanks to the recommendation ticket and monthly ticket. Chapter 211. Deep into the jungle. This newly built settlement consists of 10,000 modular single-story assembled houses and functional houses with more than 2 floors. It is located in the dense jungle of Bashar. A power station powered by a ship fusion reactor provides the energy required for these buildings. The residential houses are distributed in a colonial grid from south to north, leaving a wide 4-lane asphalt road and an airport for transport aircraft in the middle. From the air, it looks like a blue and white grid plate. The components of these square houses are all cast from concrete and light alloys in the factory of Korhal IV. The metal shell of the house is painted with a blue and white primer, and the golden and red logo of the whip ring is sprayed on it. The wolf head of the Mengsk family and the red-bottomed gold star flag of the Korhal Autonomous Region flutter on the command center, which is the tallest building. The periphery of the settlement is a pristine fortification wall more than 10 feet high. The jungle outside the wall has been razed to the ground by plasma flamethrowers and bulldozers to clear the view for the soldiers standing guard on the protective wall. To this day, residents of the settlement still have doubts about the effectiveness of this defensive wall. Rumors and horror stories have begun to spread among the uneasy colonists. They believe that strange alien creatures seem to be able to jump over the high wall with just a light jump and can pass through the wall like a ghost. This colony, which was once thriving a month ago, was full of hope. People temporarily forgot the sadness of leaving their homeland and focused on building a new home. Bashar is an excellent world for colonization, and it doesn't even need the long process of terraforming to make it habitable for humans. This will be the first new home of the wandering Korhal people, who will open up this primitive world with the tenacious character of their ancestors. This is how it should be. Next to the command center is the military camp square and dispatch square, which are also built with prefabricated panels. About a battalion of revolutionary soldiers wearing red power armor and nearly 3,000 soldiers wearing dark gray uniforms holding C-13 Gauss rifles are standing upright in the dispatch square. Next to them are parked light reconnaissance vehicles produced by the Car military factory, and armored heavy tanks with a heavy machine gun on the roof. The flag bearer holds a bright red flag, and every soldier's face is full of solemn expressions. All soldiers are very clear that they are the only wall between their families in this dangerous world. The ratio of Car soldiers is close to an astonishing 5-to-1. Except for the disabled and special jobs, men and women aged 16 to 50 are required to receive professional military training as a reserve force that can supplement the frontline troops at any time. These soldiers, especially those in the colonial fleet, are very complex. There are both working class people in the capital, stealing, and fishermen from the ocean city. At ease, stand at attention. Rick could use the speaker inside his commander's power armor. We are facing strange creatures that we have never seen before. Those monsters are the most terrifying enemies that humans have ever encountered. Rick spent less than a minute to give a lecture. On this planet 8,000 light years away from Korhal, there are two highly evolved intelligent races living at the same time. This race is full of malice towards us and refuses to understand and communicate peacefully. What awaits us is a life and death war. He was only in his early 20s, but he acted like a majestic general. War in the cold, killing as a sniper made Rick the coldest warrior among the demons of heaven. He would never allow himself to fail Augustus' trust or disappoint him. For this reason, all enemies in front of him would be resolutely and without hesitation eradicated. No matter how long the battle lasts, the final result is only one. Either we completely kill these monsters, or we are exterminated by them. Gentlemen, the tough guys of Korhal IV, let those arrogant monsters see what human courage is. His voice floated above the dispatch square. When you return victorious, they will welcome you like heroes. Fight for Korhal. We are the sons of Korhal. In response to Rick, the soldiers immediately shouted in unison. In the eyes of the Korhal people, the Sons of Korhal is not the name of a terrorist organization. In fact, every Korhal who reminds himself to remember the fall of Korhal calls himself the Sons of Korhal, and is proud of it. The Terran Federation investigators will find that there is no intelligence about the terrorist organization Sons of Korhal among the exiled Korhal people, or that all those Korhal people are Sons of Korhal. Order all troops to set off from Alpha Gate, with tanks and flamethrowers in the front. Rick continued to order, let the bombers take off, and prepare to drop incendiary bombs. The reconnaissance plane has arrived above the sky, where the Vulture car company sent out the distress signal. It is 12 miles away from us, and is covered with dense primeval forests. Radar equipment cannot function at all in the complex ground environment, and the thermal imaging equipment of the reconnaissance plane can only detect captured soldiers. His adjutant replied, "Other than that, we haven't found any enemy forces." Rick's adjutant was named Alan Phillips. Like many officers of ordinary origin in the Revolutionary Army, Phillips was the son of a construction worker. When he was a student, he won a full-year scholarship to the Stealing Artillery Academy with his excellent grades, and he joined the Korhal Revolutionary Army as soon as he graduated when the Korhal War of Independence began. Just like this, Rick's officers had a variety of careers before joining the army. Some were pastry chefs or cooks, and there were many people from all walks of life, including elementary school teachers, taxi drivers, art students, and reporters. Augustus Mengsk, the chief speaker of the Korhal Parliament, once declared to his supporters that no matter whether they were nobles or ruffians, they were willing to defend their country. This was the great and united Korhal nation. "They are waiting for us," Rick said. "They are using the lives of our compatriots to force us to send out rescue teams, and they are trying to provoke us just to make us leave the city and go into the jungle. Then, what awaits us is the cruel hunting of aliens." He said, just like the hunters on Korhal, they set traps, waiting for deer or wild boars to walk into the traps, and then shoot them one by one. That's good. I have been waiting for such an opportunity. Our soldiers urgently need to participate in a battle of swords and fire, confronting real enemies instead of shadows or fears. Otherwise, even if these damn monsters don't kill all our commanders, the isolated cities will slowly collapse. We have become the prey. Rick's adjutant Philip said, "Finally one day, humans have become the prey again. Let's go." Rick said, and took over the boatswain sniper rifle that had been with him since the Federal Marine Corps from his adjutant. This sniper rifle was well maintained and shiny, because of the fear that the enemy had the ability to devastate the human air force. Rick did not dare to let all the soldiers march in by transport planes. Rick rode in a Sabre command vehicle from the Kalian War era and walked at the front of the marching column. The infantry lined up in 3 columns and marched at a speed of 3 miles per hour in the complex jungle. Above their heads, there was a regiment of Avengers and 5 Phantom fighters providing air support. The first 6 miles were low and flat jungles. The Revolutionary Army troops had been marching at a faster speed. When they went deep into the jungle, as taller and denser grass and trees appeared, Rick had to order the soldiers to abandon the cars they were riding in and only bring supplies to advance in the jungle. This was a green jungle world full of orchids, ferns and early angiosperms. In the corners covered by plants, there were ancient ruins that had been buried by time. The grass-grey buildings with traces of weathering were engraved with mysterious and ancient symbols and words. In the dark night, these words would flash a mysterious fluorescent green light similar to that of fireflies. Relics older than the entire history of mankind are buried in the dense forests with lush branches and leaves. Those rectangular majestic buildings seem to be Mayan pyramids in Central America on Earth, and the circular altars seem to be related to some cruel and bloody sacrificial activities. In the distance, the terrazine gas springs that permeate the vast primeval forests and grasslands are like smoke columns that rise straight up, rendering the blue sky of Banisha into a magnificent purple. If they pay attention to the sky, they will find that in the clouds of purple terrazine, they will find that huge paddle-shaped fins and the outlines of huge whales occasionally emerge, as if a group of floating whales are swimming in the air. To this day, humans have not discovered that there are strange lives living in some corners of Banisha that are like peach gardens. As the vanguard of the Revolutionary Army gradually penetrated into the jungle, Rick also led a company equipped with power armor to walk in the dense jungle of Banisha. The canopy of dense broad-leaved plants gradually blocked the sunlight above their heads, casting a dark shadow in the woods. The jungle of Banisha was terribly silent. There were no sounds of birds or animals, only primitive insects buzzing on the flowers. The rhombus-shaped leaves of the shrubs were still covered with a layer of wet water vapor, and the uniforms of the revolutionary soldiers gradually became wet and sticky. As the vanguard led by Rick got closer and closer to the destination, there was almost no way to follow in the dense forest. In this case, Rick and his soldiers had to use bayonets to cut down small trees and hard vines entangled between the trees. Because the soldiers' vision was obscured by the surrounding environment in the dense jungle, the officers of the Revolutionary Army had to use radio equipment to repeatedly confirm the location of their troops. Nearly 3,500 soldiers were scattered in the dense jungle, advancing in a search formation, with a distance of 3 to 5 meters between each soldier. Every 10 minutes or so, the Revolutionary Army's marching column would stop briefly, gather the team, and the officers would report to the commander whether their troops had disappeared for unknown reasons. Soldiers in crimson power armor were the backbone of the team, walking at the outermost edge, while more soldiers in ordinary cotton uniforms carried Gauss rifles, gas flamethrowers and heavy machine guns to provide fire cover. When they were less than a mile away from their destination, Rick sent out another team of elite scouts, but that team of scouts soon lost contact with him after more than 10 minutes. Rick and his men immediately realized that the enemy was nearby. At this moment, the breeze blew the plants under the feet of the revolutionary soldiers, and the leaves rustled. Unconsciously, Rick began to sweat on his face and body. There is still no news about Sergeant Nodyard. The positioning device in their power armor shows that he has not moved for more than 12 minutes. When Rick's power boots stepped on the slippery grass, a captain's report came from his helmet. A dozen adjutants and guards in power armor stood beside him, walking forward step by step. These soldiers glanced left and right, using the thermal imaging devices and their power armor masks to pay attention to the slightest movement in the jungle. As the most elite troops under Rick, their masks are equipped with sophisticated anti-stealth equipment. Since the human army of the Terran Federation does not have large-scale stealth equipment, it is unnecessary and costly to equip a large number of anti-stealth equipment. If Augustus had not equipped his battalion level and above command posts with anti-stealth tactical eyepieces in order to deal with the Federation's ghost agents, then for the current colonists, invisible enemies are almost invincible. The function of this detection equipment is limited, so Rick's soldiers can only observe the enemies within the field of vision with the naked eye, which has a fatal blind spot. Rick, holding the boatswain sniper rifle, seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he first held this gun was a human psychic with level 5 psychic power. When he concentrates, the passage of time will slow down. In Rick's eyes, even the shaking of leaves has slowed down, but his mind is still clear. He listened to the rustling sound of branches shaking, and the rustling sound came from the grass in the dense forest from time to time. Rick had been thinking about where he would attack from if it was him. Suddenly, Rick raised his head and looked up at the sky. He suddenly found a vague figure standing on a tree that looked like a banyan tree in front of him on the right. Judging from its long dreadlocks and shining scarlet eyes, it should be the same creature as the monster they killed before. It was wrapping one of his arms around the tilted branches, holding a scarlet, 5-foot-long blade in the other hand, with his feet propped on the thick tree trunk, like an eagle ready to dive down. Pay attention to the tree at 10 o'clock, on the treetop. Rick shouted immediately. Realizing that Rick had discovered him, the creature jumped down from the tree, and the scarlet cape behind it whizzed. The surrounding revolutionary soldiers immediately fired at him, but the male bullets, that could easily tear apart adults, bounced off as soon as they landed on him, and a circular shield avoided all damage for him. He advanced with an elegant pace amid the sound of gunfire, and while running, he easily cut off the head of the nearest revolutionary soldier, and then cut a lieutenant in half with a horizontal strike, and red blood immediately fell from the sky like rain. The power armor was as fragile as a piece of tofu. With absolute calmness, Rick used his well-deserved sniper rifle to aim at the enemy's head one after another, and his loyal subordinates ran forward desperately, firing and blocking the enemy and their commander. The alien monster came along, slashing down 12 revolutionary soldiers wearing power armor, and then splitting Rick's adjutant Philip in two with a knife. He was almost unstoppable until he was hit by a grenade and stumbled to the ground. He obviously underestimated the power of human weapons and trusted his shield too much. When the alien creature screamed in a strange language, Rick could only guess from his own perspective that the other party was swearing. At the same time, Rick repeatedly shot the other's face until it stopped moving. "Can you speak English?" he said to the dying creature in a hateful tone. Chapter 212. The fleet has arrived. The alien creature covered in black armor was obviously on the verge of death. At a distance of only 10 yards, he was hit in the head by 3 7.62mm boatswain bullets, one of which went straight through one of his eyes that was emitting scarlet light. The alien creature did not wear a helmet, and he had paid the price for it. In the bright afternoon sunlight of Beesha, the humanoid creature in black armor gradually turned into countless scarlet light points, like countless red fireflies or sand blown by the wind, rising up with a breeze passing through the leaves and bushes. Rick and his revolutionary soldiers were already accustomed to this. Whenever they thought they had killed these monsters, their bodies would turn into a ball of light dust. Scientists and scholars among the colonists even suspected that these alien creatures were not carbon-based creatures, and their existence was likely far beyond the scope of human understanding. Watch your head or feet, these Beesha bastards are everywhere. Rick was ready to face death when his adjutant was beheaded. In front of Rick were more than a dozen Revolutionary Army soldiers cut open by sharp blades, and his adjutant Philip was also slaughtered. Rick couldn't bear to look at the death of these soldiers. Their severed bodies lay in all directions on the grass, like a group of cod cut by a cutting machine. Rick only took a glance, and then retracted his gaze, concentrating on the front, not caring about how many people would be heartbroken by the death of these soldiers. The Car people were once the most prosperous branch of the Terran Federation colony. Since they decided to resist the rule of the Federation, this nation has been associated with the word disaster. Captain Rod is dead. When the Revolutionary Army soldiers in the rear began to approach Rick's communication channel suddenly heard a noisy report. At this time, Rick could only be thankful that the enemy had no means to cut off human radio communications, or they thought it was unnecessary to do so. No one survived in the second squad of the 1st platoon of the 3rd company. Several Revolutionary Army soldiers stepped forward and checked whether there were any survivors under the cover of others. "We have not found any more traces of the enemy. Lieutenant Ireland will take over his position," Rick said in the communication channel. "Lieutenant Ireland is also dead," a relatively young and immature sergeant replied. "Then you will command the first row." The system inside Commander Rick's power armor showed that he was a first-class gunnery sergeant of the Revolutionary Army. Then, with the sudden cessation of gunfire, the jungle became quiet again. The sudden attack came to an abrupt end with the death of the assassin, and the jungle filled with the smell of blood became silent again. "Keep moving forward," Rick gave orders in his channel. This calm did not bring any psychological comfort to the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, but instead aggravated their uneasiness. Even the calmest officers could not help but feel cold in their hearts. Rick's troops spent more than 40 minutes in the jungle and arrived at the sending point of the distress signal without any danger. However, several reconnaissance troops that had separated from the main force disappeared without exception, and only wailing remained in the communication channel. These alien creatures from Besha seemed to be addicted to this hunting game against humans. They acted alone, or in small groups, nibbling away at the human army in the jungle bit by bit. The breeze in the jungle was still warm at that time, but it was difficult to walk among the dense branches and vines. The soldiers sometimes had to climb over fallen trees and bushes as tall as a person. Their combat boots left footprints with small red puddles on the deep humus layer. It was almost 4 p.m. when Rick found the missing Vulture Company soldiers in a clearing in the jungle. More than 100 Vulture drivers in blue and white combat uniforms and mechanics in yellow and orange suspender overalls were sitting back to back in the broken ferns. The visual aid on Rick's helmet mask allowed him to clearly see the purple light that was constantly overflowing from these people's eyes, which was almost the same color as the terrazine. This strange scene may explain why these people clearly had no signs of being restrained on their bodies, and there was no sign of escape. Except for their eyes that glowed purple, their exposed faces and elbows were all skinny and covered with scars. It was hard to imagine the inhuman torture they had suffered after being captured. To be more precise, their condition was no different from the drug addicts in the streets of the slums of Tarsinus. "Don't get close to them," Rick said in the communication channel, slowly approaching the silent people with his boatswain sniper rifle. Rick thought that these people had lost their minds due to torture, but what was even more incredible was that these people immediately cheered for salvation after seeing the approaching soldiers. "They are here to save us." When the people with purple eyes rushed towards him, even Rick felt a chill. "Stop. Otherwise we will shoot. Who is your highest commander?" "I remember it should be Lieutenant Werner of Pickett," Rick said using the speaker of the power armor. The crowd that rushed towards their compatriots could only stop helplessly when facing the muzzle of guns, and then a soldier in the uniform of mechanical sergeant walked out of the crowd. "Lieutenant Werner is dead. I'm Mechanical Sergeant Sidman Hafen, a member of the Pan-Terran Party. My hometown is in Riddenheim, and my father is El Hafen." The black-haired sergeant staggered towards Rick, but wisely kept a certain distance. "Sir, I saw with my own eyes that Lieutenant Werner's skull was cut open by a Tal'Darim hunter, and then they took the red and white brain tissue out of his skull," he continued. "We encountered the Tal'Darim while patrolling the number 1 ruins. They had weapons we had never seen before. After a hasty battle, we were slaughtered, and finally Lieutenant Werner decided to surrender to the enemy." Rick's unwavering eyes flashed. He did not continue talking to the sergeant, but shouted in the command channel, "Everyone gather around me immediately. Keep your eyes closed to your surroundings, and turn your back to your comrades." After that, Rick looked at Sergeant Sidman. "What's wrong with your eyes? Look at the people around you, and you will know that the purple light is abnormal. Also, you call those monsters Tal'Darim?" "Yes, they call themselves Tal'Darim. We can't understand their voice, but the Tal'Darim occasionally use English. No, it's more like they transmit words to our minds through telepathy. Sometimes they speak, but we don't understand how they do it without a mouth," said the mechanical sergeant, who was so thin that he was unrecognizable due to hunger or other torture. "After being captured, the Tal'Darim took us to their temple and locked us in stone cages, only giving us the necessary water and some fruits from the Beisha to fill our stomachs," said the mechanical sergeant Sidman. "In the following time, my superiors were taken away one by one. They were tortured and interrogated until they died. I was just a mechanic. The Tal'Darim valued the strong and disdained craftsmen and scholars. This is why I have survived until now. Later, they forced us to take terrazine, let us give up our dignity, and fight each other for the few foods. All this was to satisfy the hobbies of the Tal'Darim lords," he said. "Today, they brought us here. We thought this was a new killing game. They have always liked to send the captured humans to the forest farm by spacecraft, and then the Tal'Darim hunters would immediately start the hunting game." Rick digested the huge amount of information in these words, and his attitude towards Sidman became better. "Give them the emergency rations." Praise the great Mother Baisha, we are finally saved. Sergeant Sidman smiled. It wasn't Mother Baisha who saved you. The Revolutionary Army never believed in any gods. Rick looked at him. Mother Baisha, what is that? Mother Baisha is the will of Baisha. She predicted your arrival and we all heard it. The sergeant didn't think there was anything wrong with his cognition. You are not right, he said. You must be reviewed by the August National Security Committee again. At this time, the various Revolutionary Army troops scattered in the jungle began to move closer to Rick, and the sky gradually darkened. Baisha's rotation speed was faster than the Earth, and a few red clouds gradually accumulated on the horizon. Baisha is a pure virgin land. Its beauty lies in its purity and the mysterious ruins in the green jungle. However, when humans knew that it was full of terrible alien creatures, no one had the leisure to appreciate Baisha at sunset. They are coming. At this time, Sergeant Sidman suddenly said to Rick, the Tal'Darim are coming, and they are numerous. This is what Baishal told me. It's fucking weird. Rick stared at Sidman's lavender eyes, not knowing whether he should attribute this to some kind of supernatural power. In Rick's cognition, only charlatans or lunatics would talk about prophecies all the time. Almost at the same time, fierce gunfire was heard less than a quarter mile, about 400 meters, away from Rick, and hundreds of people were talking on the public communication channel. When Rick looked up, just as he saw, a large number of angular black spaceships flew over the jungle. These black spaceships were a perfect combination of killing aesthetics and exquisite works of art, with blood-colored thorns and blades on them. These spaceships projected a rain of death composed of scarlet plasma beams to the ground, and the earth was burning in these beams. A majestic spaceship emerged from the clouds. The sun was setting, and the sun on the horizon was falling, and the blood-like light made it look more bloody and dangerous. Everyone was in despair. These Tal'Darim had the power to destroy human colonies. Perhaps they had waited until now, simply because they thought it was fun. When the giant crushed the ants under his feet, he would also find it fun. At this moment, a long shuttle-shaped Tal'Darim spaceship passed over Rick's head. A Tal'Darim Protoss in black armor and crimson robes fell from the sky hundreds of feet high under the protection of a psychic shield, landing between Rick and Sergeant Hild. As the Tal'Darim Protoss fell, scarlet psychic energy burned around him like a falling meteor. I'm the Ascended of the Tal'Darim, the captain of the Nyan expedition, and the Lord of Baisha. We will never allow you to defile the breath of the Creator and blaspheme the gods. As soon as the Tal'Darim landed, the powerful psychic energy pushed down the trees in the jungle and uprooted the bushes. We hunt strong men. Only true warriors are worthy of a fair duel with me. The others are here just to die. The voice of the Tal'Darim Lord was clearly conveyed to the minds of everyone present. His voice was like the sound of swords, making the human soldiers' heads buzz. Psychics. Rick's ears were filled with reports from various Revolutionary Army units. A despairing fact was soon summarized in his commander's power armor. Thousands of Tal'Darim attack aircraft were sweeping across the jungle where the Revolutionary Army was located. Or you can come together, primitive creatures with mouths. The Tal'Darim Lord raised his proud head, and the conical psychic amplifier on his back was like two parallel blades. This is the first time I have seen an intelligent bug in hundreds of revolutions. I can only play a little game with you, just to eliminate the weakest group of blood hunters under my command. Anna, hurry up, don't let my bloodthirsty blade wait anxiously. The will of the Tal'Darim Lord was directly projected into the minds of Rick and others through psychic energy. Even if he didn't speak English, humans could understand what he wanted to express. Rick didn't answer him, but just tightened his grip on the Gauss rifle in his hand. Everyone in the 1st Battalion should stay with me, and the others should retreat in the direction they came from. As long as you walk out of the jungle and find a car parked outside, drive back immediately. Sergeant Hild, take the other captured people, and follow my people to retreat. Don't look back. Tal'Darim Lord Rick looked at the Tal'Darim Protoss opposite and said, since you look down on the weak, let them leave. No matter how long a bug lives, it is just a bug. The nymphs of Slain only live through spring and summer, and mayflies live in the morning and die in the evening. The Tal'Darim Lord said sarcastically. Rick gritted his teeth, and was about to say something, when he suddenly heard a roar from above. When he and the Tal'Darim Protoss looked up at the same time, the sky was getting darker, and they could see the bright light of several hammerhead battle cruisers landing from the atmosphere. Let me promote it again. Brothers, the National Day Cup is about to begin. Welcome to join the group to participate in the event. The registration period is from now until 12 noon on September 29th. The competition includes cooperative mode, multiplayer PvP and game lobby, tavern, 4-way hegemony, single player mode, and the time is from October 1st to 3. Chapter 213. Duke must prove his loyalty. You really poked a worm's nest. You don't think these scraps can do anything more remarkable than fall headfirst into the ground, do you? The proud Tal'Darim Lord could have spent some time to kill Rick Kidd and his warriors, but he obviously spent more time on how to express his contempt for humans. In your eyes, it is already a warship, but it does not pose any threat at all, just a buzzing bug that can be killed at any time. The Tal'Darim Lord, wearing armor and weapons, stared into Rick's eyes. His body covered with black and red armor was transformed into a molecular state in an instant and teleported to the Tal'Darim warship. In the eyes of humans, it almost disappeared in an instant. We will settle this account later, Rick Kidd. At the same time, the Tal'Darim aircraft carrier Interceptor hovering over the jungle and the small unmanned spacecraft equipped with plasma laser cannons began to climb upward at an astonishing speed, as light as a feather lifted by the wind. Then, the magnificent Tal'Darim aircraft carrier, with its elegant and aggressive slender body, disappeared from the human vision, as if it had never appeared. In the sky of Basia, which had been dyed red by the sunset, a large number of human landing craft, transport planes and fighter planes sailed out from the battle cruisers. The light generated by the friction between the spacecraft and the atmosphere became more and more eye-catching as time passed. This is the flagship of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, the Hyperion. I'm Jim Raynor. Raynor's voice sounded in Rick's communication channel, which made him feel particularly cordial. You helped a lot, Jim. Rick knew that Raynor could not hear what he said, but he still said, I can't believe what these more than 3 million people would do without you. At this time, the night of Basia had quietly fallen, and the lush jungle suddenly lost its color. Under the shining of the stars, all kinds of strange luminous plants began to wake up. Sir, the enemy has retreated. Should we continue to retreat? An officer under Rick asked in the officer command channel. As if in an instant, the Tal'Darim disappeared as fast as he came, and their ground forces soon disappeared into the jungle. Rick and his men all felt a sense of joy at having survived a desperate situation, and they all began to feel proud of their fleet. Rick turned on the searchlight on the front of his power armor and looked around. Stand by. Fire flares. With Rick's order, several fiery red flares swayed and rose, illuminating the night sky. While waiting for the arrival of reinforcement, Rick found the group of captured soldiers and Sergeant Silder with purple eyes, and ordered them to stay within his field of vision. During this period, Sergeant Silder repeatedly mentioned the prophecy of Basia, which made Rick unhappy. Apart from some weird talk, Silder did not show any other problems, and his mental and self-awareness were very normal. Rick did not know whether the terrorism on all planets would cause this situation, or only on the planet Basia. In the next few dozen minutes, Rick was nervously waiting for a world-shaking battle, waiting for a tragic and bitter battle, but until dozens of revolutionary transport planes and shuttles landed in the jungle, the Tal'Darim warships and ground forces did not appear again. He originally thought that, as soon as the Tal'Darim Lord made a harsh statement, the revolutionary fleet that came to reinforce, and the Tal'Darim fleet, would immediately fight in the synchronous orbit of Basia. As a result, he escaped so easily. Then there is only one possibility, that this creature with arrogance in his words, could escape in disgrace. That is, their power in Basia is far less powerful than they say. Rick suddenly remembered the title of the Tal'Darim Lord. He was just a captain of an expeditionary force, so Basia might not even be a colony of this race, but just a few Tal'Darim warships or an army staying here. Hey, who's your commander? At this time, several Revolutionary Army transport ships painted silver and white were parked around Rick. The strong wind from the ship's engine blew down the bushes and orchids with pink flowers in the jungle. A team of soldiers wearing white power armor and with golden eagle emblems on their shoulders filed down. The leading commander was opening his silver-plated helmet mask and walking towards Rick with his unique, swaggering steps. This familiar voice and familiar posture immediately reminded Rick of an unpleasant character, Edmund Duke, the commander of the Alpha Squadron of the Federal Navy. As soon as Rick's men saw Alpha Squadron, they raised their Gauss rifles. Duke immediately said, "Don't shoot, we are on the same side. We are Alpha Squadron of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. I'm Brigadier General Edmund Duke." Duke pointed to the Mengsk golden wolf symbol on his chest and emphasized his identity loudly. "Look at this, I'm a revolutionary. We came all the way from thousands of light years away to fight alien monsters. We spent 2 months on the spaceship alone. It was not a life for a human being. I don't want to die at the hands of my own people." Rick thought he had made a mistake, but Duke's flamboyant tone and his iconic pointed head were too distinctive. Rick had left Korhal a year ago and knew nothing about the recent victory of the Revolutionary Army in Marcera, nor did he know that Duke had switched his allegiance to Augustus after being captured. "You must be crazy. Either I'm crazy, which is even more incredible than hearing that the Tarsinus Federation Parliament resigned en masse, or you are Duke's tragic twin brother. I'm Rick Kidd, Major General of the Marine Corps," he said insincerely. "Anyway, I'm glad to see you. Where are the enemies?" "I'm talking about those invisible monsters. I saw their glittering spaceships in high orbit, and our ships just fired a few shots at them, and they fled like rats crossing the street. In my opinion, there's no need for us to run so far to deal with them. Killing those creation families in Tarsinus is the top priority." Edmund Duke, wearing white commander power armor, led a dozen elite guards from Alpha Squadron and approached Rick. Duke looked at the revolutionary soldiers who were cut into pieces by the Tal'Darim warriors on the ground, raised his eyebrows, but did not show any fear. "Medic. There are seriously injured here." Although he was full of bad problems, Duke did have some qualities that ordinary people did not have. Even though he was over 40 years old, he still had the spirit of a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers and too full of confidence. Whether it was the Kel-morians, the Revolutionary Army or the alien creatures, Duke always rushed up with a gun. If the commander wanted Duke to play his role, he should let him and his troops be the tip of the blade, instead of expecting General Duke to use his brain when charging into battle. They are dead. The enemy is always used to killing with one blow. Rick sighed. "Then, I think we have a batch of bodies to collect. Take these rebels away. The Navy will never abandon the bodies of their comrades." Duke observed the injuries of the dead. At this time, even he did not dare to underestimate the enemy who caused these huge injuries. "It looks like the enemy has retreated." Rick shook his head and said, "What a bummer. I dare say any alien creature will flee if it gets hit by a cannonball." Even though he had begun to take these aliens seriously, Duke would not give in. "Very good. I'm the best at fighting aliens, but they dare not face the famous Alpha Squadron. Oh, I remember you, the youngest son of the Bennett family. I should have recognized you when we were on the Telesis II, but who told us that the last time we met was more than 10 years ago?" After knowing that the enemy had retreated, Duke showed a disappointed expression, but he would not blame Rick for not delaying the enemy. The Duke family has some origins with the Bennett family, where Rick is from. As one of the most influential families in Tarsinus, their family members are quite familiar with each other. "I remember that your sister is a rare Tarsinus beauty. Compared with her, you are an ugly duckling." Duke never cares about other people's feelings. What makes him annoying is that he always likes to bring up things that are not related to the topic, and he behaves unusually cruel and inhumane when he should be merciful. "You are right. My sister is an excellent person, but I'm just an incompetent person who can't do anything well." Rick always looks depressed when talking about his family, but he will not be angry with Duke because of this. "I have cut off all ties with the past." What surprised me more, Duke, if I didn't know that it was the Hyperion, I almost thought that the people who came to help us were from the Federation. Abandon the dark and join the light. Duke obviously didn't want to elaborate on the reason why he joined the Revolutionary Army. "In short, we are people in the same boat, sharing honor and disgrace. Only by overthrowing the Federation can we win a place in the new government. For this, I don't mind smashing the mouths of federal congressmen. Sorry, it's you, not us." Rick shook his head and said, "I joined the revolution not for fame, fortune or any other lofty goals, but because Augustus Mengsk is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. You don't need to be so anxious to show your loyalty. I don't believe that anyone would not like the feeling of holding power." Duke sneered at Rick's statement. "Maybe some people don't like money or beautiful women, but no one can refuse power. My intuition tells me that what you said is true, but there are always exceptions. Rick replied. Haha, it's that guy kid. I knew he would personally lead his men to the battlefield. At this time, Titus laughed and walked down from another transport ship that had just stopped. Look at his arrogant look. I just think he is a dog of Augustus. Duke was furious when he saw Titus. He had a bad relationship with almost every general under Augustus. This is not that Duke has some kind of prejudice against the generals of the Revolutionary Army. In fact, he looks down on any of his peers. His famous bad temper and terrible popularity are much worse than any general of the Duke family in history. Of course, every general of the Duke family has a completely different and weird personality. Some like to run naked after getting drunk, and some will lie on the ground and chew on the wool carpet when they are angry. However, following Titus was Augustus in red power armor, surrounded by fully armed revolutionary soldiers and Sarah Carrigan in black tight combat uniforms. Kid, we came as soon as we received your message. Augustus opened his helmet as he walked towards Rick. His iconic gray hair, gray eyes and reassuring smile almost made the revolutionary soldiers who had just escaped death cry. How is the situation in the colony? Augustus asked him. Most people are still alive. Rick replied. The enemy who attacked us called themselves Tal'Darim. Tal'Darim? It's them. Augustus frowned, and his voice was so low that only he could hear it. Don't worry, their number may not be large. We have only detected 2 Tal'Darim warships in synchronous orbit. As long as they have a few more warships, the Tal'Darim will not flee in panic. He continued. Now our family is much more wealthy. Titus stepped forward. Our fleet has 18 battle cruisers, almost equivalent to the Federation Navy Squadron. Many of them were sent by Alpha Squadron, thanks to our old friend Colonel Duke, who sent us 2 times in a row. It's Commodore Duke. Duke was very persistent in terms of military rank. These aliens have killed countless of our compatriots, and this hatred cannot be let go. Augustus was standing between dozens of soldiers in power armor, and the armor's searchlight illuminated his face. Even if we have to dig 3 feet underground, we must find them all. At this time, everyone could hear his voice, and Carrigan and Faraday and others around him were also recording Augustus' words and sending them back to the fleet. Whether it's the Zerg or the Tal'Darim Protoss, Augustus said the word Protoss for the first time. As long as it is a creature that can be killed, it is not enough for us to be afraid. The truth is only within the range of the cannon. Let me deal with these Tal'Darim Protoss. Duke stood up, eager to show his loyalty. He knew that Augustus had recruited many mercenaries in Moria, and he was afraid that those people would come to compete with him for credit. It had only been a few months since he joined the Revolutionary Army, and Duke was always worried that Augustus would doubt him, and he was extremely insecure. Duke's Alpha Squadron had more than 20,000 resocialized soldiers. They were undoubtedly the bravest warriors, and would never be afraid. I will lead the charge, Duke said to Augustus. Thank you for voting, and thank you for the Archbishop for getting off the ship to reward the whole master. The National Day Cup will start on October 1st, so stay tuned. Chapter 214 Alien War. The Korhal settlers in Basha spent a night of fear. The hunters of the Tal'Darim Protoss were still hiding in the dense and lush jungle, spying on the immigrant camps in the lights and the military camps and command centers that were built by the Revolutionary Engineer Corps. The transport ships and landing craft lit up half of the night sky, and the roar of the engines continued all night. Over 120,000 Revolutionary Marine Divisions, Alpha Squadron Airborne Divisions, and Kel-morian Hammer Security Company mercenaries landed in Basha overnight, and soldiers in various power armors filled the temporary airport. The August Settlement, a large gathering place named in memory of Augustus Mengsk's grandfather, was brightly lit all night. Large numbers of freight boxes loaded with ammunition and supplies filled the dispatch center and the settlement square. Heavy artillery and tanks were dropped to the surface by Apad 40 to heavy transport aircraft. Many armored soldiers, mechanics, and engineers made the entire landing site boil. When the sun rose again at dawn, the August colony, which had been noisy all night, finally calmed down. The soldiers of the Human Revolutionary Army, ready to go, had gathered in the colony square and the open space outside with large excavators, forming neat square formations in battalions and companies. After the expansion of armaments in Moria, the equipment of the Revolutionary Army had been upgraded to a new round. More than 100,000 direct troops of the Korhal people, including a 50,000-man legion of the Port of the Dead people and 4 divisions of the Marsera people were equipped with power armor, mainly the Federation's CMC-200 standard power armor, KMC Ripper armor, and tens of thousands of CMC replica armors donated by the Umajan United States. In addition to adding 1 or 2 howitzer artillery battalions and a fully staffed Krakni railgun artillery battalion to each infantry division to enhance firepower, Augustus also assigned a large number of Kel-morian tracked armored personnel carriers, bulldozer-converted heavy tanks, light reconnaissance vehicles, and versatile box-type Sabre command vehicles to each unit, allowing the Revolutionary Army's ground forces to move efficiently on the complex terrain of alien battlefields. In terms of individual heavy weapons, since the Revolutionary Army obtained a large number of cheap weapons in the military factories in Moria, each Revolutionary Army soldier carried electromagnetic grenades and grenades. Each company of the Revolutionary Army was equipped with 10-man fire support teams, and their weapons were varied, including heavy machine guns, individual rockets, flamethrowers, boatswain heavy cruise sniper rifles, and EMP-jammers for the Protoss. During the more than 2 months of hyperspace voyage, Augustus and his generals and staff officers did not spend all day in the cabin. They designated the corresponding combat plan with the Tal'Darim Protoss as the imaginary enemy, and ordered the scientific station and physics laboratory to conduct research on anti-Protoss weapons. At this moment, Augustus was looking at a holographic projection 3-dimensional map covering 7 major settlements and dozens of small and medium-sized settlements in the headquarters tower of the August Command Center. On this map, hundreds of marked Tal'Darim Protoss altars can be seen, and almost every altar is built on the Terrazine gas spring. We think that these altars built around the Terrazine must be the strongholds of the Tal'Darim, or these Terrazines have important value or cultural significance to them. Beside Augustus, Corporal Faraday was reading the report sent back by the reconnaissance plane. There were only his adjutant and a few others in the headquarters, and the other generals of the Revolutionary Army were waiting for Augustus' orders in their own troops. Major General Lundstein, a descendant of the Korhal nobles, led a Korhal legion, which was mainly composed of soldiers from Korhal IV Stilling, Lexington and Riddenheim, with 2 armies and 3 mechanized divisions totaling 40,000 people. This was the backbone of the Revolutionary Army, and most of them followed the Marshal's headquarters of Augustus. Hank Hank, known as the Red Devil Hack by the Federation, led 2 brigades composed of firebats and gas fuel flamethrowers. They were all composed of the most barbecue enthusiastic soldiers in the Kaprulu sector. The Heavenly Demon tattoo on Hank became the emblem of this unit, a heavenly demon in red flames. This emblem now seems to have some ominous meanings, which can be interpreted as they were born in flames, and will be buried in flames. Lieutenant Colonel Titus Finley continued to lead his 2 Stilling Wolf Hunter divisions. This elite force was often sent to the most dangerous battlefields or the weakest defenses. After further reorganization, Raynor's Rangers have nearly 8,000 elite soldiers. Their mission is to carry vultures and chariots for high-speed maneuvers, and provide support to friendly forces or bypass the battlefield, to attack from the enemy's flank or back. The Legion of the Port of the Dead stayed in the fleet as a back force. They were scattered on various warships as trainee sailors and ordinary sailors, to maintain the normal operation of the warships. Mirahan, who was highly expected by Augustus, was still too early to take office as the commander of the Port of the Dead Legion. Both his qualifications and experience were not enough to convince the public. Duke's Alpha Squadron had more than 20,000 people landing in Besha. Alpha Squadron still used their past emblems, but added the wolf head of the Mengsk family, indicating that this unit was directly loyal to Augustus himself. Except for officers, they were all re-social soldiers, and Augustus did not want to expand Alpha Squadron for the time being. Augustus's old boss, Lieutenant General Horace Warfield, led the Federation troops of the former 33rd Ground Assault Division and a Revolutionary Army Legion of about 50,000 people built on this basis, including more than 4,000 former resocialized soldiers, and the rest were soldiers recruited from the industrial cities and mines of Korhal. Warfield's troops were the main legion of the Revolutionary Army participating in the Baisha War. Duke's Alpha Squadron and mercenaries were the vanguard, and the mission of Anak, Raynor and Titus was to cooperate with them in the battle. These Terrazine altars are vital to the Tal'Darim. Our goal is to seize them, rather than destroy them. In this way, in order to protect their altars, the Tal'Darim have to show up. Augustus nodded and said, our detectors did not find any Tal'Darim city. Judging from the technological level shown by the Tal'Darim Protoss, I think their buildings are likely to be in an invisible force field, or the Tal'Darim actually use warships as their homes like the interstellar pirates among humans. Sarah Kerrigan, who has been appointed as the new adjutant by Augustus, said, we can't confirm where they are in Bashal. Your guess is probably correct. Augustus nodded and said, if the Tal'Darim's understanding of the expeditionary force is no different from ours, then the Tal'Darim in Bashal may not be a complete Tal'Darim army. As long as we occupy those Terrazine gas springs and altars, the Tal'Darim will rush towards us like crazy. Augustus immediately began to issue orders. Believe me, it is undoubtedly riding on the heads of these Tal'Darim and shitting, especially when they do it with humans, who are despised by them. On the map, each Terrazine altar was marked as a point by the intelligent computer with numbers, and the position of each Revolutionary Army Corps was shown on the map in the form of a flag. Order Brigadier General Duke and Lieutenant General Warfield to prepare for the attack. This battle will start at the scheduled time. Augustus looked at the mechanical watch on his hand. Now the pointer on the watch stopped at 7:10. All troops must enter the designated position before 7:15 and advance with artillery shells and flamethrowers. Don't worry about whether it destroys the environment of Bashal. We don't care about any pollution, he said. Have you seen the body of the Tal'Darim? Augustus looked at Kerrigan while waiting for the report that the order was being executed. As usual, this capable agent would only tie his long fiery red hair into a simple single ponytail during combat. Yes, just as our biologists said, this is a creature with powerful psychic energy. Their psychic energy is essentially the same as that of humans, but the composition is completely different. Kerrigan hummed. The psychic energy of the Tal'Darim always makes me feel uneasy and scared, she said. Combined with the current information, the Tal'Darim will use their wrist guards to condense a blade composed of psychic energy as a means of attack. This psychic blade can cut through almost any material known to mankind. It can cut iron like mud and is indestructible. This is similar to the single molecule lightsaber I know of. So, can our seekers use similar tools to condense psychic blades? Augustus' cold grey eyes seemed to be emitting light. Of course, I'm more concerned about whether we can replicate the plasma shield of the Tal'Darim Protoss. What did Swan say? He asked Kerrigan. This is different from what we humans have. Don't worry, little girl, it's a bad thing that you interrupted my train of thought. Kerrigan spread his hands and said, then he left me aside and concentrated on studying the armor of the Tal'Darim Protoss, saying that he would study the blueprints. I don't think he is likely to succeed unless we capture a few Tal'Darim engineers, Augustus said. Swan's deputy, Mr. Victor Kakzinski, talked to me for a while. Kerrigan said, he believes that the technology of the Tal'Darim is based on technology that we can't understand at all. The gap between the Protoss and humans is probably equivalent to the gap between us and monkeys now. Even monkeys have sharp teeth. Don't the Tal'Darim Protoss also use blades? Augustus was talking when he heard the voice of Lieutenant General Warfield in the communication equipment of the command center. The Warfields are about to launch an attack. It's 7:13 now. I'm Duke. Alpha Squadron is in place. We'll soon be able to chop off the sharp head of the Tal'Darim Protoss. Jim is here. On the holographic projection screen of the headquarters, the images sent back by various command vehicles and aircraft showed that the human army on the ground had arrived at the scheduled attack position. There were 5 relatively closed Terrazine altars at the scheduled attack point. A large amount of purple gas was pouring out of the cracks on the ground. The thick purple gas even covered the sky. The vegetation in the jungle covered by Terrazine was sparse, and the branches and leaves of the bushes and trees were wilted. Obviously, Terrazine was harmful to the plants on the surface. A team of bombers modified from Apod transport planes was flying over the Terrazine altar. This bomber formation consisted of more than 45 bombers and was delivering powerful herbicides to the ground, causing the dense jungle to wither rapidly. The lush green jungle gradually turned a layer of withered yellow. This powerful herbicide is mainly used to clear a piece of open space in a complex vegetation environment, and even if it is polluted by it, it will cause almost permanent damage to the land. In the late stage of the Kel-morian War, both the Kel-morian Federation and the Terran Federation no longer care about the damage to the environment. Duke's Alpha Squadron walked in the front, with firebats wearing white power armor and flamethrowers carrying only fuel tanks and flamethrowers in front. More than 20,000 Alpha Squadron soldiers were distributed over a dozen square miles of land. In the back, Warfield's artillery unit had already started firing. They didn't need to worry about the altars of the Tal'Darim. The heavy artillery roared, and those ancient alien creations were immediately submerged in a sea of fire. The Terrazine gas fountain was bombarded, and its composition close to high-energy gas fuel made it burn quickly, and the altar of the Tal'Darim was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. These are all cultural relics, Augustus said with regret. If they were sold to a Yumajan, they would probably be worth a lot of money. The Tal'Darim protest did not respond at all. Kerrigan said while looking at the main screen. "You are too impatient." Augustus was speaking when a hovering Revolutionary Army reconnaissance plane captured the silhouette of the Tal'Darim ground forces below. Thousands of Tal'Darim Protoss warriors suddenly appeared from the right and left wings of Alpha Squadron. They emerged from the subwarp force field and were flexible and agile in the withering jungle. The strong legs of the Tal'Darim Protoss warriors allowed them to run at a speed far exceeding that of humans. These Tal'Darim Protoss warriors were all dressed in dark black armor, covered with blood-red cloaks or robes. Their armor was full of thorn-like spikes and vertical blades. The armor was decorated with the sharp teeth and claws of giant creatures. Some Tal'Darim also hung the helmets of Revolutionary Army soldiers on their bodies as trophies to show off. The armor and helmet styles of the Tal'Darim warriors are not exactly the same. They wear pointed conical helmets. Some have two scarlet psychic blades on their arms, and some hold long-handled double-edged recurved sickles or scarlet crystal spears. Among these Tal'Darim warriors is a huge spider-type mecha with two pairs of mechanical feet. The mecha has a flat disc-shaped body and long mechanical feet, and is weaving a dense scarlet barrage with powerful phase interference light cannons. Those Tal'Darim who are floating a few feet above the ground are undoubtedly the leaders of this force. They are surrounded by a thick scarlet light fog, and there are many Tal'Darim Protoss wearing only a few pieces of rags and naked, looking like slaves of other Tal'Darim. Thank you for your support. Chapter 215 Swan's new research. It took only a few seconds from the moment the Tal'Darim ground forces emerged from the subwarp field to the moment Alpha Squadron opened fire. No longer than it takes a Marine to draw his rifle or a Tal'Darim warrior to ignite his psychic blade. Basha was becoming a battlefield between humans and Tal'Darim Protoss in the withered jungle and dead trees. The electromagnetic guns and magnetic mail guns in the hands of Alpha Squadron infantrymen were clicking, and the firebats at the front used plasma flamethrowers to release a scorching wall of smoke at the forefront of the battle line. Goliath armed robots and arc tanks with deployed brackets were located in the battle line of Alpha Squadron, providing fire support for their infantry comrades between battle battalions. The Tal'Darim warriors advanced in the hail of bullets, and their padded reinforced mechanical greaves allowed these violent Protoss warriors to charge at phantom speed and kill into the enemy formation with overwhelming force. Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron has more than 20,000 soldiers deployed on a front about 15 miles wide, and behind them are more than a dozen artillery battalions and more than 6,000 elite mercenaries from the Kel-morian Hammer Security Company. Compared with the bright white power armor and golden eagle emblem of the Alpha Squadron, the armor color of the Hammer Security Company is much more low-key, mainly black with silver-gray right-angle lines. These mercenaries have signed a confidentiality agreement, promising not to tell what they saw and heard today within 5 years. But even so, the news of the existence of alien civilizations outside the Kaprulu sector will spread sooner or later, and even the most knowledgeable people will inevitably be curious about the mysterious alien civilization, especially when the other party is malicious towards humans. In fact, the Terran Federation and other human governments discovered and named these alien races much earlier than the 2497 year known to the public. After the first calibration, the Revolutionary Army's artillery fired at the location where the Tal'Darim troops were initially reported to have appeared. Intensive artillery fire immediately covered the area of several square miles where Alpha Squadron was currently located. A huge mud column composed of mud, withered plants and shrapnel rose from the ground, and a layer of the ground was lifted up. However, when the artillery commander was preparing for the second round of artillery fire, he had received reports that the Tal'Darim Protoss and Alpha infantry were fighting in close combat. The artillery unit turned to aim at the rear of the Tal'Darim to avoid accidental injuries. Tal'Darim warriors emerged from the thick smoke raised by the artillery fire, getting closer to the Alpha Squadron soldiers who were shooting. Such intensive artillery fire was enough to tear apart the power armor of human soldiers and destroy any known human ground force, but the Protoss troops did not seem to have many casualties, or even unscathed. Their plasma shields were still flashing with a cold light, like solid ice under the fragmented sunlight of Besha. The Protoss' fighting style is different from that of humans who are used to using guns and cannons. They almost never use kinetic weapons with ballistic trajectories, and prefer beam-type psychic weapons. Even so, the Protoss warriors still adhere to the traditions of the tribal era and still fight with knives and spears, but they have replaced stone weapons with psychic blades. Perhaps they believe that close combat between swords can better reflect the value of warriors, but that does not mean that the Protoss, especially their cruel branch Tal'Darim, will not use powerful firepower to destroy their enemies. Behind the Tal'Darim battle line, nearly 1,000 Tal'Darim dragon riders drove flat four-legged armor and advanced in the craters like deep-sea crabs. Their long and multi-jointed mechanical legs walked smoothly in the horizontal pits and gullies created by the shells. As long as the Scolet energy shells of the phase-crushing cannons fired by the Dragon Riders landed in the middle of the Alpha Squadron's line, both the Marines and the Firebats wearing heavier armor would melt immediately, or crack like crushed jelly. These powerful walking mechas come from the Tal'Darim Protoss' close relatives on Ea, the Protoss' origin planet. The Dragon Riders were originally prepared for those Protoss warriors who wanted to continue fighting due to injuries. After obtaining the Dragon Riders from their own kind by unjust means, the Tal'Darim Protoss directly threw the remains and even the brains of the warriors who were defeated in the internal struggle into the nutrient solution, making these losers forever part of these cold mechas. The Tal'Darim warriors were as agile as strong springboks when they ran. The indestructible plasma shield blocked all bullets, shrapnel and even lasers. Their psychic blades dragged Scolet arcs, like jumping flames. The Tal'Darim warriors holding Scolet blood blades jumped into the enemy camp against the dense firepower of Alpha Squadron. In the blink of an eye, blood and flesh flew across the human battle line. The psychic blades of the Tal'Darim Protoss only needed a few swings to cut through the power armor. The artillery roared, and the swords flashed. At this time, even the Tal'Darim Protoss were surprised by the morale of Alpha Squadron, which seemed to never collapse or retreat. The soldiers who had undergone social transformation would not collapse, even if only one person was left in the battle. Their combat consciousness was almost equivalent to that of robots. Never retreat, fight to the death. The first wave of Tal'Darim charge caused huge casualties to Alpha Squadron, not to mention that the Tal'Darim leaders whose bodies were suspended in midair could use their powerful psychic power to release Scolet psychic chains that swept across the battlefield. The Protoss' use of psychic power has reached the pinnacle, and their individual psychic power far exceeds that of any human psychic except Serak Aragon. The total number of human psychics in the Kaprulu sector is only between 1,000 and 10,000, but the Tal'Darim Protoss psychics are everywhere. If psychic potential is the product of a highly evolved species, then the Protoss has undoubtedly evolved to a very high level. The terrifying psychic arcs could easily tear open the power armor. The human soldiers at the center of the psychic chain were directly dried like crabs in an oven, and died in an extremely tragic way. However, Duke's Alpha Squadron was undoubtedly an elite unit. They quickly withstood the Protoss charge, and used EMP weapons and anti-psychic weapons to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. When facing human warriors, the Tal'Darim warriors were able to use their advanced plasma shield technology and psychic blades to kill people, but their number was still too small. Together with the Dragon Knights deployed in the rear, the number of Tal'Darim Protoss participating in the battle was less than 5,000. At the same time, the Warfield Marine Corps behind Alpha Squadron reinforced and strengthened its flank defense line, and Raynor's Rangers detoured to the left wing of the Tal'Darim front, and gave the Dragon Knights in the rear a great sense of oppression. After the Revolutionary Army's sniper shot and killed a Tal'Darim Protoss commander, the Tal'Darim ground forces began to retreat. They used some kind of subwarp technology to instantly recall their troops, as if this was just a test by the Tal'Darim. Augustus, who was in the command center, was watching all this through the monitors of his own satellites and reconnaissance aircraft. There were dozens of different windows on the main screen of the command center showing the battlefield. There were a bunch of people talking in front of the console of the command center, reporting the number of casualties or some data of the fleet in the synchronous orbit. The losses of Alpha Squadron were relatively heavy, but after all, they were all resocialized soldiers of the Federation, so Augustus was not so sad. In comparison, the losses of the Tal'Darim troops were difficult to count. Their soldiers would hardly leave any corpses after being killed or seriously injured in battle, and only a few corpses would remain in place. Augustus's desire to capture a Tal'Darim high-level ascender alive became a luxury. The way the Protoss deployed ground troops was much more flexible and faster than humans, and they could arbitrarily choose the place to start the war and the time to retreat. At this time, Augustus was more certain that there were not many Tal'Darim Protoss in Basha. In his impression, the Tal'Darim here were only part of the Tal'Darim Expeditionary Force, and this Tal'Darim Expeditionary Force was originally an isolated army far away from the Tal'Darim home planet Slain. A few minutes after the Tal'Darim Protoss retreated, Augustus received a communication from Edmund Duke, the commander of Alpha Squadron. Alpha Squadron lived up to expectations. This was a brilliant victory. We easily flattened the Tal'Darim Protoss's pointed heads and burned them into slag. It was as easy as burning a group of cockroaches. The pointed head in Duke's helmet had no trace of hair, and the shiny head was bright enough to reflect people. Duke's reputation was not very good in both the Terran Federation and the Revolutionary Army. Titus, Raynor and Harnack all called him a sinister venomous snake, while aristocratic officers like Grunstein, who had received aristocratic education, called Duke a pointed silverback gorilla kept in King Arthur's court. Of course, he undoubtedly compared Augustus to King Arthur of the Earth era. Duke, I order you to continue to advance and provide cover for our engineering corps. We must not only bury the Terrazine gas springs of Tal'Darim, but also knock down their altars. The artifacts of the Protoss are the most worthwhile collection in all of Caprulu, and as long as the right buyer is found, it is also quite valuable. Augustus ignored Duke's complacent boasting. All the generals in the Federation Navy Command knew that Colonel Duke's report could only be half believed. Even if a small team of Kel-morian's labor auxiliary forces was defeated, it would become a great victory for Alpha Squadron to repel an entire Ripper heavy brigade. But at present, it still seems to be a victory. If the Tal'Darim had the power to defeat the human army, they would not just send 2 or 3 Kitens to scratch their itch, but destroy all the human forces cleanly and neatly. The Tal'Darim do not need to deploy many troops in Bashal. They will hardly encounter any other enemies in this universe. It sounds easy, Duke said, but I think it will take several months if we want to clean up all the altars of these Tal'Darim pointy heads. It's even harder to clear all the pointy heads in Bashal. They have invisible positions. We are completely blind. He said this and suddenly turned his head to the other side, as if someone was talking to him. Marshal Augustus, I have good news for you. At this time, Duke showed his signature smug smile and said in a tone that was almost like asking for credit, if you keep keeping me in suspense, you will never get any medals or promotions again. Augustus knew that Duke was a person who was good at changing his attitude according to the situation. When he was in the Federation, Duke didn't like to please his superiors because he had the support of the Duke family, the Creation family, but now it is no longer the past. The Tal'Darim left some warriors behind when they retreated. We found several spider-type mechas that were destroyed by shells. I think it should be called this. Duke said, in one of the destroyed mechas, we found a dying Tal'Darim with a pointed head. If we can save him, arrange a special plane to send this Tal'Darim to the command center. Send it directly to the field hospital. Also, send all the captured Tal'Darim Protoss equipment together. Augustus said immediately. Then, Augustus called Kerrigan and Corporal Faraday next to him. Call Swan and Kaczynski over to see if these things can help us, he said, and walked to the direct ladder leading to the ground from the command island of the command center. Let Lisa Cassidy prepare an operating room and arrange our best attending doctor. Yes, Marshal. Corporal Faraday immediately saluted in a standard military salute. Outside the command center, there was still a normal martial law scene. Augustus guards were patrolling back and forth. Outside the iron grill isolation wall where the command center was located, was the hospital and the armory. So Augustus, standing in the open space, soon waited for Swan and his assistant who came in a hurry. "Boss Mengsk, we are not too late, but I don't know what made you rush to find us. These days, my people and I have been dealing with machinery and screws." Swan was wearing an orange-gray suspender worksuit, and his clothes were covered with black oil stains. At the same time, a command vehicle that was taking Augustus to the hospital had stopped nearby. As usual, the driver for Augustus himself was either Kerrigan or Corporal Faraday. "I need you to deal with a batch of Tal'Darim Protoss weapons." Augustus smiled lightly, telling Swan not to be too nervous. "Let's get in the car and talk while we go. How is the research on those Protoss weapons going?" Augustus sat in the back seat of the command vehicle. He didn't mind sitting with the greasy Swan and Kaksinski, who seemed a little reserved. Swan was the one who felt the most. A year ago in Minhof, Augustus was only a second lieutenant with only a few dozen people under him. Now he is the supreme leader of the Korhal rebels, commanding more than 100,000 people. Even so, Augustus seems to be no different from the past, but people always feel that the burden on his shoulders is too heavy, so that he is more worried than before. In Augustus' life, he has never lost as many friends and soldiers as he did last year. There has been almost no progress. "I don't like to brag, that's basically it," Swan said. "Remember those void crystals we found in Marcera? Similar things are used to power the Tal'Darim Protoss weapons, but the energy inside is even more violent. The Protoss plasma shield has given me some inspiration. Perhaps we can use this as a reference to improve the defensive shields of the Hyperion and other warships. If we can get more Tal'Darim Protoss weapons or some buildings, there will be much more results." Thanks to Corporal Carey for going out on patrol, Senior Commander of Blackwatch, Agent Rangrong, and Jason 1326 for their awards. Chapter 216, Tal'Darim's Grand Plan. SCT 2490.4.19 1349 Intensive Care Unit of the Hospital of the Command Center of the Benisha Revolutionary Army. When Augustus, who was wearing a power armor, stepped into the intensive care unit, the servo system in the armor made a slight hum. The CMC power armor was so large that he had to bend down when he walked through the door. Lisa Cassidy, the hospital administrator with long wavy ginger hair, was waiting for Augustus with several doctors. Two ghost agents of the Revolutionary Army stood beside them. The latter had a solemn expression and the atmosphere was serious. There were only more than 20 ghost agents of the Revolutionary Army, 7 of whom were from the Victor V Federal Research Base, and the rest were ghost agents of the Alpha Squadron. After the psychic inhibitors of these ghost agents of the Alpha Squadron were removed, and their past memories were restored, they turned to work for Augustus's Revolutionary Army, because of their hatred for the federal government and the Ghost Academy. Because of the Ghost Project, almost all active ghost agents in the Terran Federation have experienced separation from their original families at the age of 3 to 5. What awaits these children next is cruel training. They are trained to be powerful human warriors and learn how to control the psychic energy in their bodies. Augustus attaches great importance to these ghost agents. In other words, he is obsessed with collecting psychics. After Augustus walked in, Kerrigan and Swan and others behind him walked through the door. Because there were too many guards following, more people had to stand outside the door. This Tal'Darim Protoss was seriously injured. Rather than saying that our weapons caused those wounds that were fatal to humans, it is better to say that it was a trauma suffered a long time ago. Lisa looked at Kerrigan behind Augustus and said, "It is hard to imagine what kind of person in the universe could bring such trauma to such a technologically advanced race. If that were the case, humanity would probably have one more enemy. But judging from the analysis of the wound, it was his compatriots who gave him this wound. That must be a nightmare." Augustus looked at the Tal'Darim Protoss lying on the white textile bedsheet. Augustus could confirm that the Tal'Darim spider-type mecha that appeared on the battlefield was undoubtedly the Protoss's Dragoon Walker mecha, and in front of him was a Tal'Darim Protoss Dragoon mecha pilot. The Tal'Darim Protoss was lying naked on the bed, covered only with a silk sheet. He was almost inhuman. His right leg was cut off by some weapon, and the arm on the same side suffered the same trauma. His skin was covered with scars, but even so, the eye sockets on his face still radiated scarlet light, as if there were 2 red stars hidden in them. Those were not human eyes made up of whites and pupils, but points of light that emitted pure light. When the Protoss emotions became unstable, their eyes would wave like flowing water. Tal'Darim, I'm Augustus Mengsk, the leader of these humans. Augustus looked at the Tal'Darim on the sick ship. However, Augustus did not get the response he expected. The Tal'Darim star kept staring at Augustus with his eyes like red stars, but remained silent. He refuses to communicate with humans, but from the information we have so far, the Tal'Darim can communicate with humans directly at the consciousness level, ignoring the language gap. Lisa said to Augustus. Then can he also understand what I say? Augustus looked at Lisa. It is not clear whether the Tal'Darim can easily master our language, but at least they can read your thoughts. Lisa nodded and replied, just like our seekers, they can easily see into the minds of other creatures. You don't know what kind of opportunity is in front of you, Tal'Darim. Augustus turned to the Tal'Darim Protoss and walked closer, while his guards kept a close eye on the Tal'Darim Protoss. No one can guarantee that a physically disabled Tal'Darim Protoss cannot use his psionic power to attack the enemy. Although it seems that the seekers of the Tal'Darim Protoss are also strong and weak, only the most powerful Tal'Darim can release psionic attacks comparable to magic attacks. You can achieve your revenge in my hands. Imagine the Tal'Darim Protoss who caused you to fall to this point, and those compatriots who watched all this indifferently. Augustus said. Augustus knew that, unlike their self-proclaimed orthodox Air Protoss compatriots, the Tal'Darim was a race where the winner was king. In the desperate fights and conspiracies among the same race, the strong would gain status and power, while the losers would have nothing. Every Tal'Darim was a powerful warrior, because the weakest would be eliminated, just like the Spartans in the Earth era, and the relationship between Tal'Darim and Tal'Darim was that of a lion and a lion. This technologically advanced civilization still follows the slave system even now, and they are equally cruel to their own people and enemies. Hearing what Augustus said, the Tal'Darim Protoss turned his head, as if touched. Marshal Mengsk, my assistants and I have obtained 2 spider-type mechas from the Tal'Darim Protoss. After a few seconds of silence, Swan's assistant Viktor Kakzinski said, we found that the cockpit of this spider-type mecha is filled with life-sustaining nutrient solution, and the driver is directly connected to the connected mecha through a neural connection device. This technology is simply unheard of. He continued, thanks to this technology, the driver and the mecha are almost one, and the mechanical legs are as flexible as their limbs, as if the machine is itself. But the cockpits of these mechas are sealed. In other words, the engineers of the Tal'Darim Protoss welded the hatch in a crude and primitive way. Once the driver sits in, he may never have a chance to get out again in his life. How cruel. Kerrigan said again. But maybe Jimmy will like this kind of thing. He wants to merge with his vulture car. Augustus just shrugged, intending to mock the Tal'Darim Protoss. Enough. You are not qualified to comment on the Tal'Darim, the chosen one of the creator. Finally, the Tal'Darim Protoss spoke, and his voice accurately reached the minds of every human present. Perhaps this Tal'Darim was used to being arrogant when he was at his most powerful, but after losing the battle with the challenger, he no longer had the qualifications to be arrogant, and all his confidence and status were taken away. How can you help me with your primitive and backward tools? The eyes of the Tal'Darim Protoss only had Augustus. When the ancestors of mankind set foot on the stars, I was already the most powerful Tal'Darim warrior. Your civilization was as naive as a baby in our eyes. When the core fire of our spacecraft illuminated the stars, humans were still playing in the mud on the ground, fiddling with simple tools, and using branches to make slingshots. You know more about Tal'Darim than your own people. I can't understand it. He stared at Augustus and said, even the immortals can't be well versed in history in the present. Augustus replied, humans are too young in the Kaprulu sector and even in the galaxy, but we know the power of fire. Compared to you, we at least have teeth and nails that you envy, not to mention the gap in the entire race. At least in basic, our army is much stronger than yours. For you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't think a Tal'Darim Protoss locked in a power armor has any future. Augustus said, I'm just giving you a chance to choose. I don't think your heartless compatriots and cruel rulers are worth your loyalty to death. He said. If you can provide us with some information about the Tal'Darim in Basia, such as the location of the city on the ground or more intelligence, I can guarantee that, even if you are despised by your own people, humans will still treat you as a guest of honor. Oh, with your pitiful brain capacity, you may not understand that people don't care whether ants regard themselves as gods. The Tal'Darim said after a moment of silence. Augustus would only show his anger when he thought it was necessary. Do you think my patience is infinite? Let me tell you what I will do if you don't cooperate and have any mercy on an alien race that once killed my people. I will send you to the alien laboratory and let my seekers use the most cruel means to obtain your secrets until you tell the truth, and then you will become a carrier of living experiments. The torture will last as long as your lifespan. Point, you are right. The Tal'Darim Protus saw his own future in Augustus' mind. Since I was stuffed into that damn mecha, I have no future to speak of. I can no longer join the Raxir ceremony and have lost the qualifications to be promoted to an ascender. Even the slaves of the Tal'Darim lords look down on the Tal'Darim among the dragon riders. We are the lowest of the lowest. I know the locations of several outposts, the Tal'Darim Protus said, but I'm not sure if the warriors there have been evacuated. Guards, map. Augustus waved his hand and walked to the bed, almost one step away from the Tal'Darim Protus. A revolutionary soldier wearing crimson power armor handed over a holographic projection device. When the soldier used his finger in the iron sheet to press the start button of the projector, a holographic projection image of a green planet suddenly appeared. These three-dimensional images were scanned by the Revolutionary Fleet and unmanned reconnaissance aircraft parked in synchronous orbit in low Earth orbit and could accurately see every jungle and rock in Besha. The Tal'Darim Protus took a look at the holographic projection of the planet Besha. It was not difficult for him to use human instruments. The Protus also had similar devices, and they were much more advanced. He stretched out his only remaining hand towards the map, composed of pure green holographic projection light. The holographic projection immediately expanded to cover half of the ward, and then continued to shrink as the Tal'Darim Protus's finger moved, until it was fixed on the backlit side of the planet Besha at this moment, which was the other side of the hemisphere, where Augustus was still in the dark. I only remember a few outposts I've been to, the Tal'Darim said. Each breath of the creator altar is different, I should remember. The Tal'Darim marked a few points on the unfolded map, and even used his sharp-nailed fingers to mark the possible number of garrisons. How many Tal'Darim are there in base, sir? Augustus asked him again. Probably between 5,000 and 15,000. We have 3 aircraft carriers and more than 100 transport ships, the Tal'Darim said as he returned the holographic projection projector to the soldier. It's less than I expected. Augustus nodded and said to Karrigan beside him, tell the staff that I will call a new combat meeting in 2 hours. How many planets like Bashal do you have? How many cylindrical battleships like the one that appeared on Bashal before do you have? Countless. Tal'Darim said, we have footprints all over the galaxy. Slane's Death Fleet can easily defeat your broken ships over Bashal. But from what I know, you are only part of a very small fleet. Augustus smiled after he finished speaking. Put away your arrogance, because it is usually linked to ignorance and stupidity. He acted as if he was despising the arrogance of the Tal'Darim. Tell me, how much do you know about humans? When the human spacecraft first appeared in our field of vision, we paid attention to this young race. The Tal'Darim Protus said, there are many such races in the long river of history. Some perished in civil wars, and some perished before the interstellar era. Humans are no different. You are cunning and greedy, backward and ignorant. The human planet is too far away from our territory. The high-level lords of Slane strictly forbid us to contact humans, because destroying a weak race will definitely attract the attention of our hateful compatriots, the Ea Protus. Of course, we are not afraid of them, but for a grand plan. Plan? Augustus asked, what plan? Conquer the entire universe. The Tal'Darim Protus said with extreme confidence, as if he thought it was a matter of course. It is indeed quite great. I have another question. Augustus nodded and commented. Augustus still had the Terran Federation to deal with, so he had no time to care about the Tal'Darim. What are the Ea Protus? Our compatriots far away on the planet Ea. They always pursue flashy golden armor, hypocritical and cowardly. The Tal'Darim Protus said, Compared to them, the Terran Emperors of Shakirus are rats in the gutter, because stealth and sneaking are cowardly acts. Okay, I roughly know it. Augustus asked again. Do you know the coordinates of air? I don't know. The Terran Empire continued. Although our ancestors came from air, that was a long time ago. Now perhaps only the high-level lords know the exact coordinates. Why do you want to know the coordinates of air? The air Protoss think they have hidden it well. It's a secret. I'm just curious. Augustus said, but you should know the coordinates of Slain. Or do you know more about the fragments of the Zelniger artifact? If you don't know, then tell me who knows. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Blast Them. SCT 2490.4.22 Benisha. The other side. The back of the planet, where the Korhal immigrants landed, is also a beautiful world full of lush greenery and vitality. The low altitude basins, plains and steep mountains are covered with lush green plants, and there are clusters of flowers between the mountains and rivers. The hundreds of terrazine altars of the Terran Protoss are located in the green jungle and the sea of flowers of angiosperms. They are simple, solemn and magnificent, just like the pantheon of Rome or ancient shrines. The magnificent columns engraved with mysterious words, symbols, and murals support the inner archdome with exquisite patterns. The patterns similar to shell patterns extend from the outer wall of the dome, as if this is the work of nature itself, rather than human power. The cylindrical columns over 50 feet, 15 meters, high are built into the whole stone wall, almost integrated into one. There are no doors on the wall, only a few tall and wide hexagonal windows. The sun's rays can shine directly through the windows on the wall into the niches on the inner wall, illuminating the exquisite stone carvings used to depict gods. Purple smoke gushing out of the terrazine gas fountain gushed out from the square gap in the dome of the altar and rose up. These historic buildings may not have been built in Besha, and should not even be built by the hands of the Terran or even the Protoss. They are more like creations from a long time ago. A vast plain covered with sparse jungles and low shrubs is particularly conspicuous in the lush jungle. Dozens of terrazine altars are distributed on a narrow rectangular land. From the air, it can be seen that these altars form an unrecognizable regular hexagon. Edmund Duke, the former commander of the Alpha Squadron of the Federation Navy who was ordered to deal with the Terran Protoss, is very willing to call this place Andy Anderson's bald head to mock the impressive baldness of the editor-in-chief and shareholder of the Un-Universe News Network. I can't help but wonder if those pointed heads don't have brains, or if they haven't evolved brains at all. This place is just like a dry bare dirt clearing in the jungle. Any good commander should immediately recognize that there is a Terran base hidden here. Duke stood on a solid hill holding a high-power telescope that could identify heat source signals. His bright white Commander CMC power armor reflected the glaring light in the scorching sun at noon. Alpha Squadron Marines lined up in 3 neat columns were walking past Duke's left, and on the right were armored personnel carriers loaded with soldiers and vulture vehicles that occasionally passed over the personnel carriers at high speed. This unpleasant former federal commander came from a prominent creation family. The only respectable thing about his bad personality was that just as he looked down on other people, he looked down on any alien creatures, even if they showed strong technological strength. Whether in strategy or tactics, Duke dared to despise any enemy he looked down on. But if the Marshal Command hadn't told you that there was a hidden city of the Terran here, you would probably just be here pounding your chest and yelling. At this time, Titus Finley, wearing a huge red power armor, and Jim Raynor, wearing a blue armor, came from behind Duke. If no one had told me that our respected General Edmund Duke was here, I would have thought he had already killed his way into the Terran's pyramid. Titus had always disliked Duke. You'll see soon. Duke didn't even look at Titus, but focused on the front. Give me an imported cigar from Giantport. I spent a lot of money on it. Titus walked to Duke's side and rolled out a thick cigar from the bag hanging on the power armor. Are you kidding me? Giantport is synonymous with piracy, cheapness and inferior products. Anyone who is a Tarsanist knows that it is a place where the most despicable people go. Duke slapped Titus's outstretched hand in disgust, as if slapping a fly. Don't do that. For a fraction of a second, Titus felt a little embarrassed, but it quickly disappeared. I say, General Duke, you are standing in such a conspicuous place here. Aren't you afraid that the Tal'Darim assassins will find you? While Raynor was talking, Titus threw all the cigars into the bushes, where Duke couldn't see them. Duke was actually a man who cherished his life very much. He was surrounded by the elite guards of the Alpha Squadron carrying anti-stealth equipment and the tall Goliath armed robots. Raynor was just teasing Duke as usual. After all, they didn't like each other very much, and Titus often spoke ill of Duke, and it was common for them to fight. If the Tal'Darim assassin dares to come, I can capture him with one hand. Duke put down the telescope and looked at Raynor. After all, the latter's rank was higher than his. Although in Duke's view, the ranks of this group of rebels were simply a joke, with many young people under the age of 20 serving as colonels and generals, because their qualifications were the highest. Augustus can promote his generals at will, and the value of these military ranks is not as high as that of a staff officer in the Navy command. It's just a talk. Don't take it seriously. These aliens are full of muscles, and can easily split the turtle shell on your body. Titus laughed. What are you laughing at? You are just a dog around Augustus, a villain, a scum of the army, and a wanted criminal. Duke was furious. I'm a bad Guasame, and you, a venomous snake, are not much better. Titus was happy to see Duke's angry look, which was one of his few pleasures besides eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Ah, what's the fun? Let me listen to. At this time, Hank walked up the hill where Duke and others were. On his thick firebat power armor, there was a flame of the Devil of Heaven and the wolf head of the Mengsk family. Perhaps it was because Hank had been dealing with fire for many years. As soon as he appeared, everyone felt that the temperature around him had risen a lot, as if the fiery red armor was emitting high temperature like a furnace. Duke was furious when he heard Hanek's iconic cheerful voice. This red-haired boy was a troublemaker. Even though he had become a colonel in the Revolutionary Army, he still picked fights every few days. However, there were far fewer people who hated Hanek than Duke. Everyone knew that Marshal Augustus liked Hanek very much, because the latter valued friendship and friendship more than anything else. If a person could gain Hanek's trust and friendship, he would have a lifelong friend. You'd better shut up, Colonel Hank. Duke was giving orders to the advancing Alpha Squadron on his command channel, raising his voice and shouting at his bewildered subordinates. You already know where to fire. Aim at those Tal'Darim temples and order the artillery to fire immediately. Don't save ammunition and blow up those Tal'Darim's pointed heads. Chapter 218. The enemy dared to attack the Tal'Darim. You have your own tasks, not standing here waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Duke gave the order and picked up his telescope again. Because this is impossible, understand? Marshal Augustus Mengsk is waiting for our victory. No one always brings up the defeat you suffered in Marcera, although that battle has been written into the textbooks of the Navy and Army officer schools. Titus patted his butt and left after mocking him. He walked down and got on his beloved vulture and soon disappeared. Titus's troops were marching on the right wing of Alpha Squadron. The only reason he came here was to mock Duke. Duke looked back at Titus, who was leaving in a hurry. He felt that there was no need to argue with such a boring guy. Titus was a troublemaker when there was no war. The generals under Augustus Mengsk had all kinds of bad habits. For example, Titus Finley was more suitable to be a bandit than an officer of the rebel army. He was not even suitable to lead an organized army, because although Titus was not bad at these things, he was only thinking about making money, and had no time to lead a large army. The others were either madmen who only wanted revenge on the Kel-morians, bomb maniacs who smoked and fiddled with explosives, August, the national security chairman who always had a smile on his face, cold-blooded snipers who killed people without hesitation, or red-haired gangsters who couldn't even commit crimes on the table. My people and Hanks are in the back. Raynor didn't leave, but pointed behind him. Very good, there will be no room for you to intervene soon. Alpha Squadron will deal with all the enemies. You and your people will soon find that you are here for an outing. Just like kindergarten children wearing yellow hats and holding hands, you will return to the camp safely because the Navy fathers of Alpha Squadron are protecting you. As soon as he saw Titus leave, Duke began to brag again. Is your baby about to be born? Hanek ignored Duke at all. His attention was always erratic, and he would always suddenly shift his sight in the next second. It's only been 2 months, you idiot with no common sense. Raynor replied. Yes, after all, I don't have a mother. Hanek became depressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sorry Hank, that's not what I meant. Raynor said sadly. Duke suddenly felt bored and focused on the green jungle in the telescope and the altar in the distance. Just as Duke had ordered before, the artillery of Alpha Squadron had already opened fire at the target, set before the battle. Amid the thunderous sound of artillery, Duke's telescope was already covered by dense artillery fire. Massive armor-piercing shells, high-explosive shells, fragmentation shells, grenades, and missiles overwhelmed everything in sight. Those mysterious and exquisite altars that looked like works of art were suddenly submerged in the artillery fire, and the entire plain was filled with smoke. However, Duke, who had no artistic cells, would not have the slightest pity for antiques or mysterious alien relics. I like this feeling. Drowning the enemy with artillery shells, filled with smoke and blood. Duke's mouth slowly opened and smiled. Fire can solve the problem. Hanek, who was still in grief just now, suddenly stood to Duke's right hand, holding a very unconventional monocular telescope. Do you like the smell of burned meat? Or the smell of barbecued meat? Believe me, after you roast a person, you will never go back to try roast beef in your life. Duke said. After the end of the Kalian War, the firebats and flamers in the Federal Army were all transformed and resocialized lunatics, but you in the Rebel Army are different. You are lunatics who have never been brainwashed and voluntarily wear firebat armor. I can eat anything when I'm hungry. Hanek said and suddenly shouted. Do you see it? There is a huge cover over there. Hanek pondered the words, like a pot cover. I'm not blind. Duke gave an order on his communication channel. Cease fire. Scott's division will set up bunkers and fortifications 3/4 of a mile forward, and the artillery positions will move forward. In the eyes of Duke and others, an unparalleled Protoss building appeared in everyone's eyes. It was a pyramid-shaped building, made of black alloy and scarlet crystal. Its surface was as smooth as cut cheese. Huge and beautiful blood crystals were inlaid on the arch and stepped walls. Red light emerged from the crystal and merged into the top of the pointed crystal. The brilliant light condensed at the top, like the light spots of the sun. Just like the armor and weapons of the Tal'Darim Protoss warriors, the spikes and long blades stood on this pyramid-shaped building like swords, and the swords like a forest flashed a cold light. It looked like the Tal'Darim wanted to use this building as a weapon, just like they threw the blood crystal spear to paste this spike building into the enemy's face. This was definitely not a building made by humans using reinforced concrete or prefabricated panels and modular alloy panels welded and spliced together. It was a magnificent building that was formed by nature. The words engraved on its walls revealed freehand killing and unprovoked tyranny, symbolizing the war aesthetics and art of killing of the Tal'Darim. A Tal'Darim Protoss hub was standing in the distance, towering in the smoke-filled artillery fire. The red light was like a storm in the thin, bubble-like plasma shield that wrapped the magnificent building. The light bridge composed of shaping energy extended from the top of the Protoss hub, connecting dozens of black Tal'Darim buildings that also stood with spikes. The huge scarlet prismatic crystals stood between the magnificent buildings. Hundreds of Tal'Darim Protoss wearing black armor and holding scarlet blades were appearing in the spiritual atmosphere of the crystal tower. From where Duke and others were, they could even hear the dizzying psychic battle cry of the Tal'Darim. Compared to these things, the sky tower of the creation family of Tarsinus is just a child's building blocks or a dwarf's hut. Raynor stood on the other side of Duke, holding a telescope in his hand and sighing. No one has figured out who built the pyramids on Earth. Maybe it was these aliens. What are they shouting? Hanek asked. Guess what? Raynor said. Today we are going to kill those human cubs because they dared to poop on the pointy-headed territory. Hanek exclaimed. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. Duke grinned. Anyway, these are all ours now. At this time, Raynor gradually revealed his bandit style. He has always adhered to Augustus's take-itism. Of course, the enemy's things are his own. Well, when can we get these buildings? Swan and Kaczynski, those two old guys, will be so happy. Yesterday I was addicted to the ladder and scored points. Chapter 219, The Tal'Darim Retreat. The war between humans and Protoss in the northern hemisphere of Basia became fierce from April 22 to 2490, and both sides were dragged into the quagmire of war. The Revolutionary Army mobilized more than 50,000 fully armed soldiers and mechanized troops from Alpha Squadron, mercenaries and special tactical forces, while the Tal'Darim Protoss had less than 3,000 warriors, hundreds of Dragon Knight mechas, and a small number of high-level ascenders and their slaves who mastered powerful psychic powers. Under the order of Marshal Augustus, the frontline commander Edmund Duke restrained his idea of leading the Alpha Squadron elite guard to fight the Tal'Darim Protoss head-on and use superior firepower to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. At least Duke would not fight with the Tal'Darim with bayonets or use knives on the enemy. Despite this, Duke always had such an impulse in his heart, just like his primitive instinct, to always want to destroy something. The Tal'Darim Protoss fought back with their powerful plasma shield technology and particle ray cannons with a caliber comparable to that of the main guns of human warships. They used their sub-warp force fields and shuttles to deploy their warriors and assassins behind the human army and in the weak spots between the battle lines, causing the human army to suffer losses that could not be ignored. Even so, the huge number of human troops continued to advance steadily. The Tal'Darim Protoss far surpassed an ordinary human soldier in terms of technology and individual combat capabilities. A powerful warrior called the Tal'Darim Bloodblade was enough to kill dozens of times his number of warriors without any damage before the plasma shield energy was exhausted. But their main disadvantage was that their numbers were too small. The Protoss was a long-lived race, but their reproductive capacity had always been at an extremely low level. The branch of the Tal'Darim Protoss that adhered to the tradition of survival of the fittest was even more internally attrited. The cruel internal struggle made the number of this race increasingly scarce, far less than their counterparts in Air and Shakurus. With the firepower support of the elite and fearless resocialized soldiers and mercenaries of Alpha Squadron and Raynor Rangers, the Tal'Darim Protoss began to show signs of decline and shrink their defenses 36 Earth Standard Hours after the outbreak of the war, and the plasma shields on their buildings also became weak. Although the Tal'Darim Protoss were still using their incredible portal technology to warp more troops from various forward bases and outposts on the planet of Basia to the battlefield, Duke's Alpha Squadron had begun to advance steadily in the early morning of the 24th. The Tal'Darim pointy heads are beginning to retreat. In the command center of Alpha Squadron, Duke, Raynor and Hanuk were staring at the windows on the main screen, which were the intelligence sent back by the cameras of various frontline command vehicles and fighter planes. It was a sunny morning, and several Alpha Squadron's Wraith fighters were flying over the command center, swaying their fuselages, and gliding like albatrosses flying on the wind. Part of the Tal'Darim Protoss buildings had been completely destroyed, and the black alloy wreckage of the buildings was scattered on the ground like broken glass. The sun shone on the ruins, and the wreckage of the buildings shone with the luster of obsidian. A particle light cannon mounted on the Protoss hub opened fire, and the extremely thick scarlet beam instantly swept across a large area of Alpha Squadron's bunkers and the infantry formations that were marching in formation, leaving a black gully half a mile long and dozens of feet wide on the ground. The Alpha Squadron soldiers who were swept were vaporized in an instant. These bastards. Raynor's face began to twitch. This time, Alpha Squadron lost at least a few hundred people and 5 arc tanks that had been set up. Duke's face remained unchanged. He didn't even blink at the loss of Alpha Squadron, and he didn't feel any regret for the death of those soldiers who were criminals. To Duke, his soldiers were just pawns on the war sandbox. They didn't care about the lives of soldiers or people. They would do anything to win. This was a common problem among many noble officers of the Terran Federation. I can't believe that there might be a day when we might have a full-scale war with the Tal'Darim Protoss, Raynor said. What worries me most is that this is not the first alien race that humans have encountered. For the Terran Federation, more enemies will force them to mobilize more forces to defend the fringe galaxies. Duke was indifferent to the loss of his men. This is good for us, because the Revolutionary Army doesn't have too many planets to defend, and the Federation owns hundreds of worlds, after annexing most of the colonies of the Kel-morian Federation. It seems that you got into the role quickly, Duke. Hanek shrugged and said, but how do you know that those bamboo shoots can't tell the difference between us and the Federation? They don't care if you are a grasshopper or an ant, Hank, but I bet they won't take it out on the people of the Federation. Raynor said, unless their leader is a lunatic who has gone crazy because of smoking too much terrazine. But honestly, the incident in Baisha is entirely their fault. If they didn't want us to colonize this planet, they could have warned us in advance instead of massacring innocent civilians. But no matter what, we have completely forged a feud with the Tal'Darim Protoss. So many of us died. This matter is not over. Hanek and Raynor thought completely oppositely. Raynor was worried about the revenge of the Tal'Darim Protoss, while he was full of the fact that the Tal'Darim were in big trouble this time. While the generals under Augustus were discussing the consequences of their conflict with the Tal'Darim in BC, the command center received a series of reports from a frontline unit. The reports showed that the Tal'Darim had abandoned their base and began to retreat. A company of resocialized soldiers, including officers from Alpha Squadron, took the lead in attacking the Tal'Darim's defensive position, bringing a rare honor to their commander, Brigadier General Duke. See, this is Alpha Squadron. Duke knocked on the chest of his power armor with his iron gauntlet, intending to show off the golden eagle emblem on it. The Tal'Darim can't withstand our offensive. They retreat. On the screen, the Tal'Darim warriors can be seen retreating to the subwarp force field surrounded by a layer of spiritual aura around the crystal tower. The Tal'Darim shuttles and long shuttle fighters that can fly at high speed without thrusters are rising into the clouds like a gust of wind. Too strong. Although Hanek himself did not mean to be sarcastic, Duke still looked angry. Write a report to the Marshal's headquarters and tell them that Edmund Duke wants to give him a palace of Tal'Darim's pointed heads. Duke, who has a pointed head and a protruding forehead, said to his adjutant, whether I can become an admiral depends on these pointed heads. When the time comes, you can just wait to serve me tea and water. Chapter 220 Agraya. The people of the August colony are boarding shuttles and transport ships that were lowered to the surface of Baisha by the Revolutionary Army soldiers wearing crimson power armor and armed with live ammunition. The workers among the settlers in the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps are dismantling the modular building panels of the colony under the leadership of Rory Swan, recycling all usable materials. Although the Revolutionary Army has an advantage in the battle with the Tal'Darim of Baisha, Baisha is no longer suitable for human colonization. The fleet and troops of the Tal'Darim Protoss have advanced stealth technology. As long as they do not show up, the Revolutionary Army cannot completely wipe out the Tal'Darim Protoss of Baisha. At the same time, a planet with blurred territorial boundaries must be the cause and fuse of many wars. Augustus would rather leave than let his people be in killing and war again. At this moment, Augustus is standing in the central square of the August colony and watching the busy workers. Augustus and several of his guards stood in the wide square. The workers were using laser melting guns, pliers, and screwdrivers to retrieve everything they could. Fortunately, the buildings in the settlement were designed for rapid construction and recycling. At this time, Augustus received the news of Alpha Squadron's victory, and then more good news came. The fleet detected the fluctuations of hyperspace jumps and traces of space folding at the edge of the Baisha system. According to the scale of the jump signal, it should be a fleet of the Tal'Darim Protoss. Kerrigan reported. So they have given up on Baishal? Augustus said in surprise. This is not the style of the Tal'Darim Protoss. I thought they would at least say something harsh before fleeing. Indeed. Kerrigan paused. The Tal'Darim of Baishal sent a message to our command center before retreating. They said that the Tal'Darim will definitely return again, and then humans will face the wrath of the High Lords, and the blood hunters of the Tal'Darim will hunt Augustus Mengsk to the ends of the earth. The Revolutionary Army obtained a lot of intelligence from the captured Tal'Darim Dragon Rider pilot, and linguists are gradually deciphering the Protoss's writing. At the same time, Augustus also learned that these Tal'Darim were just a fleet exiled by the mainstream world of the Tal'Darim. They occupied many lost worlds of ancient civilizations including Monlace and Typhon, and those planets were likely to be buried with fragments of the Zelnagar artifacts. Glad to hear that. Augustus said, write down this paragraph. I will return it intact to their high-ranking lords. Since we don't know when the revenge of the Tal'Darim will come, we can't stay in Baishal anymore. He said, we need to find a new place to settle. There may be more planets of the Tal'Darim in this direction, and the course of the fleet must be changed. Several star systems near Bashal do not have planets that can support life, Kerrigan said. Then transfer the people of Bashal to remote colonies within the Kaprulu sector first. Augustus asked again, which planets are closest to us that can be settled now? Karis, Mirequaevi and the remote Federation settlement of Agria. Kerrigan replied, Kalis and Mirequaevi are both undeveloped worlds to be colonized, inhabited by only tens of thousands of pioneers and soldiers. According to the official report of the Tarsinus Immigration Bureau, they will develop these worlds within 5 to 10 years. But according to convention and the efficiency of federal officials, they will not be very enthusiastic about colonization, unless there is money to be made from it. Only those who are not satisfied with the status quo and are enterprising will devote themselves to the colonial cause in the endless sea of stars, and these people are usually those who have been religiously persecuted, retired soldiers or even pirates. Put these two planets on the list of alternative colonies. Augustus said, send a colonial team of at least 500,000 people to each planet and station at least one army division there to build space stations and interstellar ports in the planet's synchronous orbit. The rest of the people, Augustus pondered. He knew very well that eggs should not be put in one basket. As far as I know, colonized worlds like Agria, which have only been developed for a dozen years, are almost semi-independent because they are too far away from the federal government of Tarsinus. Even at the fastest speed, it takes 3 standard natural months for information there to reach Tarsinus. This is why the Agria people are called barbarians, because they have long been forgotten by the civilized world. Yes, Kerrigan said, Agria was founded by Dr. Hansen of the University of Tarsinus. He and his followers established the first immigrant town and the first biological laboratory on that rich planet. Since this is a colony established by a group of immigrants, rather than the Terran federal government, the federal government has not yet established a permanent institution there, or sent a governor to the settlement. Currently, there are less than 600,000 people in Agria, but that pure virgin land is becoming the best choice for immigrants from all of Kaprulu. The local area also encourages the influx of new immigrants, and has formulated many preferential policies for this purpose. Augustus nodded, but said nothing more. He was weighing the feasibility of immigrating to Agria, or taking the planet into his pocket. Anything else to report? All I've heard these days is bad news. General Duke sent some machinery found in the Tal'Darim base here overnight. Sarah Kerrigan Hunt, they found a large number of neatly cut adene crystals and high energy gases canned in the Tal'Darim Protus buildings. This shows that our valuable resources are equally important to them. The Tal'Darim Protus use intelligent machinery to collect resources such as adene crystals and terrazine. Their high-energy gas extraction facilities are extremely advanced and seem to be able to transmit the gas directly to their storage facilities. This is very useful for Swan's research. Through the clumsy imitation of the Tal'Darim Protus high-energy gas extraction facilities, the innovation of extraction technology can greatly improve the efficiency of our gas refineries. Although we still can't understand how the Tal'Darim Protus can deploy their troops instantly on the battlefield, their space technology can help Swan complete the final design of the orbital airdrop capsule and airdrop bunker. Laurie Swan is a treasure of mankind. Augustus nodded and said, recruiting him may be the wisest choice I have ever made. That's just one of your many wise choices. Kerrigan disagreed with Augustus's statement. You too. Augustus said, where are my generals now? Augustus asked again, when Kerrigan was slightly stunned. Duke's Alpha Squadron is still cleaning up the other side of the planet. Raynor and Hank discovered an underground cage where the Tal'Darim Protus held human captives, including nearly 50,000 abducted immigrants. The Tal'Darim Protus locked them in a closed space, filled with terrazine to observe what effect these gases would have on humans. You've told me about this before, terrazine. Augustus sighed, as if mourning for his people. Their brains have been damaged by the terrazine, and they are controlled by the imaginary gods in their minds, and they can no longer leave the terrazine. He said, a new cult has been born in Baisha, and they regard Baisha as the mother and savior of all mankind. Kerrigan shook her head repeatedly. Our doctors are helpless. They cannot save a person's spirit unless they cut open the patient's skull. These people don't want to leave with us, do they? Augustus asked regretfully. but they are still loyal to you and to the Revolutionary Army. Kerrigan said. How many people want to stay? Augustus asked. About 120,000 people, including a considerable number of military personnel and even Pantalant members. Kerrigan said to Augustus. Let them stay, Augustus said. Give them everything they need to survive and develop, as well as communication equipment to contact us. Later, I will personally appoint a government to manage the Baisha settlement. Please vote. Chapter 221 The Secret of Baisha. In the blue sky of Baishal, hundreds of square spacecraft and shuttles were taking off with long propeller tails, and the huge aircraft gradually became blurred dots in the sky. Thousands of people gathered in the central square of the August settlement, and the huge square was bustling with people. At this time, those who remained on the ground were those who voluntarily stayed and wanted to establish a new colony without hesitation. The reason that drove them to make such a crazy decision was that Baishal's terrazine had an indescribable effect on them. Humans who took too much terrazine had a certain chance of hearing inexplicable whispers, angry roars, or resentful mutterings, but in fact, it was just noise. The most sensational thing about Baishal was that almost everyone who heard the whispers believed that Baishal itself was talking to them. That is, the voices they heard had a certain connection. It was like hundreds of thousands of people were having the same nightmare. The Tal'Darim in Baishal did not seem to have this symptom, and they were not affected at all. The word Baisha has become the embodiment of the natural consciousness of this planet. She is omniscient and omnipotent, and can predict the crisis or salvation of the next second. Baisha protects her loyal believers like a mother, never asking for anything in return. Even the most unsociable and least good at communicating with others can get spiritual comfort from Baisha. It may only take a short time for a new religion to appear in the Koprulu sector. The origin of humans in the Koprulu sector comes from the Earth, where religious beliefs have been completely eradicated, but various beliefs and sects have blossomed in this corner of the galaxy. For example, the tribes living on the planet Hiji believe in a goddess of death named Mananthrez. They believe in black magic and voodoo spells, and each tribe has a high priest who serves the goddess of death. Although the so-called black magic and voodoo have been proved by members of the Terran Federation Ghost Project to be just the local people's worship of psychics and mysterious phenomena, superstition and sacrifice have already taken root on the planet Hiji. Faced with the harsh and even precarious environment of the colony, many people often need spiritual comfort from religion. There were about 140,000 settlers left on the surface of Baisha, including a 5,000-man Marine Brigade of the Revolutionary Army and a small but well-equipped settlement government. Between 120,000 and 130,000 people were affected by the terrazine, and they were mentally normal except for occasionally talking about Baisha. The concrete and iron fence ground was filled with shoulder-to-shoulder Korhal settlers, each of them standing on tiptoe, trying their best to get a glimpse of the revolutionary Marshal Augustus Mengsk. Once upon a time, the people of Korhal IV looked up to Augustus's fathers, as if they were looking up at the sun, and followed those natural leaders, as if chasing the sun. Today, these people still follow Augustus Mengsk loyally, just because he is a descendant of the Mengsk family, and every Mengsk is a natural leader without exception. The people in the square knew that the next time their compatriots return to Baisha might be 10 years or more later. I respect your choice, because you are my people. Augustus' voice was heard from far away. Today, the Korhal people have erected a monument on Baishal, marking the first home we have built outside the Koprulu sector. We must forge ahead like our ancestors. Humans are the most tenacious and adaptable race in the universe, and the Korhal people are the most tenacious of all humans. He stood on a temporary platform, looking down at his people, whose eyes were flashing with a little purple light. Augustus knew that terrazine had extremely strong side effects, and its addictiveness was comparable to the most vicious drugs. However, terrazine can indeed increase the psychic power of the ingester. At present, Augustus only knew of a precious mineral that could alleviate the side effects and madness brought by terrazine, and that was psionic gold. Even if there is not much change in this generation of immigrants, their descendants will definitely benefit from it. It may only take 2 or 3 generations for the proportion of psychics in the population of Baishal immigrants to greatly exceed that of humans on other planets. Be careful of the Tal'Darim who may still be dormant on this planet, because after the fleet leaves, you will have to live side by side with the evil Protoss. Pay attention to your surroundings in the dense jungle, because there may be Tal'Darim hunters there at any time. Protect your children and family, because you must rely on yourself to survive. After he finished speaking, people's shouts immediately rang out in the central square, which showed that Augustus had great prestige among the Korhal people. Then Augustus waved goodbye to his people and boarded a crimson shuttle with some paint peeling off, escorted by Kerrigan and Corporal Faraday. If the people of Baisha cannot resist the temptation of Terrazine, they will destroy themselves sooner or later. Kerrigan said to Augustus as she followed him up the shuttle's ramp, "You are always too kind. Do you remember how you helped Lisa Cassidy detoxify? We were in the same room together, tied to a chair with ropes." Augustus said seriously, "When Lisa's drug addiction attacks, she will moan and ask you to give her some life-saving poison. For this, she can do anything for you. This is also a test for me. You don't need to tell me this," Kerrigan said with her jade green eyes. In the eyes of Corporal Faraday next to her, her face suddenly changed from sunny to cloudy in an instant. "Why do you know everything about Lisa Cassidy? I forgot that. Even if you are not allowed to read my memory, you can still read other people's memories," Augustus said before entering the shuttle's hatch. "If you know your enemy well enough, you can easily stab her neck with a dagger." Kerrigan's expression remained unchanged. "Taking them out of Bashal by force is an option. We may be able to eliminate the addiction to Terrazine at a huge cost, but we cannot eliminate their mental illness." Augustus did not comment on what Kerrigan said. The Terrazine in Bashal may be fundamentally different from that in other regions, or there really is a mysterious existence that has been communicating with humans. He said, "I will wait. When Bashal returns to our control one day in the future, perhaps this planet will bring me some surprises." "But you are a staunch atheist," Kerrigan said. "Of course, there are no gods in this world, only creatures that claim to be gods," Augustus said. "In the next few months, the revolutionary fleet will first cross hundreds of years to reach the two planets of Callus and Mirequa EV and drop off 500,000 immigrants on each planet, and finally go to Agria on the edge of the Terran Federation to arrange the last 2 million immigrants." Chapter 222, Dr. Hansen of Agria, SCT 2490.8.08, 9:21 AM local time. More than 4 months have passed since Augustus's revolutionary army left Baisha. During this time, the revolutionary fleet assisted the immigrants of Korhal to establish several self-sufficient settlements in Callus and Mirequa EV, and then rushed to Agria to settle the remaining people. Agria, a pure blue planet, more than 75% of its area is covered by vast oceans, and the land is composed of main continental plate and islands. A narrow and irregular continent extends from the Arctic to the southern part of the planet below the normal temperature zone, and most of the remaining islands are distributed on the narrow coastline of the main continent. When the shuttle that Augustus was riding began to retract its thrusters and prepare for landing, the mechanical adjutant of the Hyperion, who was connected to the shuttle's main computer, was reading Agria's information. The main settlement of the Agria immigrants is located in the temperate zone with a suitable temperature. Their leader is Dr. Bernard Hansen, a biology doctor from the University of Tarsus. "It seems that this place is much better than the stinking pit of Marcera. There will not be crazy Tal'Darim with lightsabers suddenly appearing in the jungle to chop people," Titus muttered gloomily. Next to Augustus' seat were Titus and Harnack, who had been in a state of having nothing to do in the past few months. After all, Titus and Harnack were the kind of characters who were completely reduced to waste and chaos-making factors except for fighting. The former incurred Augustus' thunderous anger because he tried to organize a strip club among the immigrants. And Harnack, in 4 months, overthrew several senior officers including Brigadier General Edmund Duke, the commander of the Alpha Squadron, by arguing 4 fights, and fought from Brigadier General to Second Lieutenant. "At least it seems that Agria is safe now," Raynor said with lingering fear. Raynor's wife was 7 months pregnant. He realized that the child would be born during the Revolutionary Fleet's voyage, becoming one of the children born on the fleet, and would most likely spend his childhood on the deck of the Hyperion. If someone asked Raynor about his hometown, he would definitely proudly introduce Shalott, but if it was his child, his hometown would be the Sea of Stars. He was a child who truly came from the stars. "Augustus, how long will we stay here?" Raynor said. Not for long. Augustus said. Sailing in the universe has taken up too much of our time, and the Federation is about to forget our existence. The shuttle that Augustus was riding landed on a flat open space after a slight bump. Raynor and Corporal Faraday led a team of guards out of the shuttle first, followed closely by Augustus, Carrigan and others. The original group of heavenly demons, including Raynor, Titus and Harnack, followed Augustus to Agria. Warfield and Runstein, two trusted generals who were good at defense, served as Augustus's eyes and hands in the revolutionary fleet outside the Agria system, to coordinate the overall situation. The lowest rank of heavenly demons now is Colonel, except for Lisa Cassidy, who recently used all means to win the position of Augustus' personal doctor. Their positions have always been very stable. We have to settle the remaining 2 million people quickly. There is not enough space for so many people in the fleet. Augustus continued. Every battlecruiser in the revolutionary fleet was packed with people, and even the aisles, main engine rooms and even the space torpedo launch bays were crowded with immigrants from Basia. And Augustus could not take these people with him to fight everywhere. When the shuttle landed on the ground and slowly opened the hatch, the clear blue sky, vast green fields and white wild and red tiled buildings of the colony suddenly appeared in Augustus's eyes. The fragrance of grass and flowers filled his nose. When the wind blew across the distant fields, the wheat waves rolled like waves. Hundreds of huge white windmills rotated and drove the water wheels in the blue river. Augustus could only see the vast wheat green ocean and beautiful and clean houses. The immigrants wearing yellow sun hats drove tall agricultural bipedal robots at the end of the field, like red and white giants. Agria is located on the edge of the Kaprulu sector. Before the Terran Federation annexed most of the colonies of the Kel-morian Federation, this planet was still at the very edge of the Federation's territory. Even the equally remote Marcera is quite far away from Agria. Because Agria rarely communicates with the core world, the Terran Federation still thinks that it is a wild world that is being developed. They believe that the immigrants there are hungry and naked due to lack of government assistance and have become savages and barbarians. When the shuttle's engine completely calmed down, Augustus' ears were only filled with the sound of the wind and the rustling of wheat waves, and the whole person relaxed at this moment. Since Augustus took over the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, he rarely spent his precious time on leisure and entertainment. Augustus rarely had time to relax, and he could only calm down when he was drinking tea and taking a hot bath. Damn beautiful. Harnack shouted loudly as he walked past Augustus, staggering and drawing a heart shape on the ground with his feet. Where are the bars and girls? Titus stretched his neck. Let's go. Let's go. Augustus walked back with a black line on his head, and his guards were dragging several vulture cars out of the cargo hold of the shuttle. Let's go find Dr. Hansen, the chairman of the settlement here. Maybe he can help us, Augustus said as he got on his own red vulture. Agria is still in the development stage and lacks a sufficient labor force. The influx of a large number of immigrants can greatly increase the level of local development to a certain extent. Then Augustus, Renault and others quickly drove the vulture across the fields and villages into the center of the settlement. The local immigrants looked at them with caution along the way. Agria is a beautiful agricultural planet, and it is also a place that pirates will visit, although the pirates have no interest in wheat. Augustus finally found a beautiful red house built of bricks and wood and a garden surrounded by a wooden fence, in which light purple morning glories and red tomatoes were planted. A girl with short black hair standing inside the fence was looking at Augustus with her big light green eyes, holding a cauliflower and an old book with a gold stamped cover in her hands. You are not any of the people I know, she said. But welcome to Agria, gentlemen. Chapter 223 Ariel Hansen. Chapter 223 Ariel Hansen. We are mineral merchants from Moria, from the Mobius Guild. Augustus introduced himself to the calm and self-assured black-haired girl. My fleet has been sailing in the universe for half a year. Now the food supply in the fleet is short. We urgently need to replenish new flour, canned goods and finished protein, he said. Augustus was telling the truth. Because it carried more than 2 million additional Korhal immigrants, the revolutionary fleet was indeed in a food shortage crisis. And I learned that Bernard Hansen is the chairman of the immigration here. Maybe he can help us. I'm his daughter Ariel Hansen. My father is presiding over a meeting. Ariel glanced at Raynor and others behind Augustus and suddenly took a few steps back. Ariel is a very beautiful little girl. She has a beautiful face inherited from her mother and black hair and green eyes from her father. She has long eyelashes and a pair of beautiful eyes that seem to be able to speak. When she speaks, her voice is soft, with the purity and sincerity of Agria. Even though Titus Finley had a deadpan expression, he looked fierce when he stared at Ariel like a wolf staring at a newborn fawn. Hanak Hank was staring at his nose out of boredom, and his dead eyes immediately turned into cross-eyed ones. Raynor, who had short black hair, focused all his attention on Augustus, who was talking, as if he was more attractive than a beautiful young girl. Fortunately, Augustus's appearance could undoubtedly win the favor of a young girl. He was wearing a fitted grass grey old Kel-morian artificial cotton thickened jacket and artificial linen trousers, and the tightened trouser legs were tightly attached to a pair of Federal Field Army boots. Augustus's clothes were always very old, and it was obvious at a glance that he had experienced many storms and hardships in his interstellar adventures. He had the broad shoulders and tall body of a Mengsk family man, and years of practicing swordsmanship and fighting had trained him to have a strong physique. Augustus was not one of those young nobles in Tarsinus who had given themselves up to depravity and consumed all their lives with wine and sex, as if a gust of wind could blow them down. He was strong, tough and cold, and even strong winds could not blow him down. There were a dozen people in khaki jackets and flat hats standing next to Augustus, but Ariel could still tell at a glance that Augustus was the leader among them. A man like Augustus, just standing there would make others think that so many people were willing to follow him. Augustus just stood there, and people should think he was unshakable. Fearing that his identity would be exposed and cause many problems, Augustus used the nano mask of the Umoyan Shadow Guard to add wrinkles and beard to his face. Therefore, what Ariel showed was the image of a mature man. Now Augustus had thick eyebrows and a high hawk nose, a thick mustache, and a resolute expression, just like what Augustus imagined himself to look like after he turned 30. Ariel is only 13 years old and still studying in a local high school, but she seems to like Augustus' image as a mature man, so much so that she has slightly let down her guard. I heard that the Kel-morians are the shortest humans in all of Korhal, and you are undoubtedly a giant among them. Ariel looked at Augustus and said, "Don't let Swan and his cousins hear this, otherwise they will definitely overturn the table." Upon hearing this, Raynor immediately whispered to Hanak and Titus beside him. "She's right," Titus complained. Ha ha ha. Hanak laughed out loud. The prejudice between the Terrans and the Kel-morians has a long history. But after all, we are all humans who came to the Korhal sector more than 200 years ago. Augustus chuckled and said, "How long will it take for your father to come back? If it takes longer, I want to take a look around here. In Moria, green plants and pure air are a more precious resource than minerals. He will be back soon. The meeting will end in 5 minutes." Ariel said with scholarly rigor. "Very good, then we will wait patiently." Augustus nodded. "Wait a minute." Ariel raised her hand to look at her electronic watch. Just as she was thinking about what to say, a middle-aged man with black hair and green eyes came over with many armed Agrayans. Agrayans, both men and women, generally have rough wheat-colored skin and have strong muscles due to years of farming. The followers behind the middle-aged man are both men and women. They are wearing bulletproof vests and holding semi-automatic rifles, staring at Titus and others behind Augustus. At present, only a small number of electromagnetic guns such as the E-series and C-series can penetrate CMC power armor, and the weapons in the hands of the Agrayans are still gunpowder guns with powder bullets. These weapons are killing weapons, but they are still difficult to deal with power armor. If Augustus wants, only a battalion of revolutionary marines can destroy the Agrayan settlement. "Welcome to Agria, my friend from afar." The man strode towards Augustus, and his followers followed closely. The bullet chains on their bodies flashed a golden copper light in the sun. "I'm Bernard Hansen. Nice to meet you." Augustus took off his gloves and shook hands with Bernard in a friendly manner. "I'm Caesar Augustus." This name and surname are not uncommon among the Kel-morians. Some Morians like to give their children names related to the ancient Romans in the Earth era. Bernard did not show any surprise. "You seem to be a little too enthusiastic." Then, Augustus pointed to the fully armed Agria people behind Bernard and said, More than 2 months ago, a group of Chimera pirates attacked here and killed many people. Bernard waved to his daughter, motioning her to come to his side. Bernard Hansen was also a tall man with a serious long face and black-rimmed glasses on his high nose. Bernard graduated from Tarsinus University and is a well-known chemist. Before leaving Tarsinus for Agria, the Institute of Chemistry where he worked was the most famous scientific research institution in the main city of Tarsinus. Someone saw you in town, but no one can keep up with your vulture car. When Ariel walked towards him, Bernard showed a gentle smile. As soon as this was said, Renault and others showed a proud smile. They fist bumped each other, proud of their speed and unruly driving skills. The last time, there were only more than 50 Chimera pirates, but they were carrying several sets of power armor. We paid a lot of sacrifices to drive away this group of pirates, Bernard said, and carefully observed Augustus and his followers, and did not see any dangerous weapons on them. The burly Titus Finley and the unique hairstyle of Harnack caught Bernard's attention, but the red-haired woman next to Augustus might be the most dangerous character. Not for anything else, just because she had a small caliber nail gun on her waist. Sarah Carrigan's fiery red hair tied into a single ponytail was particularly eye-catching. She wore a khaki military coat with a long hem, and 2 daggers several inches long were hung on the deerskin belt around her waist. Bernard knew that he must not take it lightly. Agria has always been a peaceful garden world, with a sky and pure air that have not been polluted by industry. Immigrants live in harmony with nature and lead an isolated idyllic life. Because it is too far away from other Terran Federation planets, Agria was not affected by the Kalian War. Even the Federation Council of Tarsinus has forgotten this colony independently established by immigrants. Although it is still absorbing new immigrants, the number of immigrants in Agria is now less than that of a small city on Tarsinus Prime. Agria has beautiful scenery and a pleasant climate. Its leisurely and peaceful life is also the reason why many immigrants are willing to move across the Korhal sector. But the defense of this planet is so weak that they have to rely on mercenaries to deal with the pirates who accidentally discovered this virgin land. Any large-scale interstellar pirates, even if they only have a few hundred people and a few heavy weapons and power armor, will bring tragic disasters to the immigrants of Agria. Pirates have always been the main enemy faced by the remote colonies of the Terran Federation. Everyone knows that the pirates who have been wandering in the interstellar for many years are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. They only attack the weakest caravans and newly established remote colonies without federal garrisons. We are merchants from Moria, Augustus said with a smile. Believe me, we hate the Chimera pirates as much as you do. They are not only the most notorious criminals in the Korhal sector, but also the omnipresent technology dealers. I came here only because my caravan encountered some troubles. Augustus said, I need to purchase a large amount of food supplies in Agria and add a few barrels of high-energy gas fuel to the fuel tank of our spacecraft. It is not easy to reach Agria safely. After the end of the Kalian War, the number of pirates on the edge of the Korhal sector is far greater than before. Bernard knew that the Kalian War had ended with the victory of the Federation, and he did not have any disgust for the Kel-morians. Although he was still wary of Augustus and others, Bernard was willing to sit down and have a good talk with them. Any caravan from other worlds would be warmly welcomed by remote colonies because they would bring precious goods from the core world. We are an armed caravan. If the Chimera pirates encounter us, they can only take a detour, Augustus said with a smile. Perhaps Bernard still half believed and half doubted Augustus' words, but what he said was undoubtedly true. Let's have a good talk. Bernard turned around and asked some of the agrarians who followed him to go home, then took the remaining 20 or so people to the fence in front of his house and opened the wooden door made of wooden boards. Come in and sit down, friends of Moria, he said. Augustus glanced at Corporal Faraday, who calmly led Augustus's guards to guard outside the fence. Renault and others followed Augustus into Bernard's home. The Hansen family's house was mainly built of wood and bricks, with wooden floors on the ground. The living room was wide and bright, decorated with bookcases full of books and glass showcases with various biological specimens. There didn't seem to be a hostess living in this house, and there were only Bernard and his daughter and the family photos hanging on the wall. There was only a photo frame hidden in the corner with a photo of a young woman. She was standing in a chemical research institute in a white coat, with an intellectual beauty of a workplace beauty. Augustus noticed that the books on the bookshelf were all about chemistry and biological genetic engineering. At this time, he couldn't help but think that he really lacked scholars in related fields. The only company in charge of genetic engineering projects under Augustus was Cerberus, which he acquired 2 years ago. At present, this biological company, which was selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, was responsible for the project of controlling the alien Zerg through mechanical transformation and other means in Umagen, but the progress was slow. After encountering the Tal'Darim Protoss in Basha, Augustus started to send several Protoss corpses and some Protoss weapons back to Umagen. I graduated from the Department of Chemistry at the University of Tarsus, and used to work in a chemical research institute in Tarsus. Bernard pointed to the books and the white coat hanging on the branch-shaped clothes hanger at the door and said, "You are from Tarsus, and you are a top student and a well-known scholar at the University of Tarsus. How did you come to such a faraway place like Agria?" Augustus asked casually when he sat down at the coffee table in the living room of the Hansen family. "Because I'm tired of the high-rise buildings in Tarsus and the intrigues in the research institute. When I focus on research, my colleagues around me are busy playing tricks and plotting, stealing other people's research results, or committing academic fraud." Bernard sighed. "They are all very smart and knowledgeable, but they are unwilling to do down-to-earth research because Tarsus has become more and more impetuous, and official struggles have affected scientific research and every aspect of people's lives." He said, "I began to feel scared I will spend my whole life in the oppressive Tarsus, following the routine until I die, and my daughter will also face the same fate. This is not the future I want. Then I came to Agria, determined to build a world of my dreams." Bernard said, "A new world that has not yet rotted." Agria is indeed a beautiful world isolated from the world, far away from all disputes. Augustus nodded. Then, Augustus discussed with Bernard the issue of purchasing food supplies. The currency used in the transaction was foreign exchange from the Umagen United National Bank. Umagen was a bank with a trustworthy reputation in the Kaprulu sector. When Bernard was very satisfied with this, Augustus mentioned the pirate problem in Agria indirectly. "I know some trustworthy mercenary friends who may be able to help you solve the Chimera pirate problem." The mercenary friends Augustus mentioned were of course his own revolutionary army. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Protector of Agria. Mercenaries from Moria. Bernard Hansen and Augustus were sitting on the sofas on both sides of the glass coffee table, with several agrarian warriors and Augustus followers standing behind them. The agrarian warriors behind Bernard were all reliable middle-aged men or young men in the towns of this immigrant land. They were either farmers in large rural areas or interns in the Agrarian Scientific Research Institute. When these people gathered around the elegant and easygoing Bernard, they were like students or parents standing around a teacher. Titus, Raynor, and Carrigan beside Augustus were undoubtedly veterans of many wars. They wore blue-green and khaki military uniforms similar to the uniforms of the Kel-morian Guild Guards or the Federal Marines. They were neatly dressed with straight trouser legs, looking like experienced soldiers. When they stood upright beside Augustus, they really looked like soldiers and generals. Of course, Titus and Hanak inevitably lowered Augustus' image, making him look like a Mayfair leader, rather than an ordinary businessman. "You came from Moria, and you should know that Moria is too far away from Agria." Bernard stared into Augustus's rare cold grey eyes. "We need a permanent mercenary army, so it is best to seek help from the nearest federal colony. Normally, the Terran federal government in Tarsus should send a Marine Corps to defend the marginal colonies, but they have obviously forgotten Agria. No, they are not Moria." Augustus shook his head and said. Augustus paused here, and at the same time, the red-haired ghost agent Carrigan beside him leaned over and whispered something to Augustus' right ear with her rosy lips. After Carrigan finished speaking, Augustus looked at Bernard. "They are from Korhal. Korhal." Even though Agria is a marginal immigrant place with little information, Bernard is not completely ignorant of the Korhal rebellion that occurred more than a year ago. In fact, the federal government of Tarsinus is happy to announce to the world the fate of Korhal IV. The end of pursuing freedom and independence is to be destroyed by nuclear bombs and become a dead nuclear wasteland world. There is no doubt that the Great Rebellion led by Augustus Mengsk shocked most of the federal world and had an indelible and far-reaching impact. Many colonies that were originally dissatisfied with the rule of the Federation were really shocked by the tragedy of Korhal. Only the bravest and most rebellious planets are still openly opposing the tyranny of the Tarsinus Federation Council. The people of the colony planets closer to the core world are as docile as sheep, and the Marines stationed there ruthlessly maintain the rule of the federal government there. The people there are deeply influenced by the mainstream media of the Federation, and are afraid of having any relationship with the rebels. They will feel terrified when they hear the word Korhal. Fortunately, Agria is not currently within the coverage of the Universe News Network's broadcast channel, and the locals are not interested in the real-time news from more than 2 or 3 months ago. Most importantly, Bernard Hansen, the leader of the Agria settlement, is actually a sympathizer of the Korhal. Bernard Hansen abandoned the comfortable life and reputation accumulated over the years in Tarsinus to come to Agria, which is another kind of resistance to the Tarsinus government. He never thought about, and dared not lead the Agria people, to resist the rule of the Terran Federation, but he still admired the Korhal people who dared to do so from the bottom of his heart. This is also the key information that Kerrigan obtained through mind reading, and told Augustus just now. As the leader of the Agria settlers, Bernard actually has a good impression of the Korhal people. Augustus repeatedly considered before leaving, carefully understood Bernard Hansen's character, and imagined his attitude. Now, Augustus is glad that Bernard is not a supporter of the Federation, and the situation has not evolved in the worst direction. Are there any survivors of Ka? Bernard looked at Augustus, and he realized that the identity of the man in front of him could not be as simple as the owner of a Kel-morian caravan. The UN report mentioned the terrible disaster. This is ridiculous. The nuclear bomb destroyed Ka IV, but the UN people said that only a few hundred people were injured in Ka in this accident. The length of the mourning for the extinction of Ka species far exceeds the reports on Ka's losses and casualties. Yes, and there are quite a few. Augustus was not surprised by the Terran Federation's propaganda method. The media controlled by the federal parliament and the creation family had enough means to distort the reports related to the facts with time. The media people in the Federation usually disassembled the real materials into different fragments, redeleted and rearranged them, and then added new fabricated parts to piece together what they wanted. According to regulations, all media reports in the Terran Federation cannot violate the Constitution, which does not conflict with the freedom of speech of the citizens of the Federation. That's great. No matter what the rebels did wrong, and what kind of crimes they committed, at least the people of Ka will not suffer genocide. Bernard breathed a sigh of relief. People in other colonies know very little about what happened on Korhal, and those without their own opinions are easily swayed by media reports. At least in the Federation, the reputation of Augustus's revolutionary army is very bad, almost equivalent to cannibalistic demons and social dregs. Bernard's perception of the Korhal rebels is more or less deviated from the facts, because the uncleverly avoided Tarsinus's exploitation and unlimited demands on a series of wealthy colonies such as Korhal IV, and focused on portraying the Mengsk family of Korhal IV as a corrupt plutocracy that controlled Korhal. The UN repeatedly emphasized that Augustus Mengsk only wanted to establish a ruling dynasty belonging to the Mengsk family on Korhal, and the uprising was described as the conspiracy of an ambitious man in the rise of a rebellious warlord. The Korhal fled Korhal IV before doomsday. They have suffered a lot and have been wandering in the universe, looking for their new home. Augustus said. Later, some of the Korhal people who armed themselves to protect themselves formed the Korhal mercenaries, wandering in the universe and making a living as mercenaries. If they are willing to stay, then Agria will help them build their own home. Bernard said, I'm willing to help them. Aren't you afraid that the Korhal will start a new rebellion in Agria? Augustus tested Bernard's attitude. Why would they do that? Bernard shook his head. There is no Terran Federation here, nor any injustice or oppression. I know it. Augustus smiled and said, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Drive Hansen, you are a good person. Augustus and Bernard did not notice that Ariel Hansen next to them seemed to be interested in Augustus, and Kerrigan, who had a strong telepathic ability, immediately noticed this keenly. Kerrigan sensed the other party's vague fantasy about Augustus, and her jade green eyes were always focused on him. Although Augustus did not do any heroic feats, he was handsome and elegant. Haha, how many people are there? Dr. Hansen was indeed an upright and kind person, but he did not realize the seriousness of the problem at this moment. Even if there are 1 or 2,000 people, it doesn't matter. The last thing Agria lacks is land. We have a professional construction team, he said confidently. Quite a lot. Augustus said, the wandering Korhal people bring their families and use the colonial mothership as a place to live. He said a series of numbers. The exact number is about 2,126,722 people. You must be kidding. Dr. Bernard Hansen took a deep breath and couldn't believe it. If this is true, then this must be a very large group of wandering mercenaries, most of whom can only enter the cryostat. Otherwise the wandering fleet's spacecraft cannot support so many people. For a moment, Bernard thought he had guessed the truth. That is, this so-called mercenary group is actually a group of fugitives who have escaped the disaster by chance. The reason why Augustus said they are mercenaries is probably because he is worried that he will not accept these car people and that they will become a burden. In fact, Agria, which is in the stage of pioneering and development, urgently needs a large number of immigrants, and Bernard is looking forward to such a large number of immigrants. The only problem is that, if these car people settle down in Agria, their number will exceed the original population of the planet by a lot. The people of Agria behind Bernard were also shocked. They never expected that there would be so many people who would move in. Bernard's daughter Ariel, who had been listening beside him, also walked to her father's side. Everyone knew that this would be a major event that would change the future destiny of Agria. Bernard was silent for more than 10 seconds and finally nodded. In order to attract new immigrants, I promised that, whether it is the Terrans, the Kel-morians or the humans, as long as they are willing to build a new home with us, Agria will welcome them. He took a deep breath. Let me meet the representatives of those people. It's not easy to arrange accommodation for so many people. Bernard said. I also need to discuss with the representatives of other immigrant families. And it's better for the car people not to mention their past. When the federal government remembers Agria, the federal parliament is likely to send officials to form a government. I will contact them. Augustus said. These car people come from all walks of life in car. Augustus continued. Among them are scientists, engineers, doctors, construction workers, architects, and artists. These people will bring new opportunities for the development of Agria. You don't need to worry about the follow-up problems after they land in Agria. They have their own tents and food, their own engineering teams and planting technology. Well, Bernard pondered, then suddenly stood up and said to Augustus, I will arrange it as soon as possible, if everything goes well. Bernard picked up his personal terminal, apologized, and made a phone call to notify the most respected immigrant family leaders in the settlement area and the leaders of the town to hold a meeting. As the first leader to set foot on Agria and lead people to establish a settlement, Bernard has always been the one who has the final say on this planet. However, he had no choice but to discuss such a big matter with other immigrants and let the Agria people prepare to welcome the new immigrants. If not handled properly, the immigration problem of the car people is likely to turn into a refugee crisis, dragging down the economy of Agria and then affecting the order of this planet and the status of the inherent leadership. You really gave me a great gift. Bernard sat down in his seat again, after dialing one number after another. An ugly smile appeared on Bernard's face. Well, I hope to see the armed forces of this mercenary army, so that I can calculate how much salary I should pay them. Now Bernard has no hope for the strength of this so-called mercenary army. Even if these hard-working car exiles are strong warriors, their equipment is not much better than that of the Agria people. Very good, I will notify them right away. Augustus said a few words to Renault next to him, and the latter immediately left the living room of the Hansen family. As Raynor turned to leave, everyone who was watching him could notice the revolver on his waist. This was a gift from Augustus to Raynor, and Raynor regarded it as a treasure, and loved it very much. Compared with the exquisite cold weapons Augustus gave to other officers, this exquisitely crafted revolver was incredibly powerful and could even penetrate the mask of CMC power armor. This was a legendary weapon that Raynor had used to end the lives of many villains and corrupt officials. Augustus then talked to Bernard for a while until Raynor returned to the living room and told him that a battalion of revolutionary marines with repainted power armor had landed in Agria and were waiting for his inspection. Augustus immediately invited Bernard and his men to the landing point of the troops, and Bernard happily went. However, when Augustus walked out of the Hansen family's door, Kerrigan said beside him, "Did you notice?" "What?" Augustus saw Kerrigan's serious face and immediately asked, "Is there a federal spy here?" "No, that Ariel Hansen, Bernard's daughter, has been watching you. She is very fond of men like you, mature and stable, with leadership qualities and the charm of reliable men. When she grows up, she will find this admiration for mature men ridiculous, and will be ashamed to recall this memory." Augustus said in a questioning tone, "Of course, this is not the point. I thought you have been using telepathy to detect Bernard Hansen's attitude, instead of spending your mind on a little girl. You are too sensitive." Augustus said, "She has bad intentions." Kerrigan said, "My sixth sense and psychic intuition tell me that this woman is dangerous." I think Ariel is a good girl," Raynor said. Chapter 225. The Chimera pirates were easily solved. Sarah Kerrigan's psychic intuition has always been very reliable. As a ghost agent guard trusted by Augustus, Kerrigan always guards the marshal of the Korhal Revolutionary Army and examines everyone who tries to approach him. With her psychic perception ability far beyond that of ordinary people, Kerrigan can keenly detect those dangerous people who may pose a threat to Augustus and eliminate them. However, Kerrigan is unwilling to admit that Ariel Hansen is actually a greater threat to herself. Kerrigan values her position in Augustus' heart and is eager to devote her strength to his cause. This ghost agent who has been trained in the Ghost Project since the age of 5 has a completely different life from other Terran Federation people's childhood. She can only learn the skills of getting along with people from her instructors and other psychics who have been trained as ghost agents. Based on this upbringing, Kerrigan is not the kind of girl who is as gentle as Jade. She does not know how to be tactful and always points out the mistakes of others. Kerrigan will be like a sharp butcher knife that cuts open the skin of a cow, exposing the dripping blood to the sun. Any revolutionary soldier who has spoken to Kerrigan agrees that she is not difficult to get along with, but they have to adapt to her cold way of speaking. When Kerrigan talks to people other than Augustus, she always speaks quickly, without dragging her words, and gets straight to the point, just like a single knife. Similarly, the instructors in the Federation Ghost Academy never teach their students to learn to share with others, and Kerrigan is immersed in the possessiveness of Augustus and cannot extricate herself. She is afraid of losing Augustus, just as she once lost her family and everything in the past. Of course, it all depends on your judgment. If you think Ariel Hansen has bad intentions towards me, then you should stop her from entering. Augustus looked back at Kerrigan and said, "You have always been responsible for protecting my job, and you have always done a good job. I trust you without reservation, and this trust will never change," he said. Augustus said as he followed Bernard in front of him, because the latter was about to find him to learn more about the Korhal settlers. "Kerrigan, I know you are a psychic, and can read other people's thoughts." After Augustus left, Raynor whispered to Kerrigan, "I bet you would have gone crazy if you had followed us to the banquet of the Creation family in Tarsinus last time. Because there are beautiful noble ladies and young ladies who want to eat Augustus everywhere, just like a group of evil spirits." Raynor said with lingering fear, "And Ariel Hansen is just a little girl, how can she be scary? She is just a girl from a remote immigrant area, not a man-eating monster. Do you think Ariel is simple?" Kerrigan said, "My psychic perception ability tells me that she is a biological genius who inherited the talents of her parents. Ariel Hansen has been considered an undoubted genius since she was a child. At the age of 6, she could already swim in her father's old digital chemistry books for a long time. At the age of 11, Ariel published her first research report on the impact of mutant genes on rare plants in Terraberia. At the age of 13, Ariel had already completed all the university courses and received an admission letter from Tarsinus University on Tarsinus Prime before graduation. Ariel is a genius in biogenetic engineering. She is only 13 years old now, but her knowledge exceeds that of many people in the Agria Hansen Institute. Kerrigan said, most importantly, I noticed that Augustus values this Ariel Hansen very much. He seems to know Ariel very well, and has a good impression of her. It's almost as if he has met her before. This is so strange. So you are anxious. At this time, Hank Hank, who had been following behind Raynor and listening, poked his head out. Shut up, Hank. Kerrigan said coldly. You should know the charm of Augustus. Many people like him. He is young, handsome and rich. The most important thing is that he is a standard Korhal gentleman and a descendant of a great noble, and Titus is jealous of this and is crazy. Raynor laughed. Maybe I think too much. Kerrigan rubbed her hair, making her fiery red hair messy. You know, there are many people in the Revolutionary Army who admire Augustus, both men and women. Ariel is not special, but my psychic intuition tells me that she is likely to be another Lisa Cassidy, who made Augustus fall in love with her. She said. I didn't know that Augustus was attracted to both men and women. Raynor fell into deep thought. He relieved his embarrassment with a laugh and then said, Lisa? You mean the time when she said you were a mistress? Come on. Kerrigan rolled her eyes. At this moment, Ariel Hansen, who was following her father, had no idea that Kerrigan and others were talking about her. She was following her father and Augustus, listening carefully to every word they said. Augustus and Bernard walked on the beautiful white gravel road in the settlement for a few minutes. When they walked from the road to the asphalt road across the center of the settlement, they saw several gray-white armored personnel carriers parked in the middle of the road. Old-style heavy armored personnel carriers of the Federation Marine Corps have been in service in the Federation's combat sequence for more than 20 years. Where did the car people get these personnel carriers? Bernard agreed as soon as he saw these gray-white painted personnel carriers. The last time he saw these personnel carriers was many years ago during the military parade in the main city of Tarsus. In Bernard's impression, interstellar mercenaries were all muscular men wearing security company uniforms or old Federation khaki uniforms. They had steel-like muscles and carried bullet bags and guns all over their bodies. But when Bernard saw hundreds of mercenaries wearing silver-gray CMC power armor marching in the distance, he even thought for a moment that this was a regular army of the Umoyan National Defense Army. These mercenaries were all wearing tall and sturdy power armor, holding C-14 Gauss rifles, like giants standing tall. They had white cross badges on their shoulder armor and chest armor, and a layer of silver metal coating on their helmet masks. In addition to Gauss rifles, these mercenaries are also equipped with demon plasma flamethrowers, grenade launchers and molten laser launchers. There are more than a dozen electromagnetic tanks transformed from Kel-morian heavy tanks between rows of mercenaries. The chief engineer of the Revolutionary Army, Rory Swan, and his team transformed the Kel-morian tanks that Augustus bought from Morrow and installed the electromagnetic railgun of the Sidewinder tank. The long-range Sidewinder electromagnetic cannon is amazingly powerful, enough to melt the strongest steel bunkers. The earliest Kel-morian tanks came from the large bulldozers of the miners. After being modified, they were known for their powerful engines and powerful firepower. From the Federation's Trophy Museum to the marginal colony planetary defense forces, from the castrated small tanks to the heavy tanks weighing more than 100 tons, these modified Kel-morian tanks can now be seen in most of the Kaprulu sector. They have a lot of troops like this. Augustus pointed to his soldiers and said, they are all old CMC 200 power armors, but they are well maintained. Such troops should be enough to deal with any Chimera pirate plundering fleet. Augustus said, I have seen the combat effectiveness of the Chimera pirates. Not very good. He said, these power armors alone are not something that any existing Terran Federation mercenary company can produce. I really doubt whether you have pulled in a Federation Marine Corps. Bernard began to doubt that he was behind the times because he was staying in the remote Agria. At first glance, Augustus was just showing off his muscles. The car people have received support from the Umoyan United States, and now the three giants in the Kaprulu sector are well aware of this. Augustus said to Bernard, and after the end of the Kalian War, more and more retired soldiers joined the mercenaries and profited from the war in another way. Augustus said, The military strength of the Ka people is far stronger than you think, but they are facing the Federation's naval fleet, Augustus said. Bernard stared at Augustus and suddenly thought of Augustus' name. Caesar Augustus, the Korhal people, and many armies that far surpass the armed forces of the Agria settlement. Thinking of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, which has become famous in the past year, and the terrorist organization Sons of Korhal, which has disturbed people with terrorist activities, Bernard's breath suddenly choked. Augustus almost made it clear that he was Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Instinctively, Bernard did not want Agria to be associated with the rebels, but he could not go to the Terran federal government to inform and seek their help. Even if the federal army arrived in Agria, they would not hesitate to use this beautiful planet as a battlefield. Even if Augustus's rebels were finally expelled, according to the usual practice of the Terran federal government, they would definitely station troops to control Agria and implement long-term armed control on any colony that had been rebelled. But in the end, Bernard did not believe that Augustus's revolutionary army was really as evil and unforgivable as Un said, otherwise Agria would have fallen long ago. You are actually members of the revolutionary army. Bernard showed a look of don't lie to me. I'm just an ordinary Moria merchant. Augustus said, it's just that I have a blood feud with the Terran Federation. Heh. Bernard smiled knowingly. They will provide protection for Agria, protect Agria from pirates and federal marines. And you only need to pay a small fee. Augustus also smiled. Augustus would of course leave an army to protect the Korhal immigrants, and the Agrians had almost no reason to refuse, because they could not guarantee that the other party would not suddenly turn against them after being rejected. Augustus had already given quite a lot of information in the conversation before. That is, the Korhal immigrants were in serious shortage of food and fuel supplies, which meant that they had no spare energy to find the next habitable planet and colony willing to accept them. But I just hope that the war won't spread to Agria. Bernard knew that Augustus was forcing him to take sides and wanted to pull Agria to his side. Agria doesn't want to be involved in the war, he said. We will provide assistance to the colonists, but it is premised that Agria will not become a battlefield. I swear, I and the Ka people will always remember Agria's help in the most critical moment. Augustus looked up at the sky, his eyes fixed on the distance. In return, I will give the Agria people a small gift. Then Augustus looked at Bernard again. I'm all ears. Bernard frowned. The mercenary fleet has detected a Chimera pirates research station on the edge of the Agria system. As Augustus was speaking, a guard took out a tattered flag of the Chimera pirates from his backpack. Augustus's choice of words was quite intriguing. Mercenary organizations with fleets were quite rare in the Kaprulu sector, almost non-existent. Those Chimera pirates have established their own base on an asteroid in the Agria system to study the remains of ancient civilizations on the companion planet of Agria. This is why the Chimera pirates frequently attack Agria. They have a permanent base in this system and need to obtain supplies from the colony. I have always wondered why the pirate attacks are becoming more and more frequent. Bernard looked grim. Don't worry, we destroyed this Chimera pirate research station on the way here, Augustus said. It took about 10 minutes. Just beside Augustus said slowly. The Chimera pirates have had a feud with us. We destroyed one of their research stations when we were in Marcera. Now it seems that these bugs have nests in many places in Kaprulu, he said. The Kel-morian pirates are much more famous than the Chimera pirates, the technology dealers, but this name itself includes all pirates from Kel-morian, who are loosely organized and often fight with each other, while the Chimera pirates come from a strictly structured pirate organization. There is almost no force in the Kaprulu sector that the Chimera pirates dare not provoke. They are regarded as traitors of Umajan and the mortal enemy of the Umajan National Defense Army. Most importantly, the Chimera pirates dared to attack both the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Federation during the Kalian War. The Chimera pirates are hated by everyone in the Kaprulu sector, but this does not prevent their power from expanding with the war and unrest. After capturing several Chimera pirates, we learned that they have built several research stations on the surface of Agria. Augustus pointed to the revolutionary soldiers wearing grey-white power armor with white cross emblems on their armor and said, let them deal with the Chimera pirates on Agria. From today on, the Agria Crusaders are the eternal protectors of Agria. He said. Agria will be included in our protection from now on. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.